When he was in his slump, he was not smiling.
Yeah.
And when baseball's fun, it's an easier game. It just is whenever it's fun and it's not a grind and you're not thinking about all these different things when you're going up there. You're just going up there knowing I'm in the zone right now. That thing looks like a beach ball.
I know you had said, hey, we could do 10 of 12. That would be tremendous. Obviously, I support that. Would you still be pretty stoked about 12 and 6 over the next 6 series? So theoretically, breaking it down to
I broke it down to like 4 series, right? And so I didn't even go as far as you did because I didn't count the Mariners in my search. I was just looking at the other terrible teams.
Yeah,
and I was like, oh, Pittsburgh, unless it's a Wednesday, we're fine. And so, do we play Pittsburgh on a Wednesday, Kevin? Because we know we can't. By the way,
and I forgot to follow up on that.
Did they win yesterday?
Pittsburgh did win that game on Wednesday. So now they're 10-1. Good news. Your Pittsburgh series, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Sweep that one. Sweep the leg on that one, dude.
And let's go back to this because this is how crazy it is. The Pittsburgh Pirates are 10-1 on Wednesdays this season. On every other day, they're 18-41. How is that even possible?
They've almost won as many games every other day on a Wednesday.
I can't
like it.
I can't understand that
it's
whatsoever.
A weird stat.
It really is. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, and good for the Pirates for winning on Wednesday.
Yeah, I think that I would be very happy with 12 and 6 over that stretch. The reason I said what I said was because those teams are bad, and I feel like you should sweep a couple of them.
No, I got you.
You should, but I also gave credit that, at some point you lose a little focus and something has to jar you back into reality.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll move into the Expressway, which means the Bryan Adams ticket giveaway, plus Forgiveness Friday, plus
forgive me.
The Combo Platter Father's Day. Give us a sports opinion, and then who is your favorite movie or TV dad of all time? Next, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the combo platter. 877-881-1053. Give us a sports opinion, and then who is your all-time favorite movie or TV dad? All right, text in 877-881-1053. Father's Day is on Sunday, so obviously we're doing it in honor of that. Because of that, we bring in Carter Freeman once again. Who would like to start, or would you like for me to go to the fan text?
I can start. Did we get a highlight from my guy? All right. Kevin, sports opinion. The albatross is the greatest athletic feat of all time.
Give me cut number one, because we do in fact have audio of that.
This just happened at the fourth. Patrick Reed at his second from 286 yards away. Unbelievable. He doesn't even know that he dunked it now. Yep. A two, Patrick.
A two on a par five.
That is pretty amazing.
Which is an albatross. It's only the fourth in U.S. Open history.
Did he still not have a good round?
All the other holes exist too. Oh, let's pull his microphone up.
It's hard.
There
we go. Okay, thought that was me for a second.
Yeah, golf is hard. It is a difficult sport, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
It is the most frustrating sport, I think, out there. And that's why making a shot like this, hole-in-ones are fun. You know, that's, hey, good job, hole-in-one.
But these are way rarer.
This is a part, like, to get to position to be able to make that shot is almost impossible. So I like that a lot. And then I went with TV Dad.
Okay.
Although I do have a movie dad as well. And this took a minute because there were a lot of TV dads. A lot of people texting in Uncle Phil. And I do like that one. That's a good option.
Might be one of mine.
Yeah. And then my brain told me, but he's an uncle. And then I was like, but he was a dad to other kids.
Yeah, to Carlton.
He was a dad to Will.
I know. My brain at first was like, he was an uncle. But it was Phil Dunphy from Modern Family. Why the hell are we playing this?
I know what you're talking about.
Instead of the Phil Dunphy audio that I asked for.
Connor Hellebuck, by the way, won the MVP and the best goalie trophy.
What does that have to do with Phil Dunphy? I always thought Phil Dunphy was
This
genuine.
feels like something he would appreciate.
He probably would.
And a mistake he would
in a
make.
magic trick.
Yeah.
But I just always felt like he was a genuine, innocent-hearted dad who really loved his wife, had a really great connection with her, and had 3 kids, and trying to manage that chaos. I connect with that a lot now. So I appreciate Phil Dunphy.
Sometimes do you think there should be more shows where the kids are more equalized intelligence-wise? Because they made it like the
There's
older
always the
daughter
dumb
was
one,
a
yeah.
dope, the middle kid, the daughter was super smart, and then sometimes they made it out like the younger one was a dope.
He was
too.
street smart,
Yeah.
but for the most part, it was like, hold on, he's kind of a knucklehead.
I like that. From the 903, Dallas, the Cowboys are going to take this division. That would be freaking awesome. And then Uncle Phil, Fresh Prince's dad, is their favorite dad.
Uncle.
Well, I mean,
He was the Fresh Prince's uncle, Kevin.
okay, but he was really his dad.
He was...
because his dad showed up and his dad didn't want him. And then
true.
Will cried for real in that actor's arms when he goes, "Why don't he want me?"
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a really cool scene. Also, none of that is real because he died at the basketball court. That taxi is taking him over to the afterworld. From the 817,
Always got to be a fan theory.
Tyler Malley will win the Rangers' first ever Cy Young. I love it. And the number 1 seed of TV dads has to be Red Foreman from that 70s show. I do. I love Red Foreman.
Dumbass.
There's an episode where they're trying to get, Hyde to live there. And he goes, "You have to love him." And he goes, "I'm not loving anybody. I'm not legally obligated to." And that just very much spoke to
Valid.
who I thought it was. From the 682, this person has updated their opinion because of happenings in the world. This is a good sports opinion too, though. Just because Shoddy is great at pressers means nothing in a 2-minute drill. Fact. That's how deprived us Cowboys fans are. We'll grab on to anything. Oh, he's more interesting in the press conference? I'm not going to lie. I have also fallen into that trap. The best TV dad was Cosby.
Was. Keyword
Was. So instead, they went with Frank from Always Sunny in Philadelphia,
Okay.
who could be the worst dad, but I kind of freak out.
I'll agree with you, man. Cosby on
He was a great
Heathcliff
dad.
Huxtable.
Yes.
Heathcliff Huxtable was a fantastic dad. My favorite scene was whenever Theo decided he was going to move out. And he was like, "All right." He said, here's your money for the month. And he started taking the dollars away from him for everything that he needed to pay.
Yes.
And then he got to the end and he was like, bloop, and just, that was my favorite scene. And it was like,
It's a hard dose of reality.
yeah, that's
right
exact.
there for
And
Theo.
there was a lot of reality in that show for situations that pop up with your kids.
Did that give you more respect that Theo was trying to be more conservative with his money when he asked his sister to make that shirt?
Yeah,
and it
what a
didn't
terrible
go
shirt that was.
super,
It was awful.
super duper well. All right, Carter.
The sleeves weren't the same length.
God, what an amazing shirt that was. Do you give us a sports opinion? And then, who is your all-time favorite movie or TV dad?
Okay, sports opinion. I have been thinking forward to college football because those are my initials, CF, Carter Freeman,
Oh.
college football.
I like it.
And I think most people are going to expect that Ohio State or Texas are going to be ranked number 1 to begin the season in AP coaches poll, whichever one you might want to look at. I think Penn State should be ranked number 1 when the season starts
Even
because
though their head coach won't win a big game.
it doesn't matter. That's not what the preseason polls are about.
True.
The preseason polls are about talent. And I think if you look on paper, Penn State brings back the most from a team last year that went to the Final Four and very nearly beat Notre Dame to go to the national title game. It doesn't mean that they're going to be good for the rest of the season. Early in the year, you're just looking at, okay, this team looks really good on paper. And that will inform how people vote on like the college football playoff poll later in the year. But I think Penn State should be ranked number 1, given bringing their quarterback back, their 2 best running backs back. I know they lose Abdul Carter. The rest of the defense still has a lot of great pieces on it. And they bring in a wide receiver, Trevor Pena from Syracuse, who Penn State had awful wide receivers all of last year. They bring in one of the best they could from the portal. So I think they might be the most talented team on paper. Okay. All that being said, they'll go 9-3 and maybe miss the playoff. Who knows? But I think they'll be number 1 to begin the season. Favorite TV dad. or movie dad. I do want to give an honorable mention because I watched Avengers Endgame this week to Iron Man because he is a dad in Endgame. He has a daughter after the Thanos snap. Technicality there.
Yeah.
Even though you don't think of him as a dad. My favorite TV dad to watch, and not because he's a good person, it's Walter White.
Whoa.
Because he is a dad, right?
Yeah.
And like Uncle Phil's the lovable, the fun, like the hilarious one. But I think Breaking Bad's the best show ever made because of Walter White. So I'm going to go with
okay, fascinating.
old Walt.
I like the idea that your favorite dad could not be because of favorable reasons. I appreciate that.
You mentioned Frank from It's Always Sunny, and I thought of Ned Stark too from Game of Thrones. You only get him for not that long.
I was so
Spoiler
shocked
alert
when he got his head cut off.
Kevin, I have a friend named Kyle Frazier on Twitter.
It's not Yeoman.
His name's Kyle Frazier.
Kyle Frazier.
And he tweeted me and said the Mavericks are better without Luka. And Henry Spencer from Psych is his favorite dad. And you've never seen Psych.
I'm not familiar with. There's another audio clip on here. I don't know who one of these dads is.
Did you ever watch Psych?
No.
877-881-1053 for those who watched Psych. Let the guys know what they missed out on. This is Corbin Burnson playing the father. And Corbin Burnson, is kind of a jackass already. He's kind of one of those.
Sure.
I'm a little bit higher up on everything. He thought his son was an idiot and brilliant at the same time, and it made for great comedy.
From the 214, Cam Scattaboo will earn the Giants a wild card berth. Holy moly! And their favorite dad is Danny Tanner from Full House. I did think Danny, especially having been widowed.
Oh, what a tough situation!
Man,
dude.
he did a great job navigating with those three kids
and the weird uncles that he had in that house.
Yes, although he invited them, right?
He needed help.
Maybe
he needed some help around there.
That is fair. So, sports opinion, and then your favorite movie or TV dad.
If we're doing Walter White, why not Tony Soprano?
He is a dad.
He was a great dad too.
This is as entertaining as it gets.
Till he got his kids killed.
Oh,
don't stop believing.
Ooh, I think you need to go. Don't stop. All right. So for me, I've held this opinion for a long time, like Reggie has said. The Florida Panthers are still going to win the Stanley Cup because that's America's trophy. It has been America's trophy for the last 3 decades. So I don't care if the betting odds do now say Edmonton minus 120, Florida plus 100. I still say Florida gets the job done, and America does what it continues to do best, and that's win the highest honor in all of hockey.
I feel like they flip the odds after every game.
Yes.
And it has been, back and forth series.
Yeah.
So I understand that. But Edmonton was favored going in. Then they win game 1, but then the Panthers dominate the next 2. So then all of a sudden they're the favorites.
Yes.
So I feel like the Panthers to begin this, that was easy money. Just I know, Edmonton, they have the bigger stars, and they just dominated the Dallas Stars. Lots of stars involved here to get to the Stanley Cup final, but so did Florida. Florida ran roughshod through the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. Absolutely, they did. And my favorite TV dad, I think it's because I relate to this person so much. Give me cut number 13. This is my favorite TV dad.
You'll eat anything.
What? I won't eat anything. I'm pretty discerning.
Eat this.
No. What was that? Don't feed a guy a sponge, Bobby. Don't feed a guy a sponge.
You put it in your mouth, Teddy.
Archer's a dad?
Yeah, that is true. That is Bob Belcher from Bob's Burgers. And part of the reason is,
out of all the dads, Bob's Burgers, huh?
And here's one of the reasons. His wife in that show, Linda, she has a shocking amount in common with my wife. And Bob is just trying to keep the family in their house, keep their business going, deal with his wife and kids who aren't always pushing in the same direction that they should be. I really, a lot of the conundrums that Bob has, I feel in my soul.
Interesting.
So, yeah, I'm going to go with Bob Belcher from Bob's Burgers.
I'll be honest, I thought that immediately he's going to pick Homer Simpson.
Yeah, that was my thought
his affinity for Homer or for The Simpsons, the Bart Simpson show.
The
featuring
issue
Homer.
is, sometimes Homer has trouble bonding with some of his kids. Like, I know he's got that amazing shrine in his workplace for Maggie and stuff, but I feel like I've bonded pretty well with my kids.
I also thought that Peter Griffin would be the next on the list because of your affinity for the Family Guy.
Yes, I
don't think that there's two things. I don't think there is a life moment that Kevin can't find relatable to either The Simpsons or The Family Guy or both.
True.
What about the show that's literally named after the father, American Dad? Like, I feel like if we're going TV dads made by Seth MacFarlane.
I don't have as radical political opinions as Stan Smith from American Dad, but
it is well known that if Seth MacFarlane finds something funny, he will beat it into the ground.
He will make 17 different shows that
he
are the
hosted
exact
the
same.
Oscars and did a song called "We Saw Your Boobs." Like, that's a thing that really happened from the 2-1-4. Oh my God, this would be amazing. The Mavericks will be in the finals next season after they knock Luka out in the Western Conference Finals. Can you imagine if you got Western Conference Finals with the Mavericks and the Lakers and the revenge and the Luka of it all? And holy moly.
It is unfortunate that Lakers team isn't very well constructed either.
True.
Like, it's somehow Luka
They
was
need
able
some bigs.
Luka was able to help them get to where they were this year, but they need more athleticism, more bigs. They need a better team.
But
I agree.
do you want revenge over Luka? Because this isn't Luka's doing. Playing them and beating them, that would be good.
He
But
actually wanted the Lakers to win in that scenario.
No, I do not. I think it would be framed as Luka's revenge. I would just be pumped that probably means Cooper Flagg worked out, and that's why we're in the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, 100%.
All right.
Did you now?
And by the way, their favorite dad is Red from that 70s show. And that does seem to be the leading candidate thus far. Jacob, I'm putting a lot of trust in you here. Do you have a sports opinion and favorite movie or TV dad?
I absolutely do. My hot sports opinion is that I think the Texas Rangers on paper are a more talented baseball team than the Detroit Tigers, who are currently in first place in the American League.
Holy moly.
I like it. I think the Rangers could take down the Tigers.
It's a good thing we play on paper, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we did. Also,
I'm talking about in like the ALCS.
The Tigers are 11 and a half games better right now, but that's just right now.
Yeah.
We got time.
Plenty.
I like
he didn't say which paper they were better.
That is spicy.
Cardboard paper.
All right. Is
printer paper.
Let me ask you a question.
Resume
Are you
paper.
going to play Cut 14?
Laminated.
I was going to, but I just came to a new one that I want to add to.
Because I don't know who that is.
Okay.
If you want to play Cut 14, I don't know offhand who this character is.
Okay, so my favorite TV dad, and he's kind of older, so he is a dad in this show. If you guys have seen The King of Queens, this is Arthur Spooner.
Douglas, would you please pass the catsup?
The what?
The catsup.
Yeah.
You mean the ketchup?
Educated people pronounce it catsup.
Not if they want me to pass it to them.
Fine, if that's the way you're going to be, then I'll do without.
Not gonna happen, old man.
My burger's getting cold. Just give me the ketchup.
Okay, it's called ketchup. Say it right and you can have it.
No.
Say it. Say it.
No, I will never say it. I'd rather die than say it.
Oh my gosh. So
And that's Ben Stiller's dad,
Jerry
correct?
Stiller, yeah. Okay, so as soon as I recognized the voice straight away, I just looked him up. I'm just not familiar with that show, but obviously it was super popular for a really long time.
So that was mine, and then I just thought of one a couple minutes ago. My sister actually texted me. So I'm a twin, and my sister and I grew up watching this show. So we watched Friends together growing up. We would go to trivia events and stuff. And technically, at the end of the show, Chandler Bing is a father of twins.
Oh.
So that's my honorable mention.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Did y'all ever try to confuse your teachers by switching classes and stuff?
Well, she's a girl and I'm a boy, so.
Oh, politics.
Yeah.
I've seen She's the Man.
Follow-up question. Did you guys have your creepy, weird twin language?
No, we didn't, but we had the twin telepathy thing where when she's sick, I'm sick, and all that other weird
like the
stuff.
twins from G.I. Joe.
Yeah, we did hate each other for a long time, so I guess you
but
count
now
that.
you're good?
Yeah, we're good now.
Well, that's nice. Yeah, one time I babysat this pair of twins, and they were lovely boys. But I walked into the room because I was bringing them something, and they were like, yep, 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 yep. Yep, stop, stop, stop. They were talking like they were Furbies, and it freaked me the F out.
It's their secret language.
Plus, they had really blonde hair. I thought they could have been children
Children
of
of the Corn, yeah, and that's how you die.
A little bit. Just a little.
Dude,
little bit.
I'll also give credit to, and I don't know his name, Phil Dunphy was the one, but who was Al Bundy's Ed O'Neill's character in Modern Family? He played a pretty. He was.
Oh yeah.
He was rigid.
He took in Manny. Yeah.
He was rigid, but he had a lot of kids. And then he showed heart.
He did have a lot of kids.
He showed heart and compassion over
Jay Pritchett.
Jay Pritchett. Yeah, I thought he was a pretty good dad too.
Because he had the two older kids.
Just loved having the family around,
And then he was actually a dad to Manny, unlike his dirtbag biological father. And then
Blue Diamond Phillips.
They had another baby,
Benjamin Pratt.
Ooh, Benjamin Bratt.
Pratt.
And then they had another baby. So did he have 4 kids?
Mm-hmm.
So he's a better dad than he was first husband.
Yes.
Because he readily admitted
things didn't go so great there. She was kind of a loose cannon too.
Yeah.
Thank you for the Tolos that are texting it in. I really appreciate that.
Very, very well done. I wouldn't have thought we would have seen this representation, but from the 4-6-9, the Rangers win the AL West in Tim McGraw in Friday Night Lights. However, we also got votes for Kyle Chandler as the dad in the TV show Friday Night Lights. So multiple representations for daddom from Friday Night Lights. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Usually we would throw out some AM on the FM right here, but Alec is not here. So you know what? We have a totally different idea. Let's do some Forgiveness Friday. Please forgive me. I know I just said they're still going to win the cup, but do the Florida Panthers need to ask for forgiveness? So the Edmonton Oilers made a 3-goal road comeback in the Stanley Cup final. They're only the second team to do that after the 1919 Montreal Canadiens. If it hasn't happened in 100 years, obviously more than 100 years, you probably need to ask for forgiveness.
Absolutely. That's ridiculous. 1919?
Woodrow Wilson really enjoyed that game.
I mean, probably. Also, I don't know if you saw this pitch. Does WWE Women's Champion Tiffany Stratton need to ask for forgiveness for her first pitch at the Mets game that was about, 10 feet too high? And
was she wearing pants?
6 feet. I think she had shorts on. 6 feet to the left.
Those shorts were covered up by
her jersey.
Yeah. And it wasn't very long jersey.
Yes.
But I guess that's the style for the kids these days. Kevin, when it comes to this Florida and Edmonton game, Edmonton did kind of feel like we got them right where we want them, down 3-0. It just feels like how Edmonton is like, no, we're going to score some goals. But the other thing that kind of stood out to me was that Edmonton, whenever things are chaotic on the ice, Edmonton seems to take advantage.
Oh, for sure.
When they have you scrambling is when they are at their best.
Playground hockey, like people will say playground football, playground basketball, they are excellent because they have so many skilled players on the ice.
And their ability to pass, their ability to pass a pass that you're like, how did he even get that pass off? That doesn't make any sense. But it just seems like and sometimes it's not necessarily that series, that sequence of they got you scrambling. It's the one where you clear the puck and they're like, and you're like, okay, now we can take a breath. And you took a breath too long. That seems to be when Edmonton really gets you.
Yeah, that's how they scored their overtime goal last night. Was that puck on the other side of the ice, and all of a sudden, boom, 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 Draisaitl into the back of the net.
Absolutely.
I will forgive them for what they did last night because I'm with you, Kevin. It is an American trophy. I would like to see Florida win it. It's also just weird to see the state of Florida be so good at hockey. I feel like that's even more of a stick it to Canada up there in the Great White North, but. I mean, Florida was up 3-0 to begin the game. So, it's not like I think the way I would look at it is Florida still has that juice that they clearly had to begin that. And I think they already showed it that they could do it on the road. Even when they lost game 1, they were up by multiple goals in that game, too. So, it's not like with the Stars where they would go on the road and they just couldn't score. Florida just needs to tighten certain things up. And I think they still can.
And I guess we'll wait for the investigation to conclude. But sticking in Florida, Antonio Brown needs to ask for forgiveness, apparently. Does he deserve it? Don't know. We'll see with the investigation. But he is being sought on attempted murder charges. We talked about this, probably last month when it happened. There was an incident outside a boxing event. Some people said shots were fired. Some people were like, no, they pulled out a gun, blah, 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 blah. And now the Washington Post is reporting that authorities in Miami-Dade County were seeking to arrest Antonio Brown. And it's not even to me about forgiveness. I just hope somebody can talk to him that he'll listen to, and
Yes, that's my biggest thing. I genuinely don't typically care about anything that he's doing now. And it's been a while since I have cared. I think it was the thing that he did in the swimming pool when that couple was next to him.
Yeah.
He was like, hey, let me do this. That's when I was like, I'm out on this guy. Or maybe it was whenever he threw those ding-dong gummy bears at people. One of those things. But somewhere along the line, I was like, it's entertaining, but the biggest question is he a danger to society?
I mean, it kind of feels like it, right?
And what kind of help does he need? I don't know exactly what kind of help he needs.
Yeah.
That's the scary thing is the older you get, it's like, how do you help someone like that? And what will you do to them for them to listen and improve?
And is CTE a part of it?
It could be.
And, their willingness to be able to say, yes, it is. And I've been tested for these things and I'm looking into it. But is that part of why these actions are, or was this always destined? I feel like we see a trend in the guys that we've seen that were confirmed with CTE, and this is kind of in that range.
Because with Antonio Brown, this goes back to even when he was in Pittsburgh. Was he not the player that leaped and drop kicked the punter on a punt return? Right?
Yeah.
This is well before some of these off the field incidents that he's having. There are on the field things that he's done for a long time that I don't think we realize just how far back this might go.
Yeah. It's sad. I hate to use this word, but it is oddly fascinating as well, but it really is sad. Now, I do want to also ask for forgiveness. Somebody texted this in from the 806 that the answer to the best TV dad was Carl Winslow, hands down. That was my backup, and we even had audio for that, so I had him right behind Bob Belcher, but Carl Winslow was a damn fine dad from Family Matters.
What about Papa Smurf?
What about him?
I don't remember enough about the Smurfs.
Was he the dad to all the Smurfs?
Well, he is a papa.
Who was the grandma?
They were...
I think you'll have to...
There was no beginning. There was no end. The Smurfs just always were.
You'll have to go see the new Smurfs movie, which I saw a trailer for in front of, what was that? I think it was a Mission Impossible when I saw that last week. And I was like, I cannot believe we are still making Smurfs movies.
He said from the Mission Impossible movie.
From the 214.
There's only 8 of them. Come on.
I believe Antonio Brown's kick was a poorly attempted hurdle. I just went and watched it.
Okay.
I think there was intent there.
I can see the poorly attempted hurdle, but he definitely did kick him in the chest.
Yeah.
With one foot in the air and one foot. It looked like it could have been a hurdle. And then he got there and was like, screw it. Just knock him down with my foot. And he did.
His
punters are soft.
Olympic equestrian Heath Ryan, who riding his horse looked like he served in the fake military, he has all of these medals and badges that make it look like he just came back from battle on his horse. He has been suspended.
Oh, no.
Lost the battle.
He was, here's the thing, and I guess I just didn't understand this world. He was caught whipping the horse 40 plus times on video. And I don't watch a lot of outside of the Triple Crown and maybe some equestrian Olympic events. I guess I just thought that they did that to the horses to encourage them. Maybe that's just in a race, but there's an investigation going on. He whipped his horse 40 plus times. Maybe it's the close proximity in which he did it. I guess I'm not familiar enough with the horse world, but he has been suspended for doing this.
Is it?
You laughing because I said the horse world? Yeah.
I'm not familiar enough with the horse
I'm not.
world. Yeah, you don't know if the horse likes it or not.
Yeah.
You're like, is 35 the limit? And I don't know what the limit is either.
Look, this goes back to a Seinfeld bit where he says, I guarantee what the horses don't know when they're racing, because he's like, do they know if they finish first, second, or third? They don't know if they trip and break their leg that you're going to shoot them.
That's true.
Because then they would always be like, easy does it down the stretch, boys. You're first. I'm second. Let's all just survive.
They're about to be glue.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody look out for some loose rocks that could be in the soil.
Yes.
I want to say a jockey got removed maybe from one of the Triple Crown events in recent years because of something along these lines.
Yeah.
So I guess there is, but you're right. You just watch them and that's what they do. But I'm sure at some point it can definitely be excessive. But when there's 20 horses running together, it's, that's not the first thing I'm looking at because they're all doing it. But then I don't know. Clearly, maybe 35 is the number, like Corey said.
Now,
I've always been good with numbers.
Jacob, do you have somebody that needs to ask for forgiveness from you? Do you need to ask for forgiveness? What do you think about no good people who just break up with somebody for no good reason?
Yeah, I think those people need to ask for forgiveness. I actually was one of those people. Unfortunately, I broke up with my first girlfriend just because, I was kind of sick of it. I was sick of it. No, I think it was the nose hair.
Sounds like you had a reason.
Mm-hmm.
No, it was kind of like, it was just weird. And then I found myself like really dreading being around her. So I just,
but you don't want to say that. Hey, every time we were
Exactly.
supposed to see each other, I couldn't stand it. I didn't know if it was as good as Corey's reason that he had to poop.
Yeah, that happened once.
Ladies.
I was at my girlfriend's house. Not some lady. I was like in high school.
She is some lady.
And I had to go to the restroom. And so I was like, I got to go. And I left and never talked to her again.
Just blocked on everything or
You
what?
really went.
Oh, this was before blocking.
Yeah.
We're
Like, I
old.
just,
It was kind of like a, talk to the hand whenever he saw her, just held it up, couldn't even look at her.
I saw her one other time.
Was it awkward?
I do not want to discuss what happened.
Oh my gosh, that makes me want to know even more.
She beat him up.
That being said, I would like to ask for forgiveness from my family.
Oh.
As I have seen my gifts for Father's Day on Amazon, and I don't know if they're listening right now to hear this, but I do apologize for already seeing that.
Because you're disappointed what they
Do I
got
tell
you?
them? No, I like what they got.
Oh, you have to act surprised.
Do I tell them? No,
Yeah.
I act surprised.
Here. Open that pretend box.
All right. Oh, yeah, I saw this on Amazon.
No,
What?
you did it wrong.
Okay, how am I supposed to do this?
You drop hints throughout the rest of the
Open
day
those
based
rope
on the
hints?
yeah. You drop rope hints throughout the day.
All right.
Because telling them you know.
I'm going to take this off and I'll be like, oh, this is a different color than I saw on Amazon.
Okay.
Is that
Corey,
not?
I can tell you now, Corey's going to need Forgiveness Friday. Also, so does...
Oh
Wanker
my
of the
gosh,
weekend.
what a surprise.
You are so terrible.
Look at this.
So does Fabio Fognini. He is a tennis player, and he spoke to his opponent, who is French, in French after the match, grabbed him by the arm and said, "Look at me, you little pig. You're a piece of S." Now, I have to admit,
Oh, man.
I was not watching the rest of the match to get better context for why he was so mad. There was about 18 people in the stands, so I can't imagine this was the most high-stakes tournament in the world.
You little pig.
That is
Yeah.
such like an 1800s insult.
Yeah, kind of. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We should not talk S to ChatGPT. Next on The Fan.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
at D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's Top of the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Look, that was a time in my life, that was different. Guys, thank you very much for allowing me to do the C Block every day. And thank you, Tolos, for texting in this week during the Bryan Adams giveaway. All the Tolos that keep saying, why are we giving away Corey's high school? Why are we giving away tickets to Corey's high school? It makes me feel good to know that y'all know what Bryan Adams is because of me.
Sure.
Because who would know what Bryan Adams is if I hadn't gone there?
Oh, man. Feels like you showed me a couple people on that list that were pretty famous.
Kenyon Martin's pretty famous.
Yeah.
Doug English. Somebody texted in there. Who the hell is that? He played like defensive end for the Lions. He was our grand marshal at our homecoming parade one year.
Oh.
It was the turn back the clock year. That was fun.
Okay.
So, sports conversation before I get into some fun, because somebody did yell at me for being childish on radio again.
Oh.
Yeah, with my paper thing. Kevin, I did trip over a box of Kleenex the other day. I thought I hurt myself, but it turned out to just be tissue damage. Yesterday, the Rangers scored 16 runs, and it was another addition to the stat that we're going to keep track of for the rest of the year. The Rangers are now 25-4 when scoring more than 4 runs. Or 4 runs or more. 4+ runs. That's it. That's all they got to do is score 4+ runs. That's it.
And that's not a crazy number whatsoever.
All they have to do is score 4+, and they win games. And I think, and you're right, it's not a crazy number, but didn't it seem almost impossible at one point in the season?
We would fall behind 2-0, and I'd be like, well,
that's game.
Lost.
That is game. And I am hopeful that what we just saw take place over this week is a trend in the right direction for the Rangers, because if that's the case, man, this thing is going to be impressive. Then I saw this, and they were asking, who is the most underrated player in baseball? I ask you this question because a lot of people were throwing out Cal Raleigh, who you've been very, very high on.
He's had a tremendous season.
And so that was the name, and I started thinking, who is the most underrated player on the Rangers? And it just seems like Josh Smith is the one, because he doesn't have a starting position. He plays all over the place, and we don't talk about him enough. It just seems like that. But for me, I think it's Jake Berger. I don't think Jake Berger, he's coming on strong here. He's had pretty good defensive work. I don't know if you know or not, Kevin, but he does lead the team in putouts.
Which is interesting because, Bochy even moved him to DH, and he said, unlike a lot of players, he's really comfortable just DHing and not necessarily playing in the field.
Yeah, but he's found his power again, and I think there's a personality that he brings to that room that I think is fun. Do you have another option for most underrated player on the Rangers team?
So I have 2.
It's Patrick Corbin, the guy that you said would never make it in this league.
Patrick Corbin is one of them.
All right.
And I admitted it to Jared. I said he was the buffet of starting pitchers in terms of he'll give you a lot of innings, but the quality of them won't be very good. But I actually think it's Hobie Milner.
Dude, you're right. I don't see him pitch enough.
Exactly.
And I don't think about him enough in these wins.
And he had a really horrendous spring training, but he has gotten better as the season's gone along. I know he had a couple appearances in March, and I didn't consider those, but April, 2.45 ERA with a hold. All right, going to feel good about that. May, 2.19 ERA with 2 more holds, though he did have a blown save along the way. Already in June, he's only made 5 appearances, and you've seen the higher leverage situations they've used him in. In those 5 appearances, he has 3 holds and has given up no earned runs. He hasn't given up an earned run in 10 appearances, though obviously I know the game against the White Sox, they give up the inherited runners, but Hobie Milner is somebody that I think has done a phenomenal job this year, especially to expectations. And I feel like Josh Smith is a perfectly good answer, but I feel like Milner never gets talked about, or very rarely gets talked about.
And you brought him up the other day to Bochy.
Yeah.
And Bochy was so happy that you did.
And that's one of the reasons. Yeah.
I think one of my things about our interview with Bochy on a weekly basis is that we try to impress him with our knowledge. And I don't know if he's impressed, Kevin. There's sometimes he's just like, you know what, you're right.
I mean,
and I'm like, oh, that was a really good one, Boach. And he's like, yeah.
Feels like he knows a lot about everything, so it's probably tough to impress him.
Good dude, though, man. Good
with
dude.
Baseball information. You can impress him with other stuff, I'm sure.
So lucky to have him for however long we get him, and appreciate the fact that he got us the thing that it eluded this city, this DFW area for so long.
Yeah.
That is a World Series. By
the way, I'm sorry. So sorry.
It's all right. I do this all the time to you.
Speaking of baseball, I want to remind everybody, you want to go see baseball tonight? Rangers will be playing the White Sox, and you can go out there and see the G-Bag Nation in the Comerica backyard. Boom! Or the Comerica center field.
I was wondering why they weren't in that room over there.
You knew it because they're at Globe Life Field.
I think we're going to be out at the ballpark tomorrow. I think we're going to be out there at Globe Life tomorrow, Kevin. So
that is true.
If you see us, high five us.
Yeah, please.
And then give a shout out to the person who won My Possibilities suite for us.
That dude is so excited.
From the 817, they think the most underrated is the pitcher Ezekiel Duran for what he accomplished yesterday.
Oh, I did not see this.
At the end of a 16-3 game. Somebody had to do it.
Yeah.
And Ezekiel Duran's like,
okay,
I'll be the guy. So you don't waste any arms. You got to get your fielder in there to go throw. So that was good. And that's it for sports talk there, Kevin.
Oh, okay.
Now we get to the fun. This is a headline that I just wanted to read, and I'm sorry, this may have aired on the G-Bag Nation yesterday, but I didn't get a chance to do this one, or the one that I'm going to do after, because we had such a short show yesterday, because we turned it over to the Rangers, who destroyed the Minnesota Twins. Welcome to Kentucky. A Murray man named Cowboy Cody was arrested for releasing a raccoon in a bar for revenge after getting banned due to a drunken mule incident. Oh, I'm a bartender, so I've seen some crazy stuff in my time, but nothing like this. And so the dude, I guess he had been banned because of a mule incident that he had previously had. And
that begs plenty of its own questions, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I honestly don't have any facts on the mule incident. That's the concerning part. I don't have any facts to go along with that. But then he said, you know what? You guys are banning me from here. I'm going to go get a raccoon. Who thinks that? A drunk person.
Was it the raccoon a few weeks ago that had the crack pipe or whatever it was?
Yes.
Or was that another
animal?
And
the police were just like laughing about it.
Raccoons are having their moment.
Yeah, from the that's how that happens. And then, Kevin, the most important story, because we need to learn to not talk S to ChatGPT.
Oh.
OpenAI's latest model challenged the 1979 Atari 2600 to chess.
Okay.
And lost.
Oh.
Enthusiast Robert Caruso reported that ChatGPT confused rooks with bishops, bungled basic tactics, and ended up conceding on beginner mode after a 90-minute struggle. It's a hilarious reminder that old-school task-focused programming still outsmarts general AI in its own domain. Now, why
can't I talk trash to it then? It lost.
Kevin, this is what I'm saying, though. If you talk trash to it, do you not think that it's going to learn from its mistake?
Oh, so just let it
Evidently, it only could think 1 to 2 moves ahead, and that's about as far as it could go. And it couldn't really remember any of the functions and limitations of the other chess pieces. and where they could go, and it lost track of its previous moves. I don't think that making fun of ChatGPT is going to be helpful. As a matter of fact, my wife said that she's very kind to ChatGPT because, as you've often said, future robot overlord.
Yeah.
Which I always suggested, hey, who cares? It's going to be fine. You just turn on the water sprinkler and we defeat computers very easily.
I don't know if that's going to work out exactly how you think.
But then some knuckleheads went out there and they were like, hey, let's make them waterproof. Why would you do that? You took away our one defense system, and that was water. It kills electricity every time. But now Chat's out there playing chess. Kevin, I think whenever Chat learns how to play chess, which I think it's going to do.
Sure.
I think it went home after this loss to Atari, and it was like, I'll never let that happen again. Now I'm going to run through millions of potential situations in chess, and I'm going to have them all memorized for the next time I take on the Atari, and I think it's going to remember and grow from this situation.
Have you seen the people out there who have said, like, that's using that kind of program as the way to cheat at online chess, or if you're playing online chess with somebody you know, is run a simultaneous game with a computer and plug in what the other opponent does, so you...
Whoa, I never thought about that. You're always coming up with...
I think that goes against the spirit of the competition.
Honey, I blew up the kids 3 or something. I don't know. Like,
it has been so long.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in anything in quite some time, but he's already confirmed that he will be in this movie. Kevin, did you see the trailer for this? The announcement that Mel Brooks sent out?
I did not.
You need to go watch it, because it goes through and it says 38 years ago, this happened. 38 years ago, and it started going through all the movies that have happened and had sequels and prequels and sequels and prequels, and even its spin-offs that have turned into certain things. And it's like, and now finally, the most important thing is you are getting Spaceballs 2. Who's going to play Barf?
Oh, yeah, because John
Candy's no longer with us. And I don't know how that original cast is held up, and other than Rick Moranis, I don't know who else is confirmed for it, but I am absolutely...
You think Zach Galifianakis could do it?
I absolutely do. He would be fantastic for Barf. The dry comedy sense of humor to deliver those jokes would be fantastic. My kids have to watch Spaceballs now. Because I have to take them to go see this. I haven't seen that
movie in so long.
I just recently watched it, like maybe within the last 2 months. It was on, and I just was like, I'm watching this, and I loved it. And there were things, Kevin, that I was surprised, jokes that were made back then, 38 years ago, still stand up to like current society. And like the hey, fresh air, and opening the can of air to breathe it. Because nobody has that is going to be out there. So I'm really excited about this. And it looks like they'll be combing the desert for a replacement. I like it. Good joke, y'all. Good joke.
I did think that was a funny joke. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with the championship director of the 2025 KPMG Women's PGA Championship. It's going to be here in the Metroplex, Jason Mengel, and also Masterpiece of the Week. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.com and by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with PGA of America Championship Director Jason Mengel in just a minute. We're only 6 speed limits. Now, this won't be joined Virginia as someone that, as a state that has enacted this law, but you will have had to have been charged and then, I believe, convicted in your records with reckless driving to even be part of this. So I don't want a lot of our listeners to worry, but I do like the idea that people who have been charged and found guilty of reckless driving would have to stay at the particular speed limit to hopefully avoid such issues. Just saying, maybe Georgia football team, you look into that. Right now, we bring to you the PGA of America Championship Director. It is Jason Mengel. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thanks so much for having me on.
Absolutely. Now, I don't want to make you nervous or tense, but we did bring up the KPMG Women's PGA Championship is only 6 days away. You realize it's only 6 days away. Is everything done? Is everything ready to go?
We will use the next 6 days to our advantage, but the golf course, first of all, is looking phenomenal. And the stadium that we're building has started to transform from what looks like a construction project. And now it's got the windscreen up and flags up and the bleachers are coming together. It looks like a stadium for the best players in the world to compete for a major championship.
I was kind of curious about the purse for this specific event. It seems like that's a pretty significant purse for this.
Major, baby.
10.4 million. That's a pretty big one. Does that attract a lot of figures there?
Well, first of all, what attracts the best players in the world is that it is a major championship.
Yep.
And there's only 5 times a year on the LPGA Tour where really golf kind of transcends sport, and it's an opportunity for the best players in the world to put their to etch their mark on the KPMG Women's PGA Championship trophy and put their name in the history books. So when we got involved in this event, the event itself is over 70 years old. When we got involved in this event 11 years ago, we took the purse from at the time, which was between 2 and 2.5 million to like you mentioned last year, over 10.4. So that's quite a jump. We've also helped take it to many venues in the world that have hosted, or in the country that have hosted our PGA Championship, or in this case here at Fields Ranch, will in 2 years.
Was there anything in particular that led to the rapid rise in the purses? Like, I understand why all the players want to win the major and win the money, of course, but it's a big jump. And then it looked like from 2021 to 2022, there was another big jump. Is there any particular incident or set of reasons that it's had such a giant increase?
I think when you look at the parties who are together in this event, be it obviously us at the PGA of America or the LPGA or our partners at KPMG, we all have come together and tried to elevate this great championship to make it one of the premier major championships on tour. And I think, you point to the purse as one example of that.
Now, there are 12 former champions in the field. I know most certainly you would not want to or be allowed to give any semblance of a prediction, but I was just curious your thoughts about how the event has built. You've talked about 70 years of history with this tournament, but how the event and kind of the PGA of America in general has built its depth with the players over the decades, and especially these last several years.
Yeah, I think, again, you point back to it being a major championship. And so, we have 100 of the top 100 players on the LPGA CME Race to the CME Globe, which is their season-long points chase. And we have some very familiar names, even if you're only a casual golf fan. Certainly everybody's familiar, I imagine, with world number 1 Nelly Korda.
Yep.
We've got the reigning Olympic gold medalist from France, Lydia Ko. We've got Lexi Thompson, another name that many people know, the great player for a number of years. We got some new faces, Charlie Hall and Rose Zhang. We also have a little bit of local flavor. So we are the PGA of America, and together with our partners at the LPGA, we've had 10 either LPGA teaching and coaching professionals or one of our own. Northern Texas PGA section member Caitlin Setmery is actually qualified in the championship. And I can tell you Thursday morning when she hits that tee shot, there'll be a lot of her friends and family and a lot of us out there rooting her on.
Okay, so you did just admit that's pretty much who you're rooting for, right? Like, that's a great story. We're kind of rooting for them, right?
Oh, yeah. Anytime you get a PGA member to play one of our championships in their own home section, yeah, you'd be a little, that's a good story, right? You want to root for that person.
I always struggle whenever I'm out at a tournament like this to decide, do I want to just go find one hole to sit on and watch that all day long, or do I want to follow a golfer? If I got a couple of questions that go along with, what do you do? For one, do you like to follow a golfer, or you like to find a hole? Which one's the best hole on this course? And also other experiences that you might be able to find at the tournament.
Yeah, I think if I was coming out to just watch the event as a spectator, certainly there's a lot to do off the course, and we'll talk about that, I'm sure, in a moment. But my favorite hole on the golf course to watch is the 17th, and that's a short par 3. You can see also it's right next to the 16 green, so you can capture more than one hole in one location. And that's on the golf course where we'll have one of our spectator oasis locations. We'll have a food truck village. And so it is a good spot to watch, but it's not the only thing to do when you're out here. If you want to take a break from the action, all the PGA district outlets, including the PGA shop, you can pop in and get some logoed gear. You can grab a bite to eat in the Topgolf Lounge or the Ice House. We've got our fan zone behind the 9th green, which has a couple local breweries that people may be familiar with, Roller Town and 8. You can grab a bite to eat there as well. And it's right almost on top of the 9th green. And then, of course, everything going on in the finishing hole, the 18th green. We had a great response from the corporate community here in North Texas. We have a number of skyboxes. We have our Pro-Am sold out. So we're very excited. And there's a lot to do for even the casual golf fan that'll be out here.
Sorry, I thought Corey said he had another question.
Yeah, he answered it.
He answered all your questions.
Yeah, the fan zone and all the great stuff there.
KPMG Women's PGA Championship.com. I know it's the website. I know people can get tickets there. Is there anywhere else that we should direct people if they're like, all right, I'm in. You sold me, Jason. Let's make it happen, that they can go get their tickets because we're less than a week away?
Yeah, our official ticket retailer is SeatGeek, so would direct people either to our website or SeatGeek. I also want to point out on Saturday, we're keeping the party going late, if you will, and our friends at Omni PGA Frisco Resort will have a Grace Tyler concert. So if you're from Frisco, I'm sure you're familiar with upcoming singer-songwriter Grace Tyler, who's one of Frisco's own. Yeah. And then we'll culminate the day with a drone show around 9:30 that evening. So we're welcoming everybody back to the property and encouraging those on site on Saturday to stick around.
Grace Tyler's fantastic.
Best golfers in the world, tons of stuff to do, and it's in the Metroplex. KPMG Women's PGA Championship. It gets started Thursday at PGA Frisco on the Fields Ranch East course. Jason, thank you very much for the time. We really appreciate it and all the info.
Thanks so much for the support, and we'll see all your listeners out here next week.
There you go. PGA
Thanks
of
for putting up
America,
with us, man.
PGA of America Championship Director Jason Mengel. I wanted to just throw out, if you needed another reason, they were super generous with helping us out with the package for Peace-a-thon this past November as well.
It's a cool course, man. It really is.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
This is the part where you say hello to us, Jacob.
Yeah,
Hello,
Jacob, it's your turn.
How's it going, man?
Time to shine.
I'm doing great. So, Masterpiece of the Week happens every Friday. It's the time of the week where we go through audio that has happened throughout the week and maybe taken out of context, and it's at times concerning. And I was told yesterday that we have a tradition on this program where we like to pick on people who are not here.
That's true.
Are you going to pick on Alec?
So Alec thinks he's safe, but what he doesn't know is that I listen to the show too. So this I heard from him and didn't really know what to think about it.
I will make a good comment if it smells good.
That just sounds like he's a gentleman.
Yeah, it sounds like he likes sniffing people.
Man, can I tell you, somebody asked if they needed forgiveness because they said their hot boss had just went to lunch and they sniffed her chair.
That's concerning.
So you've seen the movie Slackers, right?
I have.
Where Jason Schwartzman makes a hair doll.
Yes,
out
because
of
he's crazy.
James King's hair, and it was crazy. And he also made a nickname for his friend. It was Laser. That's you are forgiven for sniffing your boss's chair. However, since you did it,
you probably shouldn't.
Don't tell them. I was going to say,
oh my God, definitely don't tell them.
Alex said he compliments if it smells good. So if you smelled the boss's chair and it smelled good, do you compliment or not?
No.
Would Gavin Spittle be like, Corey, don't ever talk to me again?
Yeah, if you went into him or Tim's office and was like, I smell your chair when you left, that feels like an HR violation.
If it smells extremely bad, I mean, do you consider that cause for concern and maybe, as a coworker?
No, you shouldn't be smelling people's chairs.
I see where you're going with this, though, Jacob. This makes sense because then you got to be like, hey, maybe you need to see a doctor about something.
Okay, because you'll have to tell them because I smelt your chair. Next.
All right, so that was kind of the exception of the week. I think this is going to be a interesting masterpiece of the week because usually the producer has heard all these clips. But for today, this is going to be our first time all hearing them. So this one is from Sean. It is titled Schottenheimer.
Is this the same size as what I gave Schottenheimer?
Wow.
Remember I threw the lime at him? I threw the lime at him during crosstalk, and he said... Yeah, they had a 90-minute meeting.
Only Sean would know.
Yeah.
I guess Shoddy would know.
Shoddy.
All right, up next, this one's from Kevin. He said it's titled Long One.
Let's run this a little extra.
Do the long one.
Kevin likes them long.
See, and that's the tough thing sometimes, I think, for ladies and men, is you don't know. Like, if it gets to that level, then it's a gamble. Maybe they take off their pants and you're like, oof, that's disappointing.
I thought you were talking about like a difference between a 5K and a 10K.
Oh, I assumed that the implication with the way it was edited, it was as if I was talking about a penis.
Or a penix. I mean, either or.
All right.
All right, let's jump over to Corey here. This one is titled Cattle.
No, we punch cattle here in Texas. It's true. Have you never heard the term punching cattle?
No.
You've never heard that term before.
Are you looking it up right now to make sure you got it right?
Yeah.
I thought you were making fun of Eagles fans when they punch those horses.
Punching cattle is a historical term for cowboys using long poles and sticks, the long ones, to nudge or guide cattle, especially when herding or loading them onto trains.
Sounds too violent.
Take your word for it.
Yeah, I don't think you're actually punching them.
No, that's what I'm saying. The terminology sounds too violent for the action.
So... Are you doing that? Are you canceling cow punchers?
No.
The cattlemen of America are listening to this show
I am
right
not
now.
canceling any farmers or cattlemen or anything because they help keep this country going. Thank you very much.
Text in right now if you're a cattleman that's offended by Kevin.
I just said I support you.
That kind of sounds like something that would be in like a North Dakota State offensive lineman's draft profile.
Yeah.
That he punched cattle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Him and Bob Lilly. Yeah. I'm with you.
All right, up next, Kevin, high school prom. This one's kind of intriguing.
Hey, I'm an adult and I went to a high school prom.
Yep.
If you're not the chaperone, what are you doing there?
Well, you didn't say in the clip you were the chaperone.
Oh yeah, that was about another station too, wasn't it? Look into that story.
Up next, we got Corey. This one's titled Fingers.
You're basically using your fingers as the toys.
Oh wow.
Here's the problem.
Not everybody can afford the fancy toys.
That's true. Inflation.
I forgot what that was in regards to. But I do feel like it was.
Do you think on the farm an ear of corn would work?
Yeah, you can eat corn. Yes, absolutely. It's okay. I don't know if you can eat it right off the stalk, or if you have to cook it first. I've never actually eaten stalk corn before. I feel like it wouldn't taste good.
I think it's like eating gravel. That sounds pretty hard.
Everywhere. I got you.
All right, up next, Kevin. This one's titled Enormous.
That thing was freaking enormous. That's, again, part of the gamble. That could be the
Oh my
other
God.
side of it.
See, now I understand.
It could be probably too big.
Gosh, now I understand. Now I'm getting it right now.
I'm really starting to sense a theme here from Corey. This next one's titled Junk.
I crushed in middle school. All right, my teachers did not have the respect for my junk.
That's it. That's
my jokes is what I meant. I had
Corey.
really good jokes. And Miss Hill just did not respect it enough. Neither did Miss Wrangler.
No, I think they
Miss
respected
Lee,
it appropriately.
Miss Adams, like they all had.
Man, you
Dr.
remember
Preston.
a lot of your middle school teachers' names.
Dr. Preston would send me out to the patio every day. Every day I'd walk into class and she'd go, "You need to spend 5 minutes out there." And I'd be like, "Why?" She's like, "You know why." No, I don't. And then one day, because my mom she worked in the office. She worked in the front office at the middle school. And she came over and was like, "Corey, what are you doing out here?" And I was like, "She literally just puts me out here for no reason every day." And I had to argue with that with my mom for a while.
Cool. All right, up next, Kevin, in this clip, was a concerned parent.
For the parents who were concerned that they couldn't fit it in that kid's bedroom, they're probably right, because that thing looked amazing. All right, I know what this is about.
Car bed.
This is but
Everybody wanted one.
yes, for sure. It was about the G.I. Joe USS flag.
Yeah, that thing was.
But
enormous.
yes, I realize, out of context, that sounded very.
The 817, this segment is cinema. I hope that you have your popcorn. Speaking of corn.
Or either corn on the cob,
Yeah.
or raw corn on the cob. All right, last but not least, this one's from Corey and Choppy talking about, does size matter?
That's a little bit girthier.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It was smaller than that?
Well, it was longer, but it was skinny.
Okay.
Wow.
I think we were talking about the lime again. I think we were talking about the lime.
Don't say that word if you're talking about a lime.
It was longer lime.
That's so weird. Okay, look, obviously, I am going to vote for Corey's middle school joke junk that he said.
I crushed in middle school. All right, my teachers did not have the respect for my junk. What's really crazy about that is that was a good rant too, and it got broken up by me miswording words. But I'm going to vote for that too. That's my vote for today. Yeah, I don't usually do this, but that's what I'm voting for.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna be lame and make it 3-0. So I'm gonna vote Corey's fingers.
You're basically using your fingers as the toys. And see, you can hear me trail off as the toy. Gosh, I knew I'd gotten there.
Corey gets a clean sweep with all the votes. His middle school rant is the winner for Masterpiece of the Week. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go live to Globe Life Field to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Back to 105.3 The Fan, and this upcoming segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
And this pitch is crushed. Deep left center field. Bader going back to the wall. It's gone. Back of the bullpen. What a clout by Adolis Garcia. His 8th of the year. That's 3 more for the good guys. It's 13-1.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. Let's take you to Globe Life Field to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking.
I'm here.
And Corey seems like he's doing well.
Got a little bit of a headache, but I'm dealing with it. Thanks, Gavin. Appreciate you.
I know it'll probably take more than just
Get well soon, Majors. I respect your junk, Corey.
Thank you. Thank you. At least somebody
encourage
does.
him.
Appreciate
Great
that.
junk. Sorry you had bad teachers that didn't respect it.
They just didn't. They didn't get
he
it.
had great teachers for not respecting it.
Hey, depends on how you look at it. You can look at it wrong if you want, Hagee.
Every time a teacher gets arrested for hooking up with a student, I just look at Jess and I was like, and this is what you choose to do. And she goes, I am a teacher. I don't do that. And I was like, well, this person was a teacher too.
Yeah, this is your peer.
Yeah. I'm saying.
Not necessarily a blanket of innocence you can don anymore.
Exactly.
Guilty by association.
Yep, judged by the company you keep.
Exactly. So it'll probably take longer, I'm sure. But in this past series, Rangers scored 34 runs. That's their most in a 3-game series in 13 years. We've seen 2 unbelievable offensive games. You've seen some other ones sprinkled in. Do you at least feel more positive about the offense, even if you're not ready to be like, oh, yeah, they're back, we're fixed?
Incredibly positive. I mean, I don't know how you can't be. This was 2 out of 3 games against the Minnesota Twins team that's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's not like you were just doing this against the Colorado Rockies. So Evan Carter has just been incredible since they called him back up. Simeon, I think this is now a long enough sample size where you can say he's turned the corner, he's back. Higashioka, it was a matter of time. I mean, he had the second worst OPS of his 9-year career. Like, that's a dude that you brought in here that I had higher expectations for. This team was just too talented for them eventually not to click. Now, the worry was like, okay, is it just going to be 1 or 2 guys here and there? But in this series, it was up and down the lineup, and the key is, can you carry it in to a series now against Chicago, who did take 2 of 3 of you? I got it confused yesterday. The text certainly let me remember that it was not a sweep over the White Sox.
Always do.
It was a sweep over the Rockies. But, guys, yeah, I mean, I'm buying in. The pitching's been fantastic. The defense is there. I think you've got too many good hitters that have proven throughout their career that eventually this is going to go back to what their career averages are. And if this team can just be average, they should win this division.
I think the thing for me that I'm excited about, Hagee, is I just don't think a bad offense would do that. Twice over 3 days, 16 runs. So what we're seeing is this team letting it be known we're no longer one of the worst offenses in baseball. And, I think we're in for a lot more of these, a crooked number innings.
Yeah, and I think this is pretty encouraging with the status of the schedule between now and All-Star break.
Sure.
You're going to get quite a few good opportunities to continue to get that confidence up here. So
18 straight games against teams that are not over 500.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing. And especially with this series here, because as Wolchuk mentioned, you've already got the embarrassment of the previous White Sox series. I think they're going to take that anger out on these bad boys here at Globe Life Field. That's going to be exciting.
Now, we got Father's Day coming up on Sunday. We asked the question earlier. I want to know from you fine fellas out at Globe Life Field, who is your favorite movie or television dad?
Wow, that's a great question.
Thank you.
So I said Bob Belcher with Carl Winslow as a backup, but we got lots of great feedback.
I thought Steve Martin and Cheaper by the Dozen and Parenthood was pretty good. I thought he was always pretty good.
What if I just replied by simply saying, "Let's rock"?
I might need a little bit more. I'm sorry.
Gavin, I need just a little extra.
Mr. 4 touchdowns at Polk.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
No,
yes.
ma'am.
See, now
Father
for
of
sure. Have you watched that show? I always want to go back and watch that show because I remember at the time it was cutting edge, and it feels like it would be so far over the edge, but in an enjoyable way.
And how he pulled Peggy is still just shot. I guess it was all the touchdowns.
Legend.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Was it?
I got 2.
Oh, Al.
Okay. Was it her pants that made her even more attractive?
I think it was her cans, actually. But yeah, her pants didn't hurt.
It's going to be a show from G-Bag.
It's tight.
She was a 5-tool player.
Oh, yeah. Ned Stark.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man of honor. Absolutely.
Legend.
Loved Ned. And then growing up, I think I was a huge Boy Meets World fan, so I'd go with Alan Matthews.
Yeah, he was good.
I
liked the Arthur Spooner drop from our buddy Jake, or is it Jacob? Who knows? He doesn't. I was a big fan of King of Queens. But give me some Peter Griffin, man. Come on.
Peter.
Or Red Foreman.
Yes, Red Foreman was probably the most popular answer we got, I think. What do you guys got coming up on the program? I can already tell. I think it's going to be amazing.
It's going to be juggy.
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We are at the Globe here, Comerica Backyard. This is suite level center field. Love to have you swing on by, fellowship. I think I have some G-Bag decals and some of those Tolo decals actually in my backpack, and I'd love to hand those out to you a little bit later on. Calvin Watkins is going to join us at 4 o'clock. Help us continue with this Trayvon Diggs and Micah Parsons storylines. And, of course, Eric Nadell's going to join us at 5:20. We'll take your phone calls. What you drinking, what you thinking, coming up at 5.
Love it, love it, love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation or go see them at Globe Life Field and go see the Rangers. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say junk for joy, Kevin.
Happy Father's Day.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number one of the G-Bag Nation. We are live at the Globe in Arlington. Come on out and say hi. We're going to be at the ballpark till 6:30 tonight when the pregame kicks in. It's part of Mexican Heritage Weekend presented by State Farm. It's a Father's Day weekend presented by T-Mobile coming up on Sunday. And Paige Beckers is going to throw out the first pitch next Wednesday. That's going to be June 18th. So, yeah, thanks for checking in with us. The G-Bag Nation, general at your service. If you see me, bear me, N.A. Maybe tonight's an opportunity. If you come on by our broadcast position, I have a G-Bag Nation pure gold as always back window decal for you there. Broadus is off today. The former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champ. He's at a wedding in South Carolina, so send Brian some love on social media. Let him know he is missed. Lucius Alexander was in the pimp cut back there. Master Control 75 and fits you. Fix it to go 4.5 flawless. Wolchuk and Chiafalo are here. Ruben Portillo, remote engineering. Maybe Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. He usually is, but I know he's been on a sports trip. Was out of the office a little bit this week. So your video's up, and you can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube, Dallas Fan Cam. Let's get those likes up, guys. We got close to 100 likes yesterday. Let's go over 100 today. And please sub and hit that bell button so you don't miss any time we go live or upload a video. How the heck you guys doing?
Fantastic. Happy Friday. Globe Life Field. The Bats are alive. The White Sox are the opponent, and they're going to get punished.
Let's go. Let's punish them. Let's beat the tar out of these White Sox, huh? Let's make it happen.
That would be something. You know, it's a golden opportunity. You're 3 games back. You got 3 games against the White Sox, a very beatable opponent.
Very much so.
They've been playing better baseball as of late, but definitely winnable. Jared Sandler's going to join us coming up at 4:40. Eric Nadell's going to join us at 5:20, and Calvin Watkins coming up at 4 o'clock talking Cowboys minicamp as we start to head towards the final countdown to training camp. It's getting excited around here in Cowboys land. I mean, the energy at practice and the interviews is great because it's giving us such good content to react to. And then, are you kidding me? This Micah Parsons storyline falls in our lap this morning off the notebook of Clarence Hill. Micah Parsons is confused as to why Jerry hasn't called his agent yet. Is this story for real? Is there any way that this isn't true? And like Jerry said something and Micah interpreted it one way, and Jerry, you know how those things can get lost. Like, how the hell are we here right now? Because if true, TJ Watt's about to reset the market, and Jerry's just going to cost himself $2 million a year over the course of 4 years. That's $8 to $10 million extra against the cap that's going to count because you're not ready to do it. I mean, how does this help it make sense, guys? What do you think?
Well, I did some asking around because you're right. Like, I was confused by this whole thing. Like, if Micah knows the number, they agreed on a number, and the Cowboys, they're going to pay him the highest amount of money any non-quarterback's making. That's a foregone conclusion. The Cowboys are going to do this. The question to me is, okay, are the Cowboys and Micah's agent engaging in talks? And does Micah's agent, David Mulugheta, want to engage in talks right now? Because to Micah's point, if they know what TJ Watt's number is, right, if I'm his agent and David Mulligetta is the best in the game right now, he's an absolute shark, my advice is, hey, we're not in a rush to do anything right now. You wait, you let TJ Watt sign that number, and then inevitably, you're going to get more. Now, if Micah doesn't care about that, when Todd Archer asked him when he did his press conference yesterday or the day before, hey, would you be willing to call David Mulligetta and get something going here? And Micah said, no, next question. That's like, I don't know. Like, it takes two sides to tango here. And I totally have questions with how the Cowboys have gone about doing these contracts. It does seem like they're never in a rush. They're always waiting, and then they end up overpaying on a lot of these deals. But in this situation, in this circumstance, I also think, I wonder how much David Mulligetta and Micah's side, at least from his representation, are eager to get a deal done. Right? Just looking at all the facts here, because I think it's a foregone conclusion. This deal is going to get done, and Mike is going to be paid the highest of any defensive player in the history of the game.
So are you calling Ballsack on the deal being handshake done?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because I don't think that Micah's agent has agreed to anything.
You don't need Micah's agent, though.
You do. You need Micah's agent he's the one that goes through and does all this stuff.
But so are you saying it's BS that Jerry said, I'm going to call your agent and we're going to get this done, and Jerry just hasn't called?
If Micah was totally cool with that number, why would you not have just said, okay, tell your agent to call Jerry and let's get this thing done? Because you can, like as the player, you can tell. If my agent can advise.
Because Jerry is incompetent for a reason that is obvious or not obvious. Or maybe he's competent in doing this on purpose, But I think I don't think you can rule out that this is true, and all Jerry has to do is pick up the phone and call. But for some reason, he's not. We heard about how weird the contract talks were between Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones, right? Mm-hmm. We had a little bit of special access to how weird that got. And how people were like, what the bleep is going on here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the public nature of the reports around that were confusing. Like, huh? Like, I think Jerry is a very good negotiator. I think he's very sharp at his age. But I think he gets stubborn and doesn't want to do something until he's ready to.
Yes.
I'm going to show you how important I am. Watch this. I'm not doing it until I say. You know who Daddy is, don't you?
Yeah.
Which is very possible. But if Micah wants to get it done, then you can just call your agent and say, hey, call Jerry, I want to get this done. And he was asked and said, no, next question. So there's two sides, right? It doesn't appear like Micah's side and his agent want to get this thing done immediately right now either.
Well, nobody wants to pick up the phone first. And Micah and his agent, for all the reasons you mentioned with TJ Watt, Trey Hendrickson, guys like that might be getting some huge deals, they're in no rush. And Jerry is waiting to see, can I get these guys to crack? It feels like he's always waiting. Let's see if they will pick up the phone and just accept a number that we like.
Yeah, because, I guess that could make sense, but that would also mean Jerry is kind of going back on his word. Because in this scenario that Micah is presenting, nobody needs to pick up the phone. The agent and the owner don't need to hammer anything out, because this is one of those that happens quite often in sport where the player and the owner bridge that final gap. They came to a handshake deal, and now it's time to call. And Micah's telling you the handshake deal they had is going to reset the market. Whatever Jerry agreed to is going to reset the market, because Mike is telling you once TJ goes, now it's going to be even more money. And I'd love, anybody to help me make sense of that, because the negotiation's done. We're just waiting, and that is a level of incompetence that should be story of the year for the Cowboys. I think that's what if the events that Clarence Hill and Micah Parsons are spelling out in this story are accurate, it is a level of incompetence or weirdness that we can't totally grasp, because all other 31 teams are getting deals done with star players. The Cowboys have decided they would rather wait until deadlines happen. And my theory is, I know Mike Bassick shared it as well, they love that for the entire month of June and most of July, while we wait for training camp, the NFL media gets to continue to hit this story. And maybe, even though the Joneses, Stephen and Jerry, are obsessed with this salary cap situation, Maybe they're willing to give up some of that salary cap if it means tens and tens of millions of dollars of exposure for their brand. They're not trying to win the Super Bowl. They're winning the Super Bowl of attention. That's what the main currency of TV is. How can we get the most eyeballs on us? And I know I've talked about this over the last couple of years, and you guys, considered it in one way or another. Some people think it's dead balls on. Some people say, no. This is the evidence. This is the smoking gun that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
Nothing makes sense why a deal could be done unless they're looking at all this attention as return on investment and they're willing to punt on salary cap space. Just, oh, yeah, man, this is great. For $3 million of salary cap space, we get $40 million of exposure for our brand in this Micah Parsons story over the summer. I might be shorting it.
No, I think that there is...
I think you're right on that.
There is very much truth to, okay, we have a dead period here of about 5 weeks before you get to training camp and there's any new news cycle. So what are we going to talk about? We'll talk about the Micah contract. So for a Cowboys perspective, that is good business. But just asking around, I do think there is a side of this. Even Mike is saying, hey, we got a deal done and that's fine, but he is not going to do anything without his agent being involved. And until that conversation happens between Steven or Jerry and David Mulligetta, you're not getting a deal done. That's just, Micah can say that's what he's articulated behind the scenes, that's going to happen. And if you're an agent and you know the number, as Mike is saying, I know what TJ Watt's getting and it's more than what we discussed, then the agent's job is to say, don't do anything. I'm not going to call them. Why? Let's wait till TJ gets done.
Well, actually, the agent's job is to work for the player.
It's also to maximize and get the most money for the player.
And market-setting money has done that. Like, whatever he told to Micah to go tell Jerry, they met in a strategic, hey, I'm going to talk to Jerry. Here's what we want to accomplish. Can you get that agreed to? Yes. At the end of that, tell him to call me. Cool. He did. He feels like he had that conversation with Jerry, and Jerry is waiting until, training camp? For what reason, And maybe I'm off on the why, but it's the thing that makes the most sense to me.
I think the only thing that adds up is the fact that he can get more money. If I'm Micah's agent and I know what TJ Watt's money is and it's more than what you talked about with Jerry Jones, my advice is you don't sign a damn thing. You wait till that's done and we're going to get more, because that's my job for you, to get you the most amount of money. And then there's also the Players Association side of this, where you want to keep driving up the market. You want to keep driving up the price because the next guy in line is going to get more. Now, I don't know with that, you can poke some holes there, because I thought that's how the quarterbacks were working, right? And I thought once Dak got $60 million, the next guy's going to get 62, 65. It goes up and up and up. Everybody that has signed since Dak has come underneath that money. So if you're a player, and if Micah really wants to get this done, that's why when Todd Archer asked him, why can't you call David and get this thing going? And he said, no, next question. There's more there than just, hey, we got a deal done. There's two sides to negotiation. And maybe there is a little bit of semantics and we're playing chicken with each other. And Jerry's stubborn and doesn't want to make the call. But Mulligetta and Micah's side also don't want to make the call. And
Absolutely.
Who's going to call who first?
Yeah, I do feel like, while Micah sometimes says some things that he would want back, he's not a guy that's going to be out here making this up, I
don't think he's making anything up, but I do think that he's not going to do anything until his agent talks with the Jones family. And until that happens, we're kind of in a standstill.
Yeah, it just tells me that Jerry hasn't picked up the phone yet. And there's no reason for Micah and his agent to do it, because they're only going to benefit from the time that they're waiting for other deals to get done. They're benefiting from that. So they have no reason to pick up the phone. If Jerry wanted to pick up the phone and get it done, I'm sure they'd be willing to, play ball with him. But until then, they're like, we're not going to pick up the phone because we'll just sit back and wait. It's not costing us anything.
But, you guys got to be calling BS on Micah to get there, as the story flows. You got to be saying Micah is making this up.
I don't think he's making up that they had a
Jerry
number
have a
agreed
handshake
on.
deal.
I think that there's more to this. Is like a done deal. I think that the part that we're overlooking is the agent has to get involved here to get this thing done.
He does not have to get involved. No.
Micah to Micah, he does.
He's already been involved.
How?
By advising Micah on what the number is. On telling him what he's going to say and what their approach is and what their asks are. Just laying out numbers. That's enough. And having him like as a hammer, like if you want to drag this out, David Mulugheta is my client. That's the value that you get from having David Mulugheta. So as I'm Micah, I'm free to have a conversation with Jerry. Cool, we have a handshake deal. Happens all the time. And that's what Jerry wants, to get players to sign a deal without the agent having to be there, because he wants to get in there and have a conversation about it.
Then Micah calls him and says, we agreed on this deal. Call Jerry and get this done. And he was asked a direct point-blank question in the press conference and said no. He's not willing to do that.
Huh. So I mean,
so that's where I'm like, I don't know.
But so the other part of this Micah story is that this is how we left it. You're going to call my agent. We have a handshake deal. Just call him and we're going to do this.
Right.
Maybe that was Micah's interpretation of how that meeting concluded. And maybe Jerry does not agree to that. Maybe in his version of events, but dang it, I find this thing to be super fishy, that you're just watching the TJ Watt deal about to get done and you're okay with it. I don't like the optics at all here for the Cowboys. The White Sox are in town. Pregame coming up at 6:30. The first pitch at 7:05. Things are really cooking up here in our local sports scene as we are in the final approach to training camp. The Ranger bats have come alive. The Mavericks are getting ready to draft Cooper Flagg here in a couple of weeks, and before you know it, we'll be into Summer League with that and taking all that in. Okay, plus we got the U.S. Open going down. G-Bag of the Day champion on the other side, and then Wolchuk's top 10 at 220 coming up next here in the nation.
All right.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Ag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The conversation continued in the break there. I just don't think you can look at it objectively and think there's a good chance the Jones family is 50% responsible for this with all the holdouts they've had, with all the Mulligetta clients that get deals done early. We're back here in this stalemate. And I just don't have much more patience for considering the player or his agent are the reason this thing isn't happening. And so I'm going with Clarence Hill's report, and we'll see, as this thing plays out, what additional information we get. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. We go into the Pimp Cup for the first time on this Friday. Here's Lucius.
Yeah. All right, here go G-Bag of the Day. We do it every day at 5:30 and replay the champion at 2:30, which you're hearing right here. How many days is this for this young man that received a shot?
I think he's looking for 3 today.
3 today, all right. Mind over matter right here. This young man receiving a vaccination, and he was going through it.
You're going to stay very still for me, okay?
Oh, yeah. Ow.
Okay.
What the heck, though?
It's okay. Ready?
Oh,
grab his hand.
heck yeah. Heck yeah.
All right.
Do it.
Touch it. Here, let me hold my hand.
Just
Don't touch it,
do it.
Just do it. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, boy. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, look
Yeah.
Look at me.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, look
Yeah,
at me.
boy.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
That's the new ad for the jab from Johnson & Johnson.
Oh, my God.
We got you covered.
Boy, that's what I'm talking
Yeah, boy.
It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here he is, Zach with an H.
All right, we got Father's Day this Sunday. We've got the top 10 most successful father and son duos in sports history. 877-881-1053. Some housekeeping stuff to take care of that we didn't quite get to earlier in the week. Lucius, how we feeling about the Netflix fight? It is official. Canelo Alvarez versus Terrence Bud Crawford. It's going to be in Vegas. They're streaming it on Netflix. It's going to be promoted by Dana White, September 13th in Vegas. And the beauty of this is, if you're already a Netflix subscriber, there's not going to be any extra cost. You're going to be able to watch this fight for free, and I think this is just the trend that we're looking at here for the future. The UFC, they're about to be out with ESPN. Do they end up getting a deal done with Netflix? And the pay-per-view, it might be going away. Do we like this? I was pretty pumped that this is going to be on Netflix, Lucius.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of that situation right there, that we can watch it. Who do you think is going to win here?
Bud.
You think so?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Bud here. I think Canelo, it's hard to pick against Canelo. I just think Bud's in his prime, and I think Canelo's towards the end of his.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Watching both of those guys fight in their last fights, Canelo he had to chase old boy around the ring the whole time, so you didn't know what he had. It kind of felt weird that he couldn't block that dude. I can't remember the guy's name in the ring. And Bud, his last fight, he didn't look as dominating as he did against Spence.
No, he did not.
Because he was fighting that dude that had the herky-jerky move, and Bud couldn't put his hands on him. So, and yeah, you're right. Canelo has a lot more fights. Bud is older. Bud's got to go up two weight divisions. So I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, the size could end up being a big factor in this, and maybe that does end up favoring Canelo. The speed of Bud. Like, if he's able to have that same type of movement that he had that just took Errol Spence out of his game, man, he's going to be tough to hit.
Canelo is a fighter kind of like Spence in the sense that he's like flat-footed, always kind of coming at you a little bit. So that'll help Bud out in that sense because he does not do good with that herky-jerky movement in a fight. It made Bud look human.
Yeah, he did. It was, I'm pumped, and I'm glad that we're kind of trending to this because the pay-per-view stuff, man, the prices of these were just getting absolutely astronomical. And if this is the future where, hey, if I'm already paying for Netflix or Paramount Plus or whatever the streaming platform is, I can just go ahead and get the fight included, hell yes. sign me up.
I mean, a lot of these production companies just got it over the last 5 years. They noticed the opportunity, the chances for people to share the links and have it go viral across social media. They're promoting all these celebrity fights, and the next thing you know, people were going from struggling to having millions and millions of dollars overnight by successfully putting together one of these pay-per-view fight cards on the internet. And it wasn't going to be too long before a real big daddy like Netflix recognized how much money was in there and found a way to corner more of it for themselves while making it more affordable for us. So, they win. Congrats to them, and congrats to everybody that hustled this and pulled this off over the last 5 years.
No doubt.
I mean, everywhere you turned there for a while, there was another pay-per-view on the internet.
Oh, definitely. And and the illegal streaming, I think, had to get. I mean, they tried. I know Dana White was trying to police this. It's just impossible. There's no way you can. The pirating and the illegal streaming. There's no way.
I mean, if they
to get
haven't
around
stopped it yet, the crazy thing you think about pirating is the Fire Stick, or Google's equivalent doesn't stop you from jailbreaking it, so you can download the pirating apps. So it's like, do they actually want it? Because the advertisers are getting their ads on TV one way or another. There's a reason they're not stopping it. Because they're not cracking down on any of the developers or the users of the technology.
A couple of other things before we dive into this list. Dick Vitale, he's gotten an extension with ESPN. They're actually going to have an event in his honor when it comes to college basketball. They announced this on his 86th birthday a few days ago, months after he returned. He won his battle against cancer, so congratulations to him. But the first matchup being a season opening tilt, we're going to have Duke and Texas on November 4th. They're calling it the Dick Vitale Invitational.
Look at that.
So forever, he is going to be immortalized in college basketball with his early season invitational. I think that's badass. Pay tribute to Dick Vitale. Diaper Dandies, baby. We love you, Dick.
Yeah, he was amazing. I mean, at the height of his powers, he was a must-watch guy. And I think after a while, he kind of turned into a bit or a caricature of himself, but definitely a man worth saluting.
Dickie V says that Cooper Flagg is the greatest diaper dandy of all time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a hot take.
Yeah.
Hot take. The best diaper dandy ever, baby.
It's a great take.
Dan Orlovsky and ESPN are also in agreement on a new deal. So Bobby Belt is somewhere really ticked off. He is not happy. And like Stan Verrett, they're letting go of some of their all-time legends when it comes to their anchors. Stan Verrett did not get a new deal. So they're keeping certain people, but I guess ESPN still a lot of layoffs going down with the Mickey years in that company.
They got to have a couple of them. I guess whoever resonates most with the brand, your Chris Bermans and your Linda Cohns and a couple of others. But yeah, it's definitely a big difference from the Sports Center we grew up and loved.
All right, top 10 most successful father-son duos in the history of sports in honor of Father's Day. Do you guys have big Father's Day plans coming up on Sunday? No, Eric, we're still going to have to do our Bet Nation show, but we've got a little family brunch set up at somebody in our family's house. I'm just kind of tagging along.
Nice, dude. Yeah, I'll hit a little post-game action Sunday night, go hit a little dinner at my parents' place, hop in the pool or whatever. But, Father's Day is pretty chill. Father's Day's not the biggest day on the calendar.
I mean, when you got little ones running around, it's not on the bingo card to take 8 hours to entertain yourself or to be selfish with your time. Unfortunately, I find myself back in that game with a 3.5-year-old myself. So I'm just going to try to make the most out of dad fun time. Hopefully the weather's good enough to pool it up and to play in the backyard and do all that. Hopefully make the most of it, make some memories.
Does Sean making big plans for you over there, Lucius? I mean, is he getting you a nice bottle of tequila and some stogies?
No, he's not doing anything like that. He will tag along with me. I'm probably going over to Pops' house.
There we go.
Hang out with Pops, eat some steaks. All the men in the family kind of hang out, all the dads.
Yeah.
Hang out, eat steaks, shoot guns in the back, that type of thing.
That's manly.
That's good stuff.
That's
right there. That's a Father's Day.
That absolutely is. I put this question out on the Twitters. I got replies like Patrick Mahomes and his dad, Tom Brady and his dad. I don't even know who his dad is, but he counts. But yeah, Mahomes Sr. and Mahomes Jr., they definitely count on here. Our buddy Nick Harris did say Anthony Edwards and Michael Jordan.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, that's all legend at this point, but that
and Jimmy Butler.
You get points for that.
Yeah, maybe Jimmy Butler's in there too. Goodness gracious. Bobby and Brett Hull from Matt Owen, Professor O. LeBron and Bronny got a lot of love on the Twitters as the most successful father-son duo of all time.
It's definitely, I mean, right now, in this moment, we've never seen anything like it for the most part. I mean, it's pretty groundbreaking.
And then we could very well have Tiger and his son Charlie. I mean, Charlie's making his way here. Maybe give it about 10 years, and Charlie's
It's a
in the
big
conversation.
couple of years for him. He's got to make a push in the amateur rankings, But he's at that age now, 16 to 19. He's filled out. Charlie's strong now, like Dad. He probably got him taking creatine and hammering bench press.
Probably getting with the Navy SEALs like Dad used to do.
Yeah,
yeah.
Gosh, that might have been
that would be awesome.
Archie, Peyton, and Eli are an honorable mention. I was shocked that they were way down the list here.
They didn't crack the top 10.
They did not.
Give me the Sertans, Wolchuk.
I like that one, yeah. Patrick and Patrick.
Yeah.
The two Pats.
Pat and Pat.
Just crushing the game. Bobby and Brett Hull did make honorable mention. Dion and his sons.
Oh, absolutely.
Dion and
yes.
Shador, Shiloh. Dion Jr. has been big when it comes to social media. Yeah, and we'll see. Hey, maybe Shador, early returns, man, he's been pretty good there for the Cleveland Browns in minicamp.
Seen some highlights.
Calvin Hill and Grant Hill.
Ooh, I'm not familiar with Calvin's work.
He played for the Cowboys, bro.
He did.
Calvin Hill,
NFL running
used to see him
back,
around a lot.
Super Bowl champ with the Cowboys, 1969 NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year, 4 Pro Bowls. He's also running back for Yale, twice All Ivy League team.
Always
smart dude.
He's got the brains as well.
Dennis Rodman and Trinity Rodman.
Yeah, Trinity Rodman's killing it. Michael and Mario Andretti are an honorable mention. Michael and Klay Thompson.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Michael Thompson, #1 overall pick. Great role player on those championship Lakers. Was actually a 20-10 guy at the height of his powers. He was an all-star power forward, but he went and played more of a role there with those Lakers, put him over the top.
How about the old the Earnhardts?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I think the Earnhardts might be in the top 10 here. We'll see if we'll get to them here
They
in
gotta
just a
be.
second. The Alomars come in as the last honorable mention. Sandy Alomar Sr., Sandy Alomar Jr., Roberto Alomar, keeping it in the family there with the Alomars. Number 10, we've got Rocky and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Rocky Johnson, first ever NWA Georgia heavyweight champion, as well as 2-time NWA television champ and the 1983 WWF tag team champion alongside Tony Atlas. And then we know about
So
the career.
his dad was a big-time wrestler?
Yes.
I see.
Which
Okay.
I had no idea.
I didn't know that either.
Had
That's
no
cool.
clue.
The NWA was like the WWF's before it went to WWE's main competitor when I was like 6th grade. And I didn't pay much attention, but yeah, it was a big deal there in your wrestling circles.
Oh, text is coming in with Mike Baskey and Mike
Sr.
Mike Sr.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
the Basics, the Lighters.
The Lighters, 100%. The Von Erichs, local legends, no question about it. The Boone family, Antoine Winfield Sr., Antoine Winfield Jr., Tim Hardaway, and Tim Hardaway Jr. Being texted in as well. Number 9 is Barry and Bobby Bonds.
Oh, absolutely.
8, we've got Marvin Harrison and Marvin
Hard to
Harrison
find 8 better
Jr.
than Bonds. Eight's higher than Bonds? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, no
I guess-
disrespect to Marvin, but Barry might be the greatest hitter of all time.
It's got to be a projection on how good Harrison Jr. is going to be.
It feels like baseball might lead the league with this.
Baseball has, I think, a ton.
Like, my goodness gracious. Even
And
just
racing, there's quite a bit as well. The Petty family, Lee Richard and Kyle Petty, coming at number 7. You got Cecil and Prince Fielder, another baseball family, coming in at number 6. 5, Dell.
Biggest butts in sports.
Oh,
history.
really?
Yeah, biggest butts
They
in
had
sports
some
history.
wagons.
Oh, yeah.
Cal Raleigh's
Yep.
giving them a run for their money.
That's true. Dell and Steph Curry coming in at number 5.
That's a good one.
Combined 38,056 NBA points. I think most of those are Steph. but
Yeah, how
still.
many of those were dads?
Dell had 12,670.
He was a good player.
So pretty
A little ahead
damn,
of his
pretty damn
time.
impressive.
When shooting guard shot.
Howie Long and Kristen Kyle Long coming in at number 4.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
That one was great.
Yeah, and Chris was pretty damn good. I mean, both of them had long careers. Both made Pro Bowls. Chris was a 2-time champion with the Patriots and that other dirty team. 3 is the Griffeys, Kenny Griffey Sr. and Ken Griffey
Played
Jr.
together.
Isn't that amazing?
Big part of my childhood, growing up in rural Washington State, was the rare Mariners game we'd get on TV and getting a glimpse of Griffey. Went up and watched him a couple of times up there at the King Dome and at Safeco. And that was quite a vibe in the late '80s when the kid and dad were playing together.
Number 2, Lucius, we got Joe and Kobe Bryant. Man,
how good was Jelly Bean?
Joe had a successful 8-year NBA career with the Sixers, Clippers, and Rockets. And then, Kobe, they had a combined 38,895 points. 33,000 of those were Kobe. But 8-year run there for Joe. But number 1, best father and son duo of all time in sports history, or most successful, I should say. Dale and Dale. Earnhardt and Earnhardt Jr. The Intimidator and his son. They have 102 NASCAR Cup Series wins combined. 76 for senior, 26 for junior. Pretty damn impressive run right there for the Earnhardt family.
He was just okay.
Junior?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm calling BS on that, on the top of that list.
Not the most successful in your opinion?
Dale was great. Dale was a freaking legend, but Junior, and it was weird too, because he was not comfortable in the spotlight. And he was not comfortable with, a lot of the stuff, the attention that he was getting there for a long time.
Yeah, he seemed shy.
All right, but thank you, Wolchuk. His top 10 every afternoon, 2:20 here on 105.3 The Fan. Salute to Kathy here in guest services. Just showed up. She's amongst the many Tolos here at this stadium staff. They swing by the broadcast position. We have Pure Gold, as always, decals for you. If you're coming to the game, you can find us suite level center field. Chief, where are we going next?
Biggest L, biggest dub, 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here on The Fan.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course not. It's for Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price for sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024, y'all.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're having a lot of fun at the ballpark here this afternoon, and it's part of Mexican Heritage Weekend presented by State Farm. Father's Day Weekend presented by T-Mobile coming up on Sunday, and there's all sorts of fun promotions for you to jump into and come watch your red-hot baseball team scoring runs, pitching well. And everything's starting to shape up here as we move into the summer. Here's the Chief, speaking of that, with some biggest L's and biggest dubs.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Holy smokes, the text we just got.
What happened?
Prepare yourselves, boys. This is Buck Nasty Wild.
Uh-oh.
Oh, dirty.
940. Biggest dub actually turned into the biggest L as they took a vacation to Boston to see the in-laws, and they walk in to find mother-in-law DEAD on the couch.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh my goodness gracious, bro.
Oh no.
That is, I mean, you almost think like, could you have just waited to the end of the week, last day of the trip, maybe? But that's how you walk in. Like you're not getting any lobster rolls. You're not getting any Boston cream pies, Walchuk. You're not soaking in Beantown in any way. You're just walking into the corpse of your mother-in-law. And I like the fact that he calls that an L. Some guys might call that a dub, but this guy, he's a family man.
Regardless, it's going to be an L.
Yeah.
The wife is going to most likely.
Wife's going to break down. I mean, goodness gracious, 940.
That's
I mean,
tragic.
Our
Sorry
thoughts are
about your
with you,
loss.
and especially your wife. And that'll be a vacation you'll never forget. How about that?
Man, I was just
memories.
scrambling to think about my little trivial L's and dubs that have happened in my life. Small stuff. That's massive life stuff.
Yeah, that's big.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to top that. It's a good point, 903. That will not be topped. I do have some crazy stories from around the world this week featuring L's and dubs, but that one's pretty crazy. We're thinking about you, 940. 903 Big Dub, daughter Maggie had her 6-month checkup, healthy as can be. That's Tolo Reginald in the 903. Appreciate you, 903. That's awesome.
Big Dub over here on Dallas Fan Cam. We're hitting double-digit likes every day. We want to like the video, please. If you're in chat, I'm hanging out with you here. Come on over. It's a good backup to have in case the Odyssey app doesn't work. So we've been hitting records for likes, but we're off to a slow pace today. I don't want that to be an L, Chief.
Gosh, come on. Let's get those numbers up. YOLOs, I believe is what we call, or the tubers, however you prefer to be dubbed. We love you, and we hope that you just simply like us.
Yeah.
You know, like we're giving you the love. Just hit us with that like. All right, 214 just got offered a new position at the school I teach at in Dallas. Definitely a huge victory for me. Congratulations, my friend. This one's actually pretty funny. A lighthearted L. And maybe they were listening last week when they heard about the prank, the all-time prank.
Oh, yeah?
About putting the phone number of somebody else on the inside of the Porta-John saying, I want to see your poo. And then that person just gets texted construction poo shots. Really, for the rest of time. This person, the 817, says, my L's at my coworkers put my phone number on Craigslist saying that I'm giving away free toilet paper.
Ooh.
And my phone has not stopped ringing.
Wow.
Now, it's tough because you can't access that to take your number down, right?
No.
It's not like you can go in there and take your number down. That's somebody else's Craigslist post.
Yes.
So, I mean,
you could take them to court probably. It's probably illegal what they did, but you don't want to do that. It's a friend.
yeah, it's
you
your
know?
buddy. But you got people knocking on your door asking for free toilet paper.
That's crazy.
That's a huge bummer, but it's hilarious.
I caught a big dub last night. Here I am, nearly 50 years old, arthritis in the hip, knee, and left ankle, right? So I'm kind of hobbling around like Boach.
Noticed.
And Abby asked if I would play pickleball against her because apparently she's been really dominating Nana while I've been at work. I said, sure. So she scored the first point and got confident, and then I absolutely smoked her. At one point, the ball's going back towards the yard, which was muddy. I had to run back blind, whip that thing, but I couldn't see where the shot was going and avoid the mud at the same time and then not slip down and break my back.
Impressive.
I nailed them all. The shot goes in.
Wow.
Right? And so at some point, Abby's like, Dad, you're actually pretty good here. I'm like, she's like, how? I'm like, well, I played a lot of ping pong, played just a little bit of tennis here and there, but I still got it.
With the arthritic leg, from toe to hip.
I'm not sure how I pulled it off.
That's incredible.
Was the soreness pretty, apparent the next day? Because
they were 2 quick games to 10.
Oh, okay. You dominated so much that you couldn't even get sore from it.
Another 5 minutes, I'd be looking at a chiropractor today, but I got in and out, no problem. Dominated, bro.
Good for you.
And got to respect a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. I look forward to that when my kids get a touch older and we can start playing some games and I can show them who the real boss is on some of this stuff.
I was just letting you win your entire childhood, but now it's real.
Yeah, now.
Once you get to about 12, now you're going to see. You got to earn this.
Time to lock in.
Yeah.
214 Big Dub for the Alito High School boys winning state. Sherwood Lovetail was the MVP.
Nice.
How about that for
Congrats, Sherwood.
Sherwood Lovetail. Who doesn't? 214, biggest dub. Finally convinced my bosses that I don't want more responsibility. Biggest L found and stopped a security concern and rekindled the, quote, your talent is going to waste conversation. Sorry to hear that. 214, big dub, got resale certificate to sell our condo and get out of hellish HOA. Ooh. Good for you, dude. Those HOAs can be a real pain in the A.
Heard some really bad stories.
You just have to ignore them. Eventually they're going to send you some sort of a summons, and that's when you got to start taking things seriously. So just bang that out real quick and then go back to ignoring them.
469 big dub for Country Critters Farm in Alvarado, Texas. We will be making the official print zoo for Six Flags Holiday in the Park. Okay, not really sure exactly, but it sounds good. Good for biz. R-Dub in Argyle, 940, almost 300 days booze free.
Congrats, R-Dub.
That's fantastic, dude.
Wonderful. Hear from Rodeo Ron at 5 for what you're drinking and what you're thinking.
Yeah,
see what the update is.
See what the update is on, Ron. It's a great point. 817, victory for my daughter, got on the list for a liver transplant. I'll tell you what, my neighbor, older lady, she had to go through that. That is a very, very challenging situation. But I'll never forget the day they got on the list. And then the day they got the call, hey, here we go. This liver's ready for you.
Let's go.
That's fantastic, man. We're thinking about your daughter for sure.
Yeah.
Let's see here. We got 903. We have 817. Big Dub, starting my own fencing business. Got my LLC last week. Literally just opened a business bank account. Only up from here. Nice work, 817.
Are we talking like fencing swords?
I believe he's talking about fencing swords.
All right.
Yeah, he's going to be a sword fencing trainer to some extent.
He's a swordsman.
That's one of those sports that's on the up and up. People don't realize it, but it is rampant out here. The amount of people that are fencing.
You've seen a lot of fencing?
Just fencing with their bros. Yeah, it's there's some good bonding involved there.
I'll get around to it in 7 or 8 years. Last night was actually my first pickleball game ever, now that I think about it.
Really? Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I think we're getting back to the pickler coming
next
up.
Friday.
Next Friday?
It's Pickler Universe time again in
I
the
think
colony.
I might paint some lines onto the driveway.
Oh wow! All of a sudden, you're gonna really start being that guy. You're gonna come in here. You're gonna have a very apparent limp, I would imagine, when you get done with that. But you're also gonna have the respect for your daughter in a way that maybe you've never had before.
Oh, that's right. 682.
That's a huge victory.
Big Dub. Chipotle's doing buy one get one deals from 3 to 4 today for people that have tattoos. You just gotta show off the tattoos.
What if your tattoo is in a crazy spot?
Well, you got to be willing to show that off.
You got to be willing. Huh?
I believe that
they won't just take your word for it if you say I got one where it counts.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Or else I'd go in there and say, hey, if you know, you know.
Big L to Aaron Savale, who refused to be moved to the Brewers bullpen, so they shipped his ungrateful tail to the White Sox. He might be here in the building today. Yeah. That's what happens, man. That's what happens. All of a sudden, you don't like your role. You don't want to be a team player. Go waste away with the White Sox. We also have, Antonio Brown. Fair to say
that's
he's
a big one.
Catching an L right now with the attempted murder charges that are appearing on his doorstep after, what was that, last month? When there was that boxing event streaming, it got weird, and there was he claims he got jumped, but shots were fired, and they're claiming he might have been the one to fire those bad boys off. So we'll see what happens. Maybe this will be the time where Antonio Brown finally gets maybe what's coming for him, because he's been able to bob and weave some of these.
Beat up the mover guy that one time.
Yeah, he's done some.
I feel like it's not going to end well. I just got a little bit of a dub here. Apparently, my dad's working at the golf course today there in Bend, Oregon, and he just texted me to say there's a Tolo who listens there every day that my dad just started. He's a starter there at the golf course.
That's freaking sick.
Yeah.
Worldwide, man.
Yeah.
Nationwide for sure.
Prestige.
Tell your dad to tell that guy to hit the like on the old YouTube.
Yeah, hit that like.
Yeah.
Go do the same thing on the Twitch.
Like the video.
817, biggest victory after a big fight with my wife yesterday. I still got spicy time. That can usually pay off for you. Good for you. And maybe the biggest dub of the week goes to the Ozempic users, or the fat shots, as the president likes to refer to them as. Apparently, as it makes your body smaller, it makes the schwanz bigger.
Wow.
And you think, yeah, of course, because that's just the nature. That's the nature of the beast, right? Like that always what happens. But these guys on Reddit are claiming, no, I used to be skinny. I knew exactly what my measurements were. Then I got fat. Now I'm skinny again thanks to the fat shots, and I am longer than I was whenever I was skinny.
Wow.
Look at that. I mean, they're going to have to start marketing that. Like, not only is your body going to get slimmer, you are also going to get bigger where it matters.
So what was it? Its original deal was diabetes. Now it's going fat loss and what do you call that, a Schwann's?
Yeah, Schwann's enlargement.
Schwann's enhancement, dude.
Wow.
I mean, you're getting a true two birds, one stone situation with this.
Absolutely.
Gonna put those fallow folks out of business.
Yeah, watch out, ladies and gentlemen. The fat shots
Don't have to
are
pump it up anymore.
really,
Unbelievable.
really getting it done these
That's
days.
that's a dub if I've ever heard about one.
Biggest dub of the week.
Okay, thank you, sir. We got 1 hour down, 3.5 to go. We'll take a look at your top stories today, what's percolating around these Rangers and the rest of the sports world coming up next. The Fan.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We're at the Globe here, Comerica Backyard. And Mexican Heritage Weekend presented by State Farm is today and tomorrow. Then Sunday, Father's Day, presented by T-Mobile. Paige Becker's going to be here next Wednesday to throw out the ceremonial first pitch. Of course, Ice Cream Sundays, where there's $1 ice cream for kids 13 and under. That's coming up on Father's Day as well. So get your tickets now. Plus, it's daddy-daughter night here. Okay, that's tonight. Dang it. Get the daughters, get them on over here to the Globe. Daddy-daughter night with your favorite afternoon show with more daughters than you can shake a stick at. How many we at now? We're at 7. I think between the 3 of us, we're at 7. And then Lucius and Broadus going to single sons.
Yep.
Then we got 7 daughters. The ratio around my life is actually higher than that. Like
really?
My parents are like 11 granddaughters, 1 grandson. Just had another baby shower over the weekend, another girl cousin. Like there's one dude that's just
all
a
girls.
sea of girls wherever I go. So if you enter my social scene in any way, family or friends, you're going to be having some daughters, man. So congratulations, it's a blessing. All right, Rangers back in action tonight, hosting the White Sox. What do you think here? These White Sox 5-5, Wolchuk. We can be thinking sweep. Obviously, they're going pitch to pitch and all that. But this is what we need to see if these Rangers are going to be for real this summer, is get back to 500 on Monday.
Yeah, I'm with you. And tonight we'll see how the offense does it, because you're going to have a bullpen game. So Sean Armstrong just was announced as the starter for the game tonight in what will be a bullpen game. It was going to be DeGrom. Yesterday we got the announcement that DeGrom pushed back to tomorrow. So if you got tickets to Saturday's game, it will be a DeGrom-ination. He's looked absolutely fantastic. But tonight, I mean, anytime you got a bullpen outing, and they won their last one. Jacob Latz was absolutely brilliant in that start that he had like about a week or so ago. But you're hoping that your offense can come in and give some support, because you just never know how that's going to unfold. But Sean Armstrong, hey, he was a guest of ours earlier this week. So hopefully he gets that G-Bag bump.
I heard that was why they were giving him the start tonight.
He's been pitching really well, and I guess it's good right now that you have this kind of depth that you can address this and still feel pretty good about your chances of getting a win, because Cody Bradford approaching his return, Kumar Rocker in the minors, Evaldi still out. I mean, you're finding yourself in need of stretching this rotation a little bit with multiple bullpen days recently. So hopefully they get healthy, but that's definitely a reminder. I was thinking about trade deadline updates in light of the offense. Last time we were here 2 weeks ago, I was advocating for Malley and Gray for hitting, but now you have Simeon coming around, and the offense has exploded, and I believe turned the corner. I think as Simeon goes, this offense goes. Obviously Berger and Evan Carter and just a lot of guys contributing now to the lineup. How's that change how you're looking at the deadline? For me, If these guys are going to hit, you're going to score enough runs, and you have an average offense, sure, I'd like to add a bat, but I don't need to. I mean, there's not a blinking light. You've got first base and DH figured out pretty good now, and Jock Peterson hopefully will make that better. But I'm just looking at closer now, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I think if you're not worried about your offense, which I still think we need a little bit more to feel great about that, but you're right, that would pivot to the closer role, because that's one that you don't have solidified. Now, maybe they're looking and projecting ahead at Sporzy getting back, and maybe Sporzy can fill that, but we'll see. That's something that hasn't been proven either. Like, Spores was kind of your setup guy during that run, and then Jose Leclerc would come in, and then it took until, obviously, the game-winning finale of the World Series. You just left Spores out there and let him work. But I do think that certainly the closer role would be one, and there's a lot more names when it comes to relief pitchers that are available right now to be rumored than there are bats.
Yeah, and it lines up well that you can still keep your pitching depth and get enough offense, like you said, if this plays out over the next 2, 3, 4 weeks going into the deadline to give you the confidence. I'm still open-minded to, hey, we have to bring in a catalyst bat or two if the guys go back to struggling. But I said it last night. I said it in crosstalk. I don't think a bad offense would have just done what they did in Minnesota. Twins have been good.
Yeah, I think you're right. And we just got the lineup, and it looks, for the most part, pretty much the same, except Smitty will be DHing, and Jake Berger will be going back to first base. So I think Carter actually might have gotten bumped up in the lineup, just looking at it off the top of my head. He's moving up to the 5 spot, Berger at the 6th hole, then Young, Adolis, and Heim will be the bottom of the order. But the top 4 remains the same with Smith, Langford, Seager, and Simeon.
Okay, the Knicks reportedly still have a shot at Jason Kidd. How much is this story continuing to evolve, Chief? What are you looking at here with Jason Kidd and the New York Knicks?
I mean, the Knicks have just become a huge laughing stock. Like they have basically picked up the phone and called 7 or 8 teams to see if they can take their coach from them. They've gone as far as to call Atlanta for Quinn Snyder. Like, what are we even doing?
What did you used to call Quinn Snyder?
Disheveled.
I think he was
He looked like
Johnny
a guy.
Manziel.
Looked like a guy.
Yeah.
Who, like when he does get fired from his job, doesn't tell his wife, and still goes out on his cocaine benders.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it was something to that
I
effect.
think that was it.
He's got that. He's got that look.
The wolf of all NBA streets.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely, dude. He is sort of that guy. So they're even calling him. I don't really know. They're in this weird spot. I don't think it'll end up being Jason Kidd. I know some people were thinking they're doing all this because they know all these teams are going to say no, and then they'll just be like, okay, we're just left with promoting Jalen Brunson's dad, Rick Brunson, to being the head man. Now, I heard Shams say, nah, that's not really a real thing. This probably ends up just being one of these recycled coaches who have been there, done that. Is it Mike Brown? Is it Mike Malone? Somebody like that who's out there and you don't have to trade for him or whatever, got some skins on the wall. That's my best guess on where this goes, but they're clearly not in a huge rush.
Yeah. I wonder, who wants to keep this open, and if it is open, but the Mavs just want to turn the page so we can focus on the drafting of Cooper Flagg and have that be the main storyline for fans to get excited about, and then address it after the draft. But I think it would be a loss to lose Kidd. But if I'm Jason Kidd, I'm kind of carefully monitoring this, and how much is Nico going to be in charge, and do I like that? Do I like that Casey Smith, one of the best trainers, is gone, and Luka is gone, and what he did with the training staff last year, and how he's broken the relationship with the fan base? Maybe it's better if, like when I was a player, I leave the Mavs for a while and then come back when they're a healthier organization. This might be a perfect time to bail. But if I'm feeling good about Kyrie Irving and Anthony Davis next year in this group, I think it's their best chance to win a championship.
If they can stay healthy, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, the East is down, but I don't think New York's roster has the upside, the ceiling that the Mavs roster does.
No, I'm with you. I guess it's just weird that you still have Wendy and Tim Bontemps, that there is, quote, a belief within NBA circles that either Jason Kidd or Billy Donovan could try to force the issue because of their connections to New York. Mm-hmm. So if it ends up being like Jason Kidd just says, that's where I want to be. And if you're the Mavericks, you don't want a coach, obviously, that doesn't want to be here, but I don't know if that makes sense to me if you're Jason Kidd.
It's always hard to interpret what he's saying. Like, this goes back to his time with the Bucks. Like, the players didn't know if he was playing mind games with him. Mm-hmm. So when he's up there with the media saying, oh, yeah, I see eye to eye with Nico because he understands the business of team building, he might be passive-aggressively throwing shots at Nico. Mm-hmm. Like, the business of team building. Like, I don't need a transcendent superstar to get this done. I need the salary cap, So it is hard to say and gauge, and if he's been totally professional through this, kudos to him. It wouldn't surprise me at all if he wants out.
I just wonder why, if he really wants to be there, why is it taking so long? Like, if this is going to end with Jason Kidd strong-arming his way there, why wouldn't he have already just done that?
Negotiation Mavs-Knicks, maybe?
Still trying to come up with the right deal.
The Mavs are on the phone saying, no, we're not giving him away. We're done talking here. We're going to go draft Cooper Flagg. Have a nice day. If you're not willing to give a first-round pick, have a nice day. Boom. And the Knicks are over there thinking, okay, we got some time to think about this.
Yeah.
I guess that would be the only way. And Jason Kidd's like, let me know if I can talk to him. And, I guess that would be, putting together a theory on how that could be happening. But I think it's clear that everybody over there isn't giving up on the idea. And if that's the case, then it's got to be alive for one reason or another. Would you be interested in Russell Westbrook apparently declining his player option with Denver?
No.
Totally out?
Totally out.
Yeah, I'd like to pursue alternate options, but it might come down to, I'm taking Russell Westbrook over Alonzo Ball, personally. I don't need Russ to be anything special. I just need somebody until Kyrie's back to be able to keep this thing afloat. And I've never really been a massive Russell Westbrook fan. Obviously, he was a walking triple-double in his prime, and but what he was able to do in Denver, he did have moments where I was pretty impressed. Like, he's not totally done. I'd still much rather be trading for a guy like Drew Holiday, and I'd overpay for him just because I love the way Drew Holiday plays, and he's a team guy.
There's just way too much volatility with Russell Westbrook. I agree with you. There were some moments where you're like, wow, that was he did some nice things there helping out the Nuggets, but then there were also games where you're going, oh my gosh, the fact that they had Russell Westbrook on the floor is a huge reason why they just botched this game. I'd rather have, there's no question I'd rather have Chris Paul. And I don't know, maybe Chris Paul wants to get back to California. Sounds like that's something that he would like to do. But if you're telling me just I can sign an old veteran player as a point guard, there's no question. I just need a steady force here. I don't need somebody who one night, wow, I'm glad he was on my team, and then another night going, I wish that this guy never got signed by my team.
Yeah, I think they need a lot of what Russell Westbrook brings. I would be open-minded to it, but I think the Mavericks are walking a tightrope here with how many dollars they're going to be able to allocate in free agency. Like, what do they really have? And if he is opting out, it would make me believe he's looking at an opportunity with another team that can offer more. So, yeah, I'm at a point right now with Russell Westbrook that I think he is going to be more productive than a lot of other role-playing veteran guards. And he can give you some big nights still. And I think he's now much more playing a off-the-ball game than a ball-dominant game at this point in his career. So you don't have to deal with, the fact that one of your so-so players or whatever he is wants to dominate the ball all the time. I think he would be a teammate. And now that Mark Cuban is gone, maybe he would be open-minded towards joining the Mavs still. Okay, Leah Asimakopoulos wrote about Mason Marchment, the case for and against trading him. 1 year left on his deal. Wolchuk, $4.5 million. They need cap space. He's not one of the best forwards they have.
No.
If he ever was in that category, he's not now, and they got to do something. So she said the case on not trading him is he's one of their more physical players, and he's a big locker room guy, apparently. He's a glue guy.
Yeah, and he is. He is one of the more physical players, but he just took so many stupid penalties in the playoffs. I honestly don't even know what his market is, and I think he's got like a 10-team no-trade clause, which is also bizarre. So I think that you'd almost have to pair him with somebody else to get an asset that you think is really going to help improve the roster. That's just kind of where we're at. But yeah, him and Dumba are the two no-brainers. Like, the Stars need to move on from.
It's the money. It's the money more
to clear
than
the
what you
space.
get.
100%.
Yeah. The Oilers took Game 4 to even their series with the Panthers 2-2. They did something that hadn't happened in 106 years. 5-4 win. First road team in Stanley Cup final history to rally from a deficit of 3 and win since the Canadiens in 1919. It was Draisaitl's 11th goal of the playoffs. Have 3 of these games ended 5-4 in overtime?
Yeah, we've had 3 out of the 4 go to OT. This has been an unreal series, like an all-timer type of series. I thought as soon as Florida's up 3-0 after how badly Edmonton lost in the previous game, they could definitely have just been broken. But they battle back. You get a big Nugent-Hopkins goal. You get another power play goal. Next thing you know, this thing's 3-3. And then again, you had Sam Reinhart with, you got less than 20 seconds left. Clock is ticking. Extra attackers on. Boom. He's able to finally bury one. And if you're Edmonton, you're thinking, geez, what else do we have to do? But they find a way with Leon Draisaitl getting the game winner. This series deserves to be tied at 2. This has been absolutely phenomenal and great drama between the Oilers and Panthers. These two teams are phenomenal.
It's pretty hilarious. They do their the Panthers at their home games. They have like a huge drum that they bang like before the game, and they always have like some special celebrity kind of person that does the drum banging. Last night it was former Miami Dolphin NFL Hall of Famer Jason Taylor. And what they're realizing is that anytime they have a former or current Dolphins person banging that drum, the Panthers lose every time.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
They're 0 for 7.
Curse and 0 for
0 for 7 on the season when they have a
cow.
Dolphin-adjacent human being banging the drum before the game. Even a 3-0 lead couldn't change the course of that particular curse.
Man, the odds on that happening for a team that good to go, you cannot have another Dolphin anywhere near that drum.
It's a mandate right now.
And it's annoying because Stuart Skinner's looked like Poochies. He gets pulled. Here comes Picard. And it's going to be his net the rest of the way. You can't put Skinner back. It's like this dude is Superman once he's playing against the Victory Green.
We beat Hellebuck, who wins MVP. makes Skinner look like the MVP, and then he gets benched the next series. Just
it's frustrating as hell.
How we're not still playing in this thing, Stars fans. Thriston Lawrence. Is this South Africa's flag here? This is a South African flag,
Yep,
right?
that's a South African.
He is 5 under and leads the U.S. Open still. J.J. Spawn is 4 under after firing a 66. Sam Burns, 3 under. Victor Hovland, Ben Griffin, and Sam Stevens at 1 under. And after that, it's all evens. There's 3 evens in the nothing but over pars, as the U.S. Open course is definitely U.S. Opening right now there in Oakmont. So, we'll keep you updated if something interesting happens. Coming up next, time to hit the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening and top headlines coming out of a big week of practice next, fan.
I'd love to chat with you about Collars & Co., though. Collars & Co., they're making the dress collar polo. Well, what in the world is that? It's a 4-way stretch comfortable polo, but the top, it's got that firm dress collar on it.
Product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Segment of the Fan is brought to you by DFWsecurity.com.
Keep your kids safe this summer with DFW Security. Get video alerts when they come and go. Monitor doors and windows, even the garage, all from your phone. Score a hot summer special for your home or business at DFWsecurity.com.
DFWsecurity.com.
Welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Globe here, home of the 2023 World Series champions. Every time we do a show out here, guys, we get in about 1 o'clock or so, and it's way before the doors are open, so I get a chance to go down to the seat that I was in with my dad when Corey Seager hit that game-1 home run. And I've started a new tradition. You can follow along if you go to the G-Bag Nation's YouTube page. It's at G-Bag Nation there on YouTube. I upload a short video with my my Rangers takes of the week, and usually it's going into the weekend. So today I talked about that trade deadline, which is now coming up around the corner. And if you could check that out and subscribe, you'll have a G-Bag Nation content there on YouTube. And we love you for it. Okay, segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels and get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online at frankelfirm.com. Okay, it is the C-Note. In the Clarence Hill article about Micah, saying he's confused as to why the Cowboys wouldn't just do the deal now, says, he's seeing the TJ Watt contract come together, and he feels like he's got a handshake deal with Jerry Jones, and the way he left it was now on Jerry to call his agent David Mulligetta. Since then, I guess Jerry has said he doesn't even know who David Mulligetta is. So what's your read on this? What I think it is at 877-881-1053. Please leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous to the nation. If you want to jump in on the YouTube chat and give us your take there, I'll be jumping into that chat room here in just a second, see what you guys got. I think, maybe Jerry's mad at Mulligetta, or he doesn't respect the way that he negotiates contracts. I think maybe there's something in the past there, or Jerry's actually trying to screw over Micah by getting him to sign something that has some language in it that's not good. I guarantee whoever ended up being Tyron Smith's agent was pretty flabbergasted by the contract that Jerry got Tyron to sign all those years ago. And, if you're Micah, it's like, yeah, sure, we can say all these things and have a handshake agreement on it, but I need you to talk to my agent just to make sure everything's cool, because I'm not an agent.
Right.
Yes. And it's kind of disrespectful to just try to get me to do a deal without hearing from him. So
yeah,
I see that side of, Micah for sure.
Yeah, because it's more than just the number. It's more than just the dollar amount. We're seeing it in Cincinnati right now with their rookie Shamar Stewart, where it's like, dude, what's going on here? Because they're trying to wedge in a couple of things that if it wasn't for the agent, Stewart might not have even had an understanding. You just go ahead and sign that thing, and now you've just forfeited all sorts of rights for yourself if certain things take place over the course of the contract. So, yes, you absolutely have to have the agent involved here. It's so much more than just the final dollar amount. There's a lot of crap involved in these particular things, and that's part of the reason why if it was just about the number, then it'd be like, okay, we would go ahead and sign this thing. But Jerry knows there's a lot more than just the number. He could try to woo Micah with the number, but he knows I got a lot of stuff in here that I can sort of screw you on if you're not buttoned up. You have to have the agent involved. That's why you have it. And Micah's got the best agent in the league right now.
Amen.
There's a reason for that. If Micah just wanted to willy-nilly sign whatever, then you wouldn't either have an agent at all, or you wouldn't go for the number one top dog. He's going for the top dog because he wants to make sure this thing is buttoned up from top to bottom, the final number and everything else in between that the average person has no clue what they're even reading.
Right. And he would have just gone and said, okay, Jerry, let's do this. Call David. Let's get this thing ironed out. Because, yes, the player can put pressure on the agent and say, I'm ready, I just want to make this thing done, and I'm cool with this, and go ahead and send in the paperwork, and boom, this thing's gravy. But I don't know. There seems to be some type of, and maybe it is, hey, we love the news cycle, and up until training camp, things are going to be a little bit quiet, so let's keep the Micah Parsons conversation going on, and maybe when we get to training camp and everybody's all together, we've got a press conference, and here's the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history, Micah Parsons, and this thing does get done. But I don't really get the sense of urgency for David Mulugheta in that side, especially if you know T.J. Watt's number, as Mike is alluding to, and it's more than whatever Jerry and him talked about. I'm sure David's saying, well, then, hey, let DJ sign, and then we're going to go ahead and get more, because that's my job, to try and get you the most amount of money possible. Now, maybe Micah gets frustrated or he gets impatient, and the itch is there, and he says, screw this, I want to get this thing done. And that's when maybe he forces the hand and you start to see something get going. But I get the frustration with how the Cowboys do this. I've usually cited this is a Cowboys problem. Just trying to do my homework and understand all angles of this, I don't think this is just in the Cowboys' court.
Well, I would ask, for you to consider that the Cowboys are uniquely the worst at negotiating these things. So if the agent and Micah do have some responsibility in dragging this thing out, I can't imagine it's more than the Joneses. I mean, this is what the Joneses do.
Yeah, this is an 80-20 split, 80 going to the Cowboys in terms of the reason why this thing can't get done.
If I was Micah right now and I want to get this thing done, I'd say, do we have to talk? Why don't you just email us the contract? Like, if y'all don't want to talk, that's fine, but I need to get this thing done, because if I'm Micah, I'm thinking, crap, am I going to have to not go to practice at training camp? I really want to get in with these guys. I want to show that I'm committed. I want to be a leader. I want to be there for my guy Trayvon Diggs, but maybe they're going to force me to sit out, which
I don't think he wants to do.
And if you're the Joneses, you don't want him sitting out. You're learning a new defense.
But they don't care. They shouldn't want him to sit out, but they don't care. If they cared, they would have been way more proactive about this entire offseason.
Yeah.
They also just saw him, chomping at the bit. Hey, they're doing drills. Give me my helmet. I got to go out there. Like, Micah, the competitor here, I don't think is going to want to sit out ultimately. I think he's going to go out there and practice. I don't think he can help himself.
Let's talk some offensive line. Are the Cowboys about to have a really good offensive line? Brian Schottenheimer was talking about Cooper Beebe yesterday and how he has mastery and command of what they're doing. Here we go.
Shot, he was incredible last year for having never played the position. The biggest thing was not learning. The learning's easy. It's the communication, Now with some of the things that we're doing in terms of movements and stuff, like pre-snap movements and stuff, the challenge for him, which he's passing with flying colors, has been you sometimes make a point and then you got to make a different ID or a point, but the command of what he has now is really cool to see. And like, he and Dak actually have gone back and forth a couple times where it's like, Cooper's like, we're going here. Dak's like, no, I want to go there. Cooper's like, no, we're going here. Dak's like, yeah, go there. We're good. Yeah. Whereas last year that wouldn't have happened. So there's a command and a confidence that Cooper has. And, I'm a huge Cooper Beebe fan, but I'm also a big believer on the importance of a center. Some of the best teams I've ever been on, I'll talk about the New York Jets, was having a guy like Nick Mangold in the middle, driving things. And you go back, to the great Steelers teams, Mike Webster. I mean, the center position, some people blow it off. They touch the ball on every play. And if you don't have the right one, man, it's hard. And he's certainly the right one.
Love hearing about the confidence. I mean, you don't get that confident unless you've been putting in a lot of work and you have full mastery, and every quarterback needs a center as another set of eyes. I hope he can execute everything physically, to be that awesome player, because I think all the intangibles, the coachability, being matched up with his offensive line coach from college, a lot of good things are happening for Cooper Beebe. Obviously, we know Tyler Smith is a potential all-pro. Terrence Steele is pretty dang good in the run game. And maybe, Guyton took some steps here in year two, but Tyler Booker's going to be strong. He's going to be good in the run game for sure. Didn't commit a lot of penalties or give up many pressures in college. Right guard is not a steep learning curve coming into the pros from college, so I expect Tyler Guyton to be one of the better right guards. What do you guys think? Are we back to having a really good offensive line? Is that saying too much?
No, I mean, I think probably maybe my hottest take about this team right now is that the offensive line is going to be good. I don't know if we'll be looking at them as like a top 5 offensive line when the season's done, but top 10 I think is very much so on the table. I think this offensive line is big picture heading in the right direction, and I think that Guyton is going to be much better, but even if he's not, I think they have some contingencies there. I don't know how much they really want to move Tyler Smith to left tackle, but that's certainly an option for him. Austin Richards is a guy who has really he's been impressive any chance that we've gotten to see him. And even after this offseason, we were talking with Nick Harris today on the Love of the Star podcast, and he was kind of raving about Austin Richards. I think from a coaching standpoint and with the investments that they've made, I think this is going to be a good offensive line this year.
Yeah, I mean, you got 3 first-rounders, then you got a day 2 pick that, I mean, you guys know my feelings on Cooper Beebe. So they should be good. And if they're not, then we have a big, big problem on our hands. I mean, I think the middle, like the interior to keep the pocket clean for Dak, they've got bullies. And they've got people movers. And that's been a big issue with this team, is just getting absolutely stood up at the point of attack. Like, to me, that was a weakness with Tyler Biadasz that they looked to try and improve upon. It's not like Biadasz is a bad center by any means, but he is a guy that would struggle against your bigger 300-plus nose tackle, big, strong one-techs. Cooper Beebe's a guy that shouldn't be as big of a problem, especially having Tyler Smith and Booker now next to him. So I'm excited. I mean, Cooper's a super smart, intelligent guy. Now being in year 2 playing the position, you talk about the snap, step that Brian's always focused on. All that stuff should be coming much more naturally to Cooper. I think the big question's at left tackle with Tyler Guyton, but I'm with you. I'm a fan of Austin Richards. The problem was, it's the health. He's been a guy that, unfortunately, there's been an ankle sprain here or there. It's like, is he able to stay out there? But they have so many options. It's the deepest offensive line they've had since I can remember.
Yeah.
When you talk about guys that have proven that they can play, with Rob Jones, who they brought in, with T.J. Bass, who's played snaps in the league, Brock Hoffman, who was good for a 5-week period last year. So they definitely have the best group, I think, that we've seen since the Great Wall of Dallas in their prime there, probably, 2018?
Yeah, I think right before the Travis Frederick injury, they were still good enough, even though they had lost Doug Free and Ron Leary. You had enough around that, and young guys coming up like Lyle Collins and whatnot, that they still had a really good lineup until Travis Frederick went out, and ever since then they've been trying to replace it, get that athlete. Is Beebe, you think, physical enough and strong enough handed that he's going to be able to be a bully there inside?
Yeah, he is. I mean, at guard, that was his thing for me. That's why I loved him. He's a mauler. I mean, that dude is absolutely...
I mean, between him and Booker and Smith, that's got to be the strongest, or I can't imagine many are as strong as what those 3 guys represent.
You got to have it in this division, too, with what the Eagles bring to the table on the D-line, even the Giants, what they have on their line, and the Commanders.
It is time now for the Crustaceans Corner, and Broadus is out today. He is not just being quiet, talking to insiders on text, as can happen at any time in the show. He's actually out today. It's a rare day off. He's the hardest working man in sports radio.
It's unheard of.
Definitely a workaholic, and I'm in awe of. But these are 2 days off. Family called. He's got a godson getting married South Cackalack, so he's out until Monday. We'll check where we going next with the corner.
Yeah, let's do some sounds of the day. We got Krusty Joe shots fired in South Beach Lies with some bold predictions. That's next in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat about a different nation altogether. That is Window Nation, 866-90-NATION.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that.
You about our fan ambassador Peyton, because of course you need more Peyton in your life. Peyton is an amazing dog that is great with other dogs and cats and is one chill customer like me. You can check out Peyton and other fan ambassadors ready for adoption at 1053thefan.com/adopt.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Globe. And we're going until 6:30 tonight. White Sox are in town. You know, here at this time, it's time for Brian Broaddus' Krusty's Corner, but he is out today. So Wolchuk's going to do Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Calvin Watkins coming up at 4 o'clock, talking Cowboys off-season drama. Here's the Wooly Bully.
All right, let's start with a Krusty news story that I saw. Mike Tomlin, Steelers head coach. He's going to move training camp practices for the Steelers to the afternoon to take advantage of the heat. It wasn't hot enough last year, is what Mike Tomlin said.
I saw that. They're like, wait, why are you changing up the old schedule? We need it to be hotter.
Yep.
We need this to be more difficult. We need to be tougher.
It's legitimate. You know, I don't think it's necessarily about getting tougher for the long term, but just getting your body as acclimated as possible. Like in youth soccer, when we would have a busy August, we would come out and stomp for the first couple, 2-3 weeks of September against teams that wanted to rest when it's hot out. Oh, it's too hot. I'm going to be nice to my kids. I'm not going to make them play. Well, you'd get worked in September. So it's all about like just getting your body used to the heat, because by the time you're used to it, 98 can feel like 85, you know, if you're used to it, or 92 can feel like 105.
Yeah, and it's going to aid in the conditioning, and I guess that's a big point that he was trying to make with that. Now we go to the Krusty's quarterback going, Joe Flacco, in Cleveland. And here was Flacco talking about TikTok dances. He was asked, I don't know why the question was brought up, but it was, and here was Flacco.
No TikTok dances. The fact that people, that is different too. This generation, the fact that people want to get on their phones and show people the most, like, that's embarrassing. You're an adult. Like, be an adult. Like, it's just like I can't wrap my head around that. And like, I get it. Like, you have kids, and like you want to have fun with your kids. Like, well, like, have fun with your kids in private. You know, that's what I think.
Does that make you more guarded, Joe?
I'm not guarded. I don't think I'm guarded at all. I think, honestly, if you talk to me in person, I'll tell you a lot. I'll be pretty honest with you. But like, yeah, on social media, no chance. No chance. Just part of me. There's a piece of me at times that like, gosh, should I be this guy that kind of like does this a little bit? Like, 'cause I feel like in order to have a good social media, you do want to be honest and like show what you do in your life. But it's just like, that's a job in itself.
Man, don't do TikTok dances. Joe Flacco. I mean,
I get it, dude. He comes from a completely different generation of athlete. This was not a part of the culture when he was coming up. So I totally get it, and especially if that's not like some people discover like, oh, I absolutely have that in me. Let me jump into this. But many people are like, no, I don't have, it's not a part of my, I don't think about it at all. At no point do I consider popping out a TikTok dance or pulling my phone out to video whatever. It's just not a part of the way your brain works. I totally get where he's coming from.
I love the fact that he said have fun with your kids in private. Like, don't be putting that out on social media. Don't take a video of that. That's embarrassing. Don't do that.
It is hilarious how some of these quarterbacks, especially, I guess it also applies to punters and long snappers, can stay in the league for so long that they just have no connection. They're just so out of touch with the generation because it's not a kid's thing. It's that generation thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes. You used to only see kids doing it because it's what their generation was doing, but now those kids have grown up. At one point they said, grow up, you're playing video games?
Yeah. Now look, you can go get a scholarship for playing video games.
And all the old guys are playing video games because that's what we grew up with.
Yeah. It's, I mean, look, Flacco, he's had a lot of interesting takes. I mean, he is like the old guard here that is still standing in the NFL. Okay, I now take you to J.K. Dobbins, who is a former Charger, former Raven. Now he is a Denver Bronco. Just signed his new one-year, $5.24 million deal, and he had his first visit with Denver Broncos media.
Good luck to them. I'm a Bronco now. They got to see me twice a year. So that's my thoughts on it. I'm going to have the chip on my shoulder, of course, but I'm here. I'm worried about winning more than just beating. I don't want to just beat the Chargers. I want to go on and I want to get a ring because I've been in the playoffs every year I've played. So I'm tired of losing in them. So that's my goal, is to bring a Super Bowl to the city and just be a blessing to the community as well.
So some shots fired at the former team, and I get that. You're going to have a chip on your shoulder. There's going to be a little bit of venom. Now, I've had the football gut talking to me here a little bit, boys.
Hold up. Again?
Yeah, again.
2 weeks in a row?
No, this is crazy. This is crazy. I don't know what's going on. This is wild to me. I'm starting to maybe bite off more than I can chew here, okay?
Your bold predictions, you're already out of the gates with the Eagles and the Lions missing the playoffs.
I know.
Okay?
I know.
So I would encourage you to, one, settle down a little bit, but two, bring that damn heat, dude. I'm excited what you got.
All right, here it is.
It's just like Pat Mahomes is about to regress to being the worst quarterback of the NFL.
No.
Andy Reid's going to look a hell of a lot thinner on the sidelines this year. Like, where are you going with this?
Andy Reid will not eat a cheeseburger all of week 1 in preparation of that game. No.
Look at this.
That would be historical.
It would be. I'm going with the Denver Broncos are going to win the AFC West.
Oh,
yep. Denver's going to be your division champ this year.
Bo Nix believer.
It's
Zach
not even.
Wolchuk,
It's
ladies
not.
and gentlemen.
And see, I knew this is where you're going to go with this. This is not a Bo Nix take, okay? Because I was so anti Bo Nix, and I am eating crow on this. This is belief in Sean Payton and that defense. Yeah. And when Sean Payton identifies a quarterback, and he even said it to Brian, he said, "Well, I'm sorry, you're going to be wrong about the kid." I don't even know if it's just Bo Nix is that good, but Sean Payton has a system in place, and they've got now enough offensive talent. I love the R.J. Harvey selection. I think he's going to be a really good running back for them. They added J.K. Dobbins, so they've got themselves a solid 1-2 pop. They're going to be able to run the ball. Cortland Sutton's a really good receiver. Marvin Mims, Frisco Lone Star stand-up. He's emerging, I think, is a really good young receiver in the NFL. But defensively, they are so damn good. I still expect Kansas City to be in the playoffs. Don't get me wrong. But the football gut's just saying Denver's going to be damn good this year, and I think they're going to win the AFC West, boys.
I could definitely see it. I think they're going to have some tremendous peaks. Like the way Sean Payton manages the cap, he's going to build a foundation and wait and get close and then try to drive an absolute freight train through that championship window with spending, right? He got way irresponsible with New Orleans. That's why he had to go, because he didn't want to stay around and clean it all up. Now here with Denver, get a chance to reset, get a young quarterback, the advantage there. I don't know if it happens now, but I hear you. I think Denver is the biggest threat to the Chiefs in that division. I do think the Chiefs, as long as Andy Reid's there, are going to have a Tom Brady Patriots-like run where it's always 11 or 12 wins.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're going anywhere, but I do think Denver's going to be really good.
Now we get to Bradley Chubb. And we're all Mike McDaniel fans here, right? But he was kind of discussing the changing of the culture. And Bradley Chubb was insinuating that, Mike McDaniel kind of jokes when he says things, and we need to take it upon ourselves. Just because they're necessarily saying it in a joking manner doesn't mean it's not serious, and we need to hold ourselves accountable. But he also had this omission about last year's Miami team.
I'm gonna say last year we was lying, honestly. Point blank period. We felt it. You know what I mean? We put our toe in the water, but we didn't dive all the way in. We didn't get all the way there with each other. You know what I mean? We weren't making the effort to do to go the extra mile. And I would say this year we're doing that. I'm not sure how it's gonna turn out for us, but we are putting that foot to change it, because last year, like I said, we said we wanted to change. Yeah, we're doing this, we're doing that, but it's not going exactly how we want to. But this year, I feel like everybody has the right mindset and moving forward. You know what I mean? So if it works out, it's gonna work out. If it doesn't, we're gonna get back to the drawing board and make sure it works out. You know what I mean?
This led me to believe, listening to Bradley Chubb just talk about Mike McDaniel.
Oh wait, are you setting up the next Wolchuk bold take? I mean, you've got 3 now for the season.
Yeah.
Lions, Eagles miss the playoffs, and the Broncos win the AFC West. You have a wild card team in Kansas City. Where are you taking this with the Dolphins?
Mike McDaniel's going to get bleep canned during the season.
Mid-season fire?
First coach fired. Put your money on Mike McDaniel in Miami.
I need to look at the odds on that.
Yeah, it doesn't sound good. And then last week we had on, who was it, Eric, on our Bet Nation show? What was his name from Miami?
Alex Solana.
Alex Solana. And listening to him talk about the Dolphins, it's like a beatdown, man. He's talking about them and Mike McDaniel and Chris Greer and the way they put this thing together. Like, they're just a garbage football team. We know the offensive line's not very good. Eric, you've talked about how they just have not evolved since Mike McDaniel's first season there. I love the guy. His press conferences are fantastic, and he might just be a really good coordinator and not a good head coach. But Jalen Ramsey wants to get the heck out of there because he sees the writing on the wall. This team is a dumpster fire right now. I don't think this is going to go well for Miami, and I'm saying Mike McDaniel gets canned.
That's another one of those organizations that I feel like is out there that just can't get it figured out. They got a culture of disappointment and losing.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, and it's sort of they've been popping up as like the most highly graded out team on that NFL PA report card. Everybody has a great time in there. The facilities are through the roof, and their head coach Mike McDaniel just gets run over. Tyreek Hill does whatever he wants. These guys if they want to show up late, they show up late. It doesn't matter. Now, also a lot of this too, I think what they're losing. Tua is not a great quarterback. He's got plenty of flaws,
sure,
but the injuries for him have cost them in a huge way. If you could get healthy Tua, then you could have potentially, maybe a 9-win season, I guess. But I don't think you're far off there. I think Zach Taylor of the Bengals right now has the best odds to be fired, but Colt Shane Steichen as well is up there.
Yeah.
Dable's up there with the Giants, but Mike McDaniel's right there in the thick of it as a guy who could easily be bleep canned during the season.
And I get it. 3-6-0. I think you need to look at Denver's record against bad teams at 500 and above last season. It wasn't good. Look, they're bold for a reason. Okay. Those are them. That's just what the football gut's telling me right now. I don't think it's going to be a good season for Miami and Mike McDaniel, and I love him. And I think Denver's going to be pretty damn good this year, and they're going to dethrone the Chiefs in the AFC West.
There he is, the Oracle Wolchuk. He doesn't sit here and just fire off sports opinions. He listens to his gut and delivers that message for our benefit. Thank you, Zachary, for delivering once again.
Thank you.
Okay, Calvin Watkins from the Morning News talking Cowboys practices next here on The Fan.
Okay, I know when it comes to auto repair, that is an absolutely stressful pain in the...
What's it, saffron squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Globe where the Rangers are going to host the White Sox tonight. Pregame's coming up at 6:30 here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Joining us now from the Morning News, longtime Cowboy reporter Calvin Watkins here in the nation. How you doing, Calvin?
What's going on? What's going on?
Calvin, what up, bro?
I mean,
what's going on?
Hey, you tell us, man. What can you help us with this Micah story and Jerry Jones? What is the lay of the land there?
The lay of the land is, I just think they're not as close as we think they are with the contract, right? I think they're playing games with each other. So, like, Jerry says, tell your agent to call me and we can get things going. And then the agent says, well, no, Jerry, you call me, let's get things going. And then you ask Micah, why not tell your agent to call Jerry? I don't want to talk about that. So
do they not like
Micah
each other?
Jerry, I think they all like each other, but it's like, I think I wrote this earlier this week. It's like a reality show. It's just unnecessary drama. It helps you guys out because you got something to talk about in the middle of the summer, right?
Oh, yeah.
And it helps me out because I get something to write about in the middle of the summer. So that's what this is. I do believe at some point when we get to California for training camp that they'll get this done. I don't think they'll get it done before we go to camp. And I'm supposed to leave July 20th for California. So that's where we are. You know, unless something has changed in the last 30 seconds, but I think that's just where we are.
So how is playing this game worth it to the Joneses with the T.J. Watt contract potentially getting done and raising the price? How is there value in that for Jerry to be stubborn and not pick it up and play that game?
I don't know if Watt's going to get that type of money. To me, the standard is your boy Myles Garrett. You know, and then the mark that you're looking at that Micah wants is $200 million in total compensation. So unless Watt's going to get that, which I don't think he is, because this might be his third contract, and even Micah had talked about that a little bit the other day, he might not be in play. So to me, it's the $40 million average salary, which is what Myles Garrett has. So unless Watt's going to surpass that in some way, then yeah. But you know what? To your point, we know what the money is right now. Because, you know, your boy in Cincinnati, he's holding out too. Hendrickson, right?
Yeah. Right.
So he didn't lead the league in sacks last year, if I'm not mistaken, right?
He did, yep.
And they were a bad defense, and he was the best player on a bad defense, right? So, you know, that's another story for another day. But he had a heck of a year. So you kind of know where the money is, and maybe Watt and Hendrickson are waiting on Micah. So Micah knows what the mark is. The high mark is Myles Garrett. So everything's in line for you to take care of Micah Parsons. Why they won't do this is a great mystery that I don't have the answer to. And maybe you guys do, but I don't.
No, we're still searching, Calvin. Has there been any added pressure to you now having the first question at the press conferences, sir?
Yeah, there's a little pressure because everyone is going to second guess the first question you ask, right? So outside of like there's something going on, like someone's hurt, someone's holding out, you lose a tough game in a particular manner. So, you know, you do a lot of these things every day. Sometimes I would say to David Moore, I said, what you got? And he goes, I have nothing. Right? And then somehow he'll come up with it. So there's a little bit of pressure there, but, you know, you figure it out as you go along. So, but there's so much drama with this team that it'll be pretty easy to come up with a good first question, I think.
What can you share with us about the Trayvon Diggs drama? Like, how's his rehab going? Is he going to end up losing out on $500,000? Their friction with him and the training staff clearly, like the Diggs stuff's a little weird.
Yeah, he does not get along with the strength and conditioning staff, the training staff, the training staff, for whatever reason. Now, the training staff, they're old school. Britt Brown, director of rehab, he's one of the best in the NFL, right? If you got a bad foot, bad leg, trying to get back, he's your guy. He will get you on the field. He's tough love, right? So if you're not that kind of guy that likes tough love, then Britt Brown is not your cup of tea. So that's the issue that they're having. And in today's NFL, guys want to train away from the facility, so you have to let them, especially your star players. And that's where they are. It was kind of interesting that, Diggs is willing to lose $500,000 out of a $9 million base salary, right? And you could say, well, it's just $500,000 out of $9 million. Well, the taxes and all that, every little bit helps, right? So
That's a lot of money. Yeah.
So it's interesting that he's willing to lose this amount of money just to say I can't train at the facility. Now he was training with Britt Brown yesterday, but it was interesting as he was on the cords, these resistance cords that they use. Britt's holding them. There was a guy there with them. He wasn't like a bodyguard. I think he might have been the other trainer. He was there. So, and I hadn't seen that before. Mm-hmm. And it was just those three guys by themselves. Well, normally Britt is working with a player or two by himself, but this time there was someone else down there. I'm not sure who that guy was. I don't know if he was like a buffer or, you make a pitching change and the interpreter comes out there with Bruce Bochy and then, and they're talking to the pitcher. It was kind of like that. So there you are with Diggs.
I love it. It's Calvin Watkins here with you. Reading your story, he was making a case that he was ahead of schedule last year, got back week one, even though he wasn't supposed to be back in October. Is a similar thing realistic this year?
He says it is, but this type of surgery is a little more complex. He had a torn ACL last year when he came back. This one, he needs some grafts, some tissue moved around, and so it's a little more complex. So, and he told me he has no swelling, got no discomfort. Said he's moving around well. He said the rehab this go around is a lot better. And I asked him, is that because of what you did last year in rehab? He said, no, it's just a lot better, a lot easier. And it was interesting that he said, I don't know if you guys have the internet over there, but he released a documentary on YouTube of his rehab process. And he told me he released it because he saw people were questioning his rehab commitment. And so he released the video to show people, I am working out, I am working hard. And he's going to release another one about the rehab this upcoming summer. So he's aware of the criticism from everybody, including you guys. And so hopefully he'll be okay.
Calvin, what do you think about this offense? Obviously just OTAs and whatnot, but having the Pickens factor, new coaching staff, how different does this offense look? Is it bringing any excitement to you?
It's good to see Pickens out there, and you could tell he is an elite player, and you add him with CeeDee Lamb, and the passing game should be dynamic. And they're doing a lot of quick throws with Dak underneath. They're trying to throw it vertically with Pickens and Turp and CD. So I like to see that, but we'll find out when they play Philly week one on that Thursday night if all this works.
You've gone through several coaching changes. We got all the good vibes right now, the energy. I mean, what's your take right now on the new Schottenheimer regime?
I like what he's trying to do. Everyone, I saw Pete Carroll was wrestling with the players and they're swimming, and so they all got their little gimmicks to bring everyone together, right? So this is nothing new. Shotty's not finding this under a rock and say, oh, look what I discovered. We're going to play ping pong in the locker room. Well, that's not a new thing, right? But, and I'm not knocking it, I'm just saying that this is nothing new, but I think it's a good thing that Shotty is trying to bring some chemistry to the team, and he wants everyone to bond and be together. I think that's why he asked Micah in the offseason, hey, I need you to come to the first day of offseason workouts, because it means a lot to me and it means a lot to these guys that you're here. And Micah said, okay, I'll be there, right? Micah's locker was moved closer to Dak Prescott's to help Micah be a better leader. And who's a better leader than Dak Prescott, right? So some of the things that Shotty's doing, I really like. And he knows this better than anybody. Ultimately, you got to win some football games. Because if you lose 4 games in a row or you're going through a tough time, as soon as that ping pong table is moved to the back, it's going to be a story. So we'll see what happens.
I love it. Calvin Watkins here breaking it down here from the morning news with you. Now, how 100% is Dak? Can he be the athlete that was runner-up MVP in 2023 coming off that avulsion fracture?
I think so. He's moving around pretty good. He's bigger in his legs, and he said that was because of the rehab work he was doing. He feels good. He's a little grumpy when you say he's injury-prone because he said, look, I broke my thumb hitting a helmet. That's not being injury-prone. And I said, well, you get hurt every other year. So, but hey, that's our little thing, right? So
I got your back. He is at this point. I mean, I don't feel more comfortable about Dak right now than I did about Tony like in 2015.
That's good. That's a good example there. I like that. But Dak is healthy. I've always liked Dak as a quarterback. But this is year 10 now. Yeah. So, hey, man, highest paid in the league, you got to do something for us now. So, and he understands that more than anybody. And so the pressure's on him. It always has been on him to deliver a championship to this city. And it's been 29 years since, I don't know if you guys were born last time you won a Super Bowl. So
I was 15, 16 in their dominance, and it was amazing.
It was amazing? Oh, yeah. I was living in New York.
What's going on? You guys about to poach Jason Kidd? What the hell, Calvin?
The Mavericks told the Knicks, nah, man, we keeping Jay Kidd. So, I don't know, we're going to hire Joe Torre. We're going to do something different outside the box.
Hey, what's this about Mingo? Is he really going to put it together? I mean, like the catch percentage throughout his career is so low. I thought this was another failed trade, but he's turning some eyes there at the Star. Huh?
Yeah, he's looking pretty good. He is. It was tough to get traded last year, right? And his head was spinning. He's used to playing 3 positions, and then he put him on the X and the outside. That's the position he's playing now. He seems to be a lot comfortable with Dak Prescott. And he had noted that, hey, he had 2 different offensive coordinators, 3 different head coaches, 2 different quarterbacks in 2 years. So there's so much going on. And now here he is in Dallas with the same quarterback, in a sense, Dak, until he got hurt last year, right? And, the coordinators changed here, but I think he had a full offseason. So we'll see if he was worth that 4th-round pick. You know what I'm saying? Because before they had the Pickens trade, it was like, is Jonathan Mingo the number 2 guy at wideout, or is it Jalen Tolbert? And now as you get Pickens, now you can say Mingo can kind of slide in there with Tolbert as a 3-4. You might have an okay receiving core.
What's the position that you're most concerned or you still have the biggest questions about between now and training camp?
Running back and cornerback. I don't know who the starting running back is going to be. I think it's going to be a committee, and Javonte Williams is the lead of that committee. And might have Miles Sanders, and they got Blue and that kind of thing. So I'm not sure how that's going to play itself out. The cornerback situation is interesting. They're not going to have Diggs until middle of the season, maybe. The 3rd-round pick, Revel, I think he's going to start training camp on the pup. And he's a 3rd-round pick, so he's supposed to get a lot of playing time. So I'm not sure if he'll be ready week 1. Deron Bland was in the slot in the off-season work, and he's not happy about that. Yeah. So, we're trying to figure out who's going to be your starting corners. I do know Deron Bland's going to be on the field, but everybody else I don't know. So those are the 2 main spots that I'm really concerned about, corner and running back.
Is it possible they get a deal done with Bland before the season starts?
I don't think so. I think they want to wait to take care of Mr. Parsons. And then they want to see how Bland is. They got a lot of corners now. Remember, they traded for a corner. They drafted a corner. They got Diggs coming back. So they got a lot of corners there. So I think they wanted to see how Bland plays this year because it took him a while to come back from that toe injury that he had. And then there's another guy they got to pay, Tyler Smith.
Mm-hmm.
He signed through 2026. So, Tyler's going to want his money, So I think they're going to wait to see on Bland. Bland might be one of those kind of guys like Jake Ferguson where when the season ends, then you assess where you are and say, oh, Jake had 14 touchdowns and 60 catches. Okay, let's pay him. Bland had 6 interceptions and 18 pass deflections. Okay, let's pay him. You know what I'm saying? I'm just throwing those numbers out there. So you want to see what kind of year they have before you say, all right, let's get our checkbook and sign him.
Before we let you go, Calvin, it is a Friday, and as such, we ask all our guests what you drinking and what you thinking.
I'm not drinking anything right now. I'm on a twice a week drinking
schedule.
Schedule. Yeah.
Oh, he's ball sacking us.
Did you say binge?
I don't believe you.
No, I got this 14-year-old Glenn Levitt sitting here that it's been like yelling my name for the last 2 weeks that I might have to pop open tomorrow. So
He lied! Appreciate you.
But yesterday I went to the cigar lounge in Casa Monte Cristo and I was going to order. I almost ordered a drink. I almost messed up because you only have 2 days, so you want to make them count, right?
Yeah.
So I got a Heineken Zero.
There you go.
So I don't know if that counts.
Welcome to my world.
What I had.
Counts in my book. Well, thank you for your insights. Enjoy this little summer stretch, and we will see you in Oxnard, sir.
Oh, that'd be great. We can have a drink maybe one of the days I can drink. That'd be good.
You got to plan it on your schedule.
Absolutely. Sounds good. There he goes. Calvin Watkins, Morning News, longtime beat writer of the Cowboys. Would you say senior writer at this point? I mean, He asked the first question. He took David Moore's spot.
Yeah.
That's
him and Clarence for sure. Todd Archer.
Okay, we got to run. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan on a Friday. Hodgepodge coming up next, Chief.
Fantastic Cowboys and Mavs news you're not going to want to miss, plus the return of the biggest star in sports next to the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Time for a Friday Sports Hodgepodge. We're at the Globe. Rangers host the White Sox tonight. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win the Frankels to go to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Sands coming up in 15 minutes. Here's Chief of the Hodgepodge.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. All right. We will hear from George Pickens in just a second. I think you're going to appreciate what he has to say. But
GP.
The big news right now, I think, comes out of Mavs land. And the first thing is, I think we might be able to squash any small doubts that still remain about the Mavericks botching the Cooper Flag stuff and doing anything other than just sitting strong at number one and taking him. This has since been removed from their website, but I believe our old buddy Kevin Gray is the one to first send this out into the stratosphere, and now it's picking up steam everywhere.
KG.
On Mavs.com, they had a graphic that said, first pick, the Dallas Mavericks select Cooper Flag, welcome to Dallas. They had his face on it and everything.
Oopsie.
And they're getting called out and made fun of for it because this is obviously a botch, but I'm looking at it as a positive. They're already putting the graphics and the web page together to introduce the newest Dallas Maverick, Mr. Cooper Flag. They're being made fun of, but I think as Mavs fans, this is just another reason to put any doubts to rest that Cooper Flag is not going to be a Maverick.
They hit the publish instead of schedule button.
Yeah, that's
Next
probably.
thing, went live. Some people noticed it, screenshotted them.
I like to think this is just a good Samaritan who's trying to put the Mavs unrest at ease a little bit, saying, you know what, I'm going to intentionally click the wrong button here. Let's get this out here so that we can just calm any nerves. Cooper Flag, the kid from Duke, is going to be a Dallas Maverick.
I mean, not to be internet guy or anything, but there is like a viral trend of intentionally making mistakes to get that attention. I misspell something in my post to make people go, hey, dumbass, you misspelled that, just to get that engagement.
Man, see, that's hacking the system right there. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. Maybe that's what the Mavs are doing here. Maybe it was just an honest mistake. Either way, This is great news. Now, a touch more of awesome Mavs news. What did Brian Broaddus say about his Gang of Seven in the NBA about Sean Sweeney?
The San Antonio report.
The San Antonio report.
Yeah, San Antonio might be trying to poach him.
Might be trying to poach him, right?
Might be offering a pay raise or something to come over there.
Jason Kidd's right-hand man, the architect for the Mavs defense over the last few years. Definitely we talk about plus players. This is a plus coach. We do not want to see him go anywhere. Saw Mark Stein report that the Spurs are going to be hiring Corliss Williamson as their assistant coach, and he is a defensive guy.
Good.
So I would like to think that ends the opportunity for Sean Sweeney to leave Dallas and go to San Antonio. Now, who's to say he could end up, somebody else could money whip him somewhere or whatever. But at least if he does leave, it doesn't look like it would be the Spurs at this point. And hopefully that just means he sits tight and we keep the band together. Cooper Flag, Sweeney, Kidd, let's party.
Yeah, that sounds great to me. Corliss Williamson, of course, a great basketball player from Arkansas, mid-early 90s. Bill Clinton was going to games. As they made a great run to the Final Four right around the time Duke and UNLV were dominating. That was a fun Arkansas team. And then I think he went on and played it for the Pistons for a while. Hadn't heard about him. Apparently he is a pretty good coach.
Yeah, he was on. He was a member of the Pistons for sure. Hadn't heard much about him either, but he's definitely a defensive guy. So congrats to the Spurs. Stay away from our Sweeney. We'll get back to basketball here in just a moment, but I want to tee up George Pickens. Now keep in mind, Pro Football Focus has George Pickens as the number one wide receiver in the sport when it comes to the go route. We know he's a vertical player, gets down the field, led the league with 19 go route targets last season, and was the only receiver to record double-digit catches from go routes, 10 passes for 352 yards and a touchdown. So that is just something of note. But here is George Pickens yesterday with the media talking about this Brian Schottenheimer offense. This is a quick little clip, but I think we're all going to appreciate it.
Yeah. As you get acclimated to it, what stands out most about Schotty's offense?
Just, a lot of motions, a lot of things that you get an indicator on what the defense is doing before you say hype. And a lot of, some coaches don't do that.
Yeah, I would say the coaches in Pittsburgh did not do that.
No,
I mean, that is the what not to do offense. If you're trying to figure out the things that you should avoid doing as a play caller or play designer, just watch the Pittsburgh Steelers really over the last half decade or so. And that's where George Pickens has been residing. This is This is pretty elementary. Rams fans, Niners fans, Vikings fans, name that awesome offense. They laugh at this like, of course, this is elementary. But for here in Dallas, hey, this is music to my ears.
You know, any excuse that you could make for not wanting to install something like this is just like a truth serum that you're not up for the job, right?
Yes.
You know, what are you talking about? I don't want my quarterback to be distracted by all of this motion. Then get a quarterback that can handle it. You know, I don't think my players can learn this. Well, get smarter players or get coaches that are better at teaching. You know, but there's just no excuse based on what all the numbers say this can do for your offense. It's exciting to finally be in this game because, as GP mentioned, a lot of coaches around the league still aren't doing it.
Mm-hmm.
And the Rams basically took the league by storm with it a decade ago.
Yeah.
A decade ago, and a lot of coaches still aren't doing it.
Yeah, where anybody who's implementing this now is extremely late to the party. But hey, we're at the party.
We're in the game.
We're at the party,
And
boys
it's
and
going to
girls.
keep spinning.
I
You know,
just
there's
hope we
going to
see
be
it on
wrinkles off
Sundays.
of it. There's a lot of advantages to be harvested, and I think the Cowboys are now, you know, actively looking for those.
I'm so excited to just see a new offense that is more with the times, and obviously the Pickens factor. I mean, this will be an entertaining situation on a Sunday-to-Sunday basis watching these Cowboys. Okay, back to basketball. Windhorst reporting the league has come to terms with the realization that the Bucks are going to keep Giannis. Giannis is not going to ask for a trade. Okay,
Gosh, dang it,
so
Giannis.
that's been talked about for the last few days, but it feels like it is pretty much official. Giannis will remain a Buck, at least for the time being. But who knows what happens at the trade deadline? Things go haywire, whatever. But as of now, we can stop the Giannis trade rumors. And then
It's amazing
Shams,
that there's not more clamoring to figure out a way to get him.
Yeah.
I think this starts with Giannis being loyal to his core, and it starts with him being the one, because the Bucks obviously got no reason to want to trade him. They want to keep him.
Yeah.
All it takes is Giannis to just decide, like we've seen superstars over the last 10 years plus, say, I don't want to be here. As a matter of fact, I know exactly where I want to be, strong-arm the situation. But Giannis just has shown no inclination that he has that. Like, he wants to avoid that at every turn. We saw it for many years with Damian Lillard. He finally got to a point, probably a little bit too late to go get that championship. Giannis obviously has a championship, but he's looking at being one of the all-time dudes. You're going to need more than one, and maybe it's just a matter of time before he gets to that point, and he's like, okay, bleep the loyalty, I got to go win somewhere, but that time is not now. Now, what could be in the next few days, according to Shams Charania, is Kevin Durant being traded. We knew that this was inevitable. And it looks like the Spurs are kind of bowing out of the sweepstakes.
It's very surprising. Bill Simmons said it was a done deal.
Billy Simmons.
Oh, Bill.
What's his initials?
BS.
That's what he does.
Absolutely.
Even though he did put in the call for old Mathurin. I don't know if you guys saw that clip circulating.
No, I didn't.
Mathurin in the with the Pacers after game one, he was like, man, I really like the way Mathurin is just playing, the speed of the game. He just looks like he fits. He literally said, I could see him going for one of those 27 points in 22 minutes nights. I'm not even joking, and that's literally what happened in game 3 the other night for the Pacers and Mathurin. So Bill Simmons, he's shooting from the hip every once in a while. He freaking goes bullseye on you. But this Spurs thing with Kevin Durant, Walchuk, that's not working out. According to Shams, the focus on the Suns conversations have been on just a few teams, the Rockets, the Miami Heat, and the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Not surprising the Miami Heat are in there. They're always in there, the Miami Heat and Pat Riley. They can't stay out of it.
Yeah, and other than LeBron, it feels like they've just been in the mix for the last decade, but never really got the guy, other than Jimmy Butler. But even that, it was like he's got to bounce around a million times before you end up getting him. So we'll see. I can't wait to see what the package looks like. Perhaps a 3-team deal.
Probably a small package, don't you think?
Well, the Suns want a giant package. They want the guy.
They want an Ozempic-sized package?
They want the guy sitting on the edge of the bed with that just absolute hammer sword. That's what they want.
Well, they're not getting that.
No.
They're getting more like, the average.
Yeah, I think you're looking at just your run-of-the-mill, 5 or so. Now,
maybe 6.
But, the present expectation is that the Spurs will just use the number 2 overall pick, draft Dylan Harper, and not mortgage any of their future when it comes to bringing in Kevin Durant, because that contract is fat.
It's a big one.
It really is. So
the super contracts are dead, dude. Nobody wants Giannis. Nobody wants KD. I mean,
It's so much for
I
the
know. I
craziest
understand.
offseason
Yes,
ever.
Giannis is loyal, but nobody is putting together the kind of thing to get Giannis excited. is what's happening. That's why Giannis is like, I guess I'm staying in Milwaukee. A lot is happening behind the scenes. People are like, why would I want old KD? He's just an average defender now, and he's not one of the best players, but he's getting paid this amount. I can't build a contender around him. Why would I want old KD? I got De'Aaron Fox making money. I'm going to have to pay Wemby here pretty soon.
Yeah.
You know,
I respect what the Spurs
I don't
are
want to
doing.
give up young players, because what it's going to be is a superstar or two surrounded by the kind of quality that won back-to-back Rookies of the Year for them. What I want to do is build around these guys who know how to play around Wemby and Fox. They're not going to get the shots to allow them to break the bank. I'm going to re-sign these guys as my own homegrown role players for 15 to 20 each instead of giving KD 60. You know, it's fascinating, because now the top players of the game that have controlled the player movement have kind of been squeezed out of, you know, number one, having control, but also number two, like, how desirable are these super deals going to be?
Yeah.
If you know, once I do one of these guys, I might be locked in forever. He's going to be untradeable. There's just so many different ways this thing's evolving after the economy of the NBA basically being the same for 4 decades.
By the way, Caitlin Clark set to return tomorrow versus New York, so that's great for the WNBA. And how about this? In the playoffs, when Caitlin Clark is in attendance for a Pacers game, they're freaking 8-0, bro. They are undefeated when she is sitting courtside.
Hope she's there tonight.
Wow. Good luck, Charm.
No
go
disrespect,
Rick.
Ruben.
Jared Sandler joins us next. We'll talk Rangers, White Sox with you here in the G-Bag Nation. Texas homeowners, though, this summer heat is absolutely no joke. I love having Permapure Foundation Repair in my corner to give me peace of mind.
It's a lower fee product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean that this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it? Cinnamon Squad?
Razor Blade.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Melvin?
Sweet
No. I just said that.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back to back, #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all price of sales. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We're live at the Globe. Jared Sandler coming on in just a second. It's Mexican Heritage Cap Night with the White Sox in town, presented by Coca-Cola. The first 20,000 fans, you got a cap there at the front door if you're coming on out here to the Rangers game. We are suite level center field, the Comerica backyard. Door's going to open up in about 14 minutes. It's going to be a party in here. Jared, good afternoon. Jared Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. How the heck are you, buddy?
Guys, I'm sorry. You know what? These series where we travel in the middle of the week, I was so thrown off. I just realized, as you said it right now, Dawson, that you guys are here, and I didn't. I'm so sorry. Not that I think you guys care, but I hate that I didn't make the trip over there.
It would have been nice to see your smiling face, but we'll settle for some good news on this rotation. Having to do another bullpen night tonight, huh?
Yeah, and Dane Dunning's here. He's not going to be activated, I don't think, for tonight's game, although I guess it's still possible. Jacob deGrom tomorrow, and then on Sunday, another bullpen game. Just that way they can give Tyler Mahle a little extra rest. That's a part of it. They don't really want him throwing on 4 days rest right now. I think we talked yesterday after the game about just, controlling innings and being smart. But Nathan Eovaldi is going to throw a bullpen, I think, tomorrow, and hopefully that'll be the next step for him, in his path to returning to this rotation. And, who knows? It looks like there's some opportunity. I know, Jacob Latz, obviously the way he pitched the other day, he's a guy who could lead a bullpen game, but do it not in a, 1-2 inning way, but someone who could actually give you 3, maybe 4 innings, and maybe Caleb Bosley the same. Sean Armstrong's going to start tonight's game, but we'll see who ends up getting the bulk of the innings, and they'll just go from there.
What's the current state of the offense?
Well, I'd say it's the best it's been, but this is it's an interesting week, right? Because the Rangers, the White Sox are not great. They pitch better than they hit, but it's not like you're facing multiple Cy Young Award winners, and Shane Smith, who's arguably their best pitcher, has been pushed back to Tuesday. So you're not going to have to face him. Adrian Hauser's been pretty good, and that's who the Rangers will face tonight. Now, the Royals can pitch, but Cole Reagans isn't going to be healthy. You don't have to worry about facing Cole Reagans. And it just seems like this is an opportunity for the Rangers to make up for some of the ground that they lost early on when their offense was struggling. Now, are they going to come home and the bats are just going to disappear? I mean, I certainly hope not. But it's more than just this past series, right? If you really kind of dive into some of the numbers under the hood, we're coming up on 2 weeks now where things have really started to turn. Now, they're still not great with 2 strikes. You'd like to see them be more competitive in 2-strike situations. But they have gotten a lot better in some of the peripherals. And just it's little things like hitting the inside fastball have started to turn. And signs that maybe the offense is going to start to regress back to the mean in a positive way, and hopefully leads to some wins to support this pitching staff. And you know, too, guys, like it wasn't like Tyler Mahle was great against Minnesota the first game of the series. I think Bassick brought this up. How nice is it for a starting pitcher to not be at his best and still be able to, you know, get a win and be a part of a win for the team because the offense is able to pick them up? There just hasn't been many of those games this year, but it seems like hopefully the offense is in a position to start to try and do that.
Man, amen. I mean, it seemed like it just took forever that I think some fans had lost hope, but the talent's there. Like, it was just a matter of time. I don't know, did the numbers show that they were just kind of getting unlucky? Like, were there more hitters in the lineup that it was trending in any positive direction to where this is something that we think, okay, finally it's sustainable?
Yeah, so Zach, it's a great question. I think maybe it's a little bit easier for me to answer this now that the Rangers have had a few games of success. You cannot chalk it all up to bad luck. But there are certain things where it's like, this has to get better. I think we might have talked about, you know, the Rangers' batting average on balls that they quote-unquote barreled, which is an objective measurement, right? It's not just me saying, oh, it looks like he barreled it. Was last in Major League Baseball. A barreled baseball is one that fits a very specific set of parameters where there shouldn't really be a ton of fluctuation. So it's not really like you can barrel a ball better than the next guy. I mean, it's such a specific parameter set. So in that way, yeah, you know, there's a little bit of bad luck with that. Now, there were other things where it wasn't bad luck. You know, their aggression maybe was misplaced in the chase rate. And, you know, one of the things that Boach brought up the other day, in 3-2 counts, no one chases more than the Rangers. And in yesterday's game, they had 6 3-2 counts, and they walked 6 times. You know, clearly a message was delivered, and it was received. So there were a lot of little things. I would say that if you were to ask me one or the other, was it bad luck or bad process, and I could only choose one, I'd say it was bad process. Doesn't mean that bad luck wasn't a part of it. And I think that now that they've improved their process little by little, we're also seeing some of that luck come back and get back to the mean there. And hopefully those two things combined will help the Rangers go on a little bit of an offensive run.
Jared Sandler with us here on The Fan. Do we have any updates on John Gray?
Yeah, I spoke to John actually earlier today. First of all, Eric, you would love his hair is looking as flowy as ever. I mean, it is like below the shoulders. The beard is like three-dimensional. I mean, he is in peak caveman form.
I love it.
He's thrown up. Yeah, he's thrown off the mound. I think he's 20 pitches maybe through yesterday or the day before, and it seems like he's kind of on a path that maybe is a couple weeks behind Cody Bradford. But you know, I wouldn't be surprised to see John Gray in the month of July, as long as things go smoothly. And if not, then you know, maybe early August. But yeah, it definitely seems like things are going well and trending in the right direction for Johnny.
What are we thinking about Ezekiel Duran in that closer role, man?
I mean, why not? You know, someone joked to Boach about, you know, someone asked, you know, who was available or who wasn't available, and Boach gave an answer, and then someone joked that, you know, because Zeke was so efficient, you know, he'd be available too, right? And, you know, Boach got a kick out of it, but that was, you know, that was impressive. And, you know, Zeke's got a great arm. Now, he didn't totally use it on the mound, but I'd be curious, you know, he's got such a cannon of an arm. Maybe if the hitting thing didn't work out, and we're far from that. You know, I'm not suggesting a Joey Gallo type of change for Zeke or anything, but, you know, he's one of these guys who you wonder, because of how good his arm is, like what it would look like. But, yeah, pretty impressive way to shut the door there the other night. And by the way, I appreciate and like the strategy to use him in a winning situation, because no reason, you know you got 2 bullpen games coming up, no reason to burn an inning from someone unnecessarily when you can just throw a position player.
Jared Sandler here with you on The Fan. If this offense keeps going, how differently would it cause you to look at the deadline?
Well, yeah, it definitely would cause you to look a lot differently. And I'd say this too, guys. You know, the offense hopefully is turning a corner, and I think we also need to be prepared for the pitching to maybe take a little bit of a step back. Not a big step back, but especially as we're entering a territory here where maybe, all right, we're going to try and, you know, be protective of innings for certain guys. And, you know, as we get deeper into the season with a few guys who haven't, you know, worked full seasons a lot recently, you know, maybe there's a little bit of a step back, but maybe it comes at a good time, right? Because now maybe the pitchers can take their foot off the pedal a little bit, not an effort or attempt, you know, to be highly productive, but maybe the results just are a little bit of a step back, but you got the hitters who can then make up for it and give them a little bit of a break. So I think, Gavin, you guys talked to Chris Young. You know how he is. He's a super aggressive guy. I don't get the sense that, he's really thinking about selling or even playing riding the fence. I think, his intention is to buy and support this team. But obviously it would look a lot differently if, they are not fighting for a playoff spot. But, hey, what if a month and a half from now they're in first place in the division? that could look a lot different, or maybe they're neck and neck. So much can change, and obviously the health side of things can really dictate this. But, I think that they have every intention to buy if they do decide to be sellers because things don't go well, that, they're going to be a team that's going to get a lot of phone calls. But I think it's, every intention to buy, and I think the question just is more in the direction. And then from a hitting standpoint, the degree to which they feel like they need to supplement their lineup to make sure that this lineup is as good as they, expected it to be when the season started.
Thank you, Jared. Have a great weekend, and we'll catch you up with you next week.
Sounds good, fellas. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you. He's Jared Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing with your Rangers preview. They're going to host the White Sox here. Pregame's coming up at about 6:30. Crack them if you got them. It's time for What You Drinking, What You Thinking. Will we hear from Rodeo Ron? How has his adventure gone since we last heard from him 2 weeks ago? And then we'll hit the Expressway and LA Live, G-Bag of the Day, and everything's coming up right around the corner. If you're getting to the Rangers game, swing by our broadcast position, pick up a G-Bag Nation Pure Gold, as always, decal while supplies last. And we're back with your phone calls here on the Fan.
Let's talk.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation, and the doors are open at the Globe. It's quitting time. Crack 'em if you got 'em. Time for that one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in or in the process of catching a buzz. It's what you drinking and what you thinking at 877-881-1053. Now, only a couple of rules here of what you drinking, what you thinking. Number one, no operating heavy machinery at the time of the phone call. That does include an automobile. And you got to answer the questions. You know, the two specifically, what are you drinking and what are you thinking? Are you thinking about the Micah Parsons contract confusion? I do put the blame more on Jerry than Micah's side. But whatever the case, it's just a missed opportunity to get some buy-in. And we need somebody to step up and do what it's going to take to get this contract done so the defense can be learned. You're trying a new scheme. Last year's experience of going to Mike Zimmer and not getting the buy-in, not really figuring out the defense for the first 2 months of the season, I think that should scare you. I think Jerry and Steven should be like, wow, we can't have that happen again. We have George Pickens for 1 year. We have a good offensive line. We got to take advantage of this, and we can't have bad defense in the first half of the season trip us up. I mean, that's the only place you can make hay on this schedule. You better be ready to play. And you know, there's some silliness or some pettiness or something personal preventing these two sides from getting together, and it's frustrating. So I hope Micah Parsons has a strategy, because I don't feel like Jerry Jones is going to step up and be the bigger man and figure out what it's going to take to get this deal done. For some reason, he can't see eye to eye with Mulligetta. That's what I'm thinking. Of course, drinking my 20-ounce Diet Coke, second one of the day. Feeling good going to this weekend. Wolchuk, what are you drinking and what are you thinking?
Currently, just been sipping on some high-quality H2O. We'll see when I get home. Maybe that'll change into some tequila. I've been taking a page out of Lucius's book. That tequila is absolutely delicious. I'm thinking I just hope these Rangers bats keep this going. You know, I don't want to get the wool pulled over us and all of a sudden we're all optimistic riding the high. Now is a golden time, boys. You got a Chicago White Sox team, Adrian Hauser. Heck, he was a Texas Ranger just back in 2024. You said adios. Let's go ahead and take advantage against him. Let's get at least 2 out of 3. Just keep stacking series wins. I'm not going to go all the way to get the broomsticks out, but can we at least just take 2 out of 3 at home?
Adios is, of course, Spanish for see you later. Chief, what you drinking, what you thinking?
Just polished off my my cold brew coffee, sipping on some nice water right now, and I'm thinking about Broadus' LSU Tigers taking the lead in the Rocco's Jello Shot Challenge College World Series in Omaha. 943 Jello shots.
Dude, they
already
put in work last night.
Yeah, they started to run up the numbers for sure. The bandwagon came into town. 943 Jello shots with Coastal Carolina and Murray State just in second and third place.
Coastal got a big win already today against Arizona.
Nice work, boys.
That's one of those weekends where you wake up the next day and you're like, oh, God, I can't do this again. But then as the day goes on, you're like, I have to. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You get a couple of acetaminophen on board, you start rehydrating, then you have the one coldie that leads to 3. The next thing you know, you're off and running. We'll see you again in the morning. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius is standing by. What are you drinking and what are you thinking, sir?
I'm drinking water. I've had a whole lot of water today. Been drinking water ever since I woke up this morning.
There you go.
Yeah. Thinking this new workout I've been on is working. The workout is working. Shout out to my boxing homeboy. Put me onto it. 20 minutes on the rope, 20 minutes on the Stairmasters. And I can tell that it's working by what I'm craving.
Okay, what's that?
A whole lot of carbs right now, bro. I want a Texas-sized calzone for my spot right now. I've just been thinking about it for the last hour while you guys talking.
Send that man a calzone. 41.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
He's got his specific spot.
Yeah.
I could use a calzone and some barbecue right about now. What you thinking?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. And I'm thinking leg days on Fridays is the best way to go from now on. Instead of doing it during the week and struggling to try to get through, you can always lay up for the weekend. And that way you can stay in the house and not spend $200 when you step outside.
That's smart. Yes, sir.
That's a pro tip.
Yep.
That's wisdom right there from Lucius Alexander, straight out of the Pimp Cup once again. He does have the G-Bag of the day coming up at 5:30 and LA Live at 5:40. So I believe it's time now for your phone calls here at 877-881-1053. Where are we going first, Lucius?
Let's go to Big Jim. Big Jim, y'all line one. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
Well, fellas, it's Friday, and I'm listening to the G-Bag Nation, drinking a little whiskey this afternoon, and sort of reveling in the coverage from the training or the mandatory minicamp, underwear Olympics, whatever you want to call it. Very excited about. I'll tell you, fellas, I thought Shotty was a little bit of an ass back in the day. I think when you go back and look at that interview from last training camp, I just thought he was kind of arrogant. I watched that video of him out there carrying on. That boy ain't arrogant. He's as goofy and fun-loving as, well, I don't think we've ever seen anybody like him at the Cowboys. So I kind of like him all right. I really do. I like what he's doing. I think he's kind of a real feller, and that's good. Chief, we share something in common. You said the other day maybe it was yesterday, but you was talking about one of your favorite riders, that Timothy Keller fella up there. I think he's passed away up in New York City. He's got my daughter gave me a book he wrote, Reason for God, and I thought it was really good, and he's got some others. And I also had the same thought, and thinking that he looks like Broadus, or Broadus looks like him, because he's as bald-headed as can be. And I think they're both tall fellers, too, but I don't know if Keller ever played any sports like Broadus, but I thought that was pretty cool, Chief. You're a reading man. That's a good author. He's got some good videos on the TV too, or on the YouTubes. But no, listen, guys, great work this week as usual. Just good stuff, funny, entertaining. Appreciate you guys so much, and thank you for the joy. And we'll talk at you soon.
See you, Big Jim. Thank you. Great phone call once again from Jim. And it opens the line at 877-881-1053. We'll get into as many phone calls as we can. Then we're going to get to Eric Nadell here coming up in about 15 minutes. And then bang, in the expressway. Lucius, who's next?
Anthony in Royce City. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Ant?
Hey, man, thanks for taking my call. Right now I'm drinking a Shiner, and I'm thinking, man, I'm a diehard Stars fan. I have been since I was a kid. Who are we going to bring in to bring some physicality to this team? Who do we need to get us over the hump and get us to that next step? What do y'all think? I know you guys have been talking about the Stars a lot more recently, which I appreciate that. So what do y'all think?
Thanks, Anthony. Have a great weekend. Enjoy that Shiner as well. Oh, I miss a Shiner. It's a good beer. Woolchuck. I mean, it's Kachuk, isn't it?
It's Kachuk.
From one Chuck to another.
I'd love a Brady Kachuk. I don't think, asking around, I know I asked Greg Wyshynski, doesn't think Ottawa's going to move him. I know I mentioned Aaron Ekblad, the defenseman from Florida. I'd love to add him. But, yeah, man, I do think if you could add an enforcer like a Brady Kachuk, guy who can play, I think not only defensively will be tremendous as a forward, does have some skill to score as well, but could end up being your new captain. Yeah, if you could do that, that'd be a dream.
Dallas Stars, Chuck, yeah. There you go, yes. Man, I think in hockey, you can't let the other team bully you like they got bullied by the Oilers. That would change the entire look of the offseason. I'd say some of you guys are going to be gone. They're going to be replaced by guys that I guarantee can kick all of your asses in here. Okay, so next time around when the game is over and, we managed to win the game, but they decided to beat us up, I guess the rest of you can skate back and get in the locker room and get ready to go home, cry on your pillow, maybe complain about the coach to Jim. The three sons of guns I bring in here are going to be out there whooping ass and taking names.
Damn right.
So I guess you guys are off the hook here for being tough. That's the way I'd approach it. And for the rest of you, maybe look up Lucius's boxing friend and get in the ring with him. Because that was embarrassing. If we're going to lose, the other team is damn sure going to know they at least had to fight for it. Where are we going next, Luke?
That's right. Shout out to Coach Nemo.
Yeah, Coach Nemo. Call
Nemo.
him up. Down there at the AC. Yeah.
Let's go to Rodeo. Rodeo Ron, what are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Boy, I'm sipping on some Jim Beam and drinking some Dr. Pepper. And hey, the future wife, she's only limiting me to less than a fifth a week. So don't worry, we're not on a bid. We're just drinking a little bit.
There you go.
Hey, but here's a Father's Day pro tip for all y'all. And by the way, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Remember one thing. If you can't fix it with duct tape, a grill, or yelling at the TV, it ain't worth fixing. Now, excuse me, I gotta go. The Natos are doing the wave, baby. And remember one thing. If you're not sipping on Jim Beam, drinking Dr. Pepper, listen to that 105.3 The Fan, then where the F you at, baby?
He is back. And he is back.
Oh, he's not done. He's not done.
By the way, if that little person in my life if you ever post my number on Craigslist again saying I'm giving away free toilet paper, it's on, baby. It's on in your life. Because, Grinder, here we come. Y'all have a good weekend.
Let's go, Ron.
Grinder, here we come.
That was Ron. He's going to set up one of his buddies on the Grinder app.
I met his little person buddy. Came to Draft 101 2 years ago.
He is back, and I mean, a fifth a week, that's kind of responsible. I think would that be about 3-4 drinks a day?
Don't ask me to do math.
You know, all things in moderation, brother. Welcome back to the party.
3-4 drinks a day. Hey, you know what?
A fifth a week, he's drinking in the car, bro. He's sneak drinking for sure. A fifth a week, come on, man.
Before he walked in.
Let me smell that Yeti, Ron.
Oh, no.
Why do you want to smell my cup? You don't trust me?
What a legend.
Wow. That was classic. Who's next?
Let's go to Harrison and Mesquite. Harrison, you're in the G-Bag Nation. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, dog?
What's up, fellas? I'm drinking on a little Arnold Palmer, little tea and lemonade mix. What I'm thinking, Cooper Flag. I'm going to compare him to Grant Hill in his prime.
There you go.
And if he max out, he going to be the baddest white boy to play in the NBA. That's what I'm thinking. How about that?
Appreciate the call, Harrison Mesquite. I love it.
Let's go.
I mean, it's a pretty far way up to Bill Walton.
Hoping for a bad white boy.
My favorite white boy. Yeah, I think so. I think it's possible. Possible. I mean, two-way. Luka, Bird. You know, you might get great lockdown. I just don't know that he's got the point guard skills to dominate the ball and to produce the stats that could get that kind of upper echelon activity going on. You know, but reflecting on it, I don't know. The best overall white guy to do it, I think my guy Bill Walton gets overlooked.
Bill.
Yeah.
All right.
One of the great defensive players. He had assists. He was like a Jokic, right? He was like a Jokic. Maybe it is Jokic. Who's next, Lucius?
I like Bill Lambier.
There you go. That is my boy.
Yeah, he'll fight you, bro.
Arm shiver.
Toxic.
Get him, Bill.
Yeah. That's an enforcer.
Let's go to Robert in Grand Prairie. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, bro?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Big fan of the show for a while. I'm drinking on a nice lemonade with my kids here, having a good weekend. I'm thinking about those Texas baseball Rangers. About to complete the sweep. Go ahead and bring the brooms out. Go ahead and bring the brooms. I'm not jinxing it. I promise. I'm not jinxing it. Thanks, guys.
That's right. I love it, Robert. No, I had that same opinion stone sober not 4 hours ago down there in section 137 where I watched game one of the World Series with my dad in 2023. Corey Seager hit the home run. I revisit that spot every time I come back to the Globe, and I cut a video today saying that exact same thing. Get the brooms out. Let's get back to 500. You know, and I think it's in the air. I think it's time.
Everything you said, but can we refrain from just the Corey Seager home run part of it? We just don't don't bring it up.
The Corey Seager part?
Don't bring it up.
You don't appreciate that lore?
I do. I love that.
I cut a video. I posted on @GBagNation's YouTube page every time we come to the Globe from that seat.
It's a bit painful.
Where were you again?
I don't want to talk about it.
Where were you?
He was chasing down Broadus' Nissan Rogue in the rain.
I love it, man. That's hilarious.
It's not.
It's not. No, you're right. I'm sorry, but I would feel a lot
But it was
worse
a great
if I was
moment
Brian.
for you.
You know, you were just being a good teammate.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit
Shouldn't
of a
have been.
greenhorn.
I should have been a.
Who's next, Lucius?
Let's go to Polo in Garland. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Polo?
Polo?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, I just took 2 shots from my homegirl, Shatina, R.I.P. She just passed 2 weeks ago. So I'm saying a prayer for her 3 kids. Hopefully everything goes okay. I went to the wake a little while ago, but I'm not going to go to the funeral. Now, I want to ask my boy Woodchuck a little question here. Willie Bully. What do you see out of Trayshawn Holden, the wide receiver coming out of Oregon? Do you see him maybe pushing just Jalen Tolbert or Kavontae Turpin a little bit? I think he's going to get hit. Somebody's going to hurt him for maybe a 3 or 4 wide receiver spot. And Lucius, you need to take my number down off Eric. I'm trying to get me another vehicle, my dude. And that dude Harrison that just called a while ago that said that I was happy about Red Hill. Dude, what are you watching? Red Hill at least won a championship. Like I told y'all 2 weeks ago, I think Cooper Flag is going to be the next Keith Van Horn or next doggone Adam Morrison. He can play a little defense. But I just don't see him with that in his game that just come dunk on you type. But we may be shocked. I don't know. I love y'all. Send a shout out to my homegirl Tina and my boy Lucius. If you can play a little One Day You Hear You Gone by UGK for her, I love you, my dude. Bye.
Appreciate you, Polo. I hope you're wrong on Cooper Flag. I like Trayshawn Holden, and he does have himself a sponsor here in Junior Adams, the wide receivers coach, who was with him at Oregon. I think he's got a good combination of size and speed that they're lacking right now. He might be a practice squad dude early on, but I do think he can push Jalen Brooks, Ryan Flournoy, some of those guys in the bottom of the wide receiver core for maybe wide receiver 5, 6. We'll see. I'm excited to check him out in Oxnard.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cooper Flag could be a disappointment, but Van Horn and Morrison couldn't defend. I think that Grant Hill's the better comp. Andre Karolinko's a good comp, but, you got to find good two-way players, I think for comparisons. And Grant Hill's might be the best. Grant Hill, if he hadn't gotten hurt, he would have put together a much more storybook career. But, at his peak, he was right there on Jordan's heels in the mid-'90s. We got any more, Lucius?
Grant Hill drinks Sprite. Yeah, we got one more, man. AJ and Denton. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, dog?
I'm drinking some water, just trying to stay hydrated in this heat, and little different outlook. Still kind of a sport. My question is, what's up with all these pro skaters coming to Texas?
Are they moving
you
to
guys
Texas?
know anything about that?
This is all the California people.
I met Bear Margera like 2 weeks ago, and Tony Hawk was in Anna on I think Wednesday.
Nice. Appreciate
Right?
it. My guess would be that Texas has a lot of families and a lot of suburbs, and it's a great place to go into youth sports business.
Yeah.
That would be my thought on why those guys would be showing up. I know a lot of folks come over from England to coach soccer here because they just know that their accent is going to make it rain thousands of dollars from these parents who want to get their kids a scholarship. So maybe the same things happen with organized skateboarding, and they see the opportunity. We've got some great skate parks around town.
You said it's just the accent?
I mean, they're all right.
That's Bully Cox, the way he's kicking the ball there. What a great coach that guy is.
I mean, they talk about our lack of success on an international level, and I'm like, yeah, and England, last major trophy? I don't think they're that much better anymore. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. There it is. What you drinking, what you thinking in the books. We got the Expressway coming up next as Eric Nadell joins us, and then we'll get to the G-Bag of the day here on the Fan. I have to chat Frankles with you, though, because if you're on your way home and you find yourself the victim of an accident due to somebody's negligence, then call the Frankles first, 214 or 817-333-3333. They'll make sure you don't settle for less. Out here on these busy Texas streets, we have between 500.
order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Brothers.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Melons?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Raisin.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. G-Bag of the Day coming up here in a few minutes. It's time to chat with Eric Nadel here on your home of the Rangers. Pre-game's coming up at 6:30 with the first pitch at 7 o'clock. And the Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Eric Nadel is brought to you by Tylock George and TXU Energy. And a good evening, Eric. How you doing?
I am doing great. Riding the wave of those two 16-run games.
Yes. I just feel like, you know, a good team wouldn't be able to do that in 2 out of the last 3 games. So this can't be a bad offense anymore. Am I going too far? Is this premature, Eric?
Well, it's premature until they show that they can keep it going, something that they haven't done this year when they've had those double-figure games. But they haven't had anything like this with 2 double-figure games in a span of 3 games. So we'll see. You know, they come home and they haven't really hit any better at home than on the road. They've pitched a lot better at home. But they've actually averaged a little more on the road than they have at home after these 2 16-run games.
So, you know, as you look to this series here, how do their matchups set up well or not so well to keep the party going against Chicago?
Well, Adrian Hauser has pitched really well in 4 starts for the White Sox, and you may recall he was in spring training with the Rangers, pitched extremely well. We thought he might make the ball club. He, of course, was subject to the roster crunch. He was a non-roster invitee, and that's the big reason he didn't make the ball club. He actually went to AAA with the Rangers for a while before getting the big league opportunity with Chicago. But he's coming in here with a 148 earned run average. Tomorrow they'll have a bullpen game, and then on Sunday they're going to pitch Aaron Savali, whom they just got in a trade with Milwaukee for Andrew Vaughn. Savali had made 5 starts for Milwaukee. He's a veteran big league starter. And the Rangers might be catching a break there. They were supposed to face Shane Smith, who's a prime Rookie of the Year candidate this year, and the Rangers didn't have to face when they were in Chicago, and now they don't have to face him again. They'll face Savali, who on paper anyway is a much easier mound opponent.
What do you think about the rest of the American League right now, Eric? Because it's just, I mean, Detroit, obviously, they've gotten off to a great start. The Yankees that are defending AL champs, but I don't know that anybody's out there right now that you're looking like, if this Ranger team gets hot and they can get to where we envision this offense to go, that there's anyone the Rangers couldn't beat in a series.
I agree. You know, they've got to get to the playoffs first. They're 3.5 games out in the wild card race right now, behind Minnesota and Tampa Bay, who hold the second and third wild cards. They are tied for those spots in the division. The Rangers still have 3 teams in front of them and are 5.5 behind Houston. But on paper, the Rangers are a stronger team than any of those other clubs. They just need to keep scoring runs and making sure that what looks to be a better team on paper is actually a better team on the field.
Eric, what do you make of this Evan Carter resurgence, man? He's showing some pop in this bat.
Man, this is shades of September 2023 and October of 2023. You know, we knew he could do it. What it tells me is that he's finally fully healthy, and he's finally played enough that he's got his timing down pat. You know, the combination of whatever back problems he was having due to that chronic back situation and the lack of playing time, those two things seem to have been eliminated right now, and he's playing the way he's capable of playing. I guess we probably shouldn't be surprised.
Eric Nadel with you here on The Fan, brought to you by Tylok George Eye Care and TXU Energy. Who's next to break out, do you think? Who's showing signs that it could be this weekend?
Well, Corey Seager is not showing signs, but it's just a matter of time. It's got to be. He hasn't been seeing a lot of pitches. He actually has a 7-game walk streak right now. He's being very patient, and teams don't seem to be giving him much to hit. With Marcus Semien hot now, hitting behind him, Seager should see more hittable pitches, and you would imagine that on the homestand, he's a pretty good bet to come alive.
Okay, Eric, it is Hispanic Heritage Night here at the ballpark. I know your love for the margarita. What is your favorite Mexican dish from an entree standpoint? You a fajita guy? You'd be fajita guy?
I like fajitas, but I am a sour cream chicken enchilada guy. And
it's a hidden gem.
That's my go-to. I also love stuffed jalapenos, depending on who's making them. I like them grilled rather than breaded and fried. Not many places do that. Eddie's Tex-Mex, which is my favorite place in Dallas with 2 locations, has the best grilled stuffed jalapenos that I've ever had. They're spectacular.
Oh, talking about that spicy food made me thirsty, which is a good segue into a little what you drinking, what you thinking, Eric.
I'm actually drinking coffee. I was drinking a lot of coffee in Minnesota, and we won those 2 games with the 16-run output, so I'm trying to keep that going, and I think it has a lot to do with the caffeine. They also, in Minnesota, have Diet Mountain Dew. And so for 3 days, I was alternating between coffee and Diet Mountain Dew. It's the only ballpark I've ever been in where in the press box they offer that. So it's one more reason that I love Target Field.
I think caffeine might be a key here. You got something to do tonight? You going to go see a show after the game?
No, we got a day game tomorrow, so I'll hopefully get home, have the caffeine out of my system, and get a decent night's rest.
If it creates sleepless nights, but the Rangers keep scoring double digits, are you going to keep going?
I will. I'll give up the sleep for wins at this stage of the season.
Whatever it takes, Eric. We appreciate you and salute you. Have a great weekend, man. We'll catch you up next week.
Thanks, guys.
Eric Nadel brought to you by Tylok George Eye Care and TXU Energy. It's time to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has your G-Bag today.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Check. So, I'm a behind-the-scenes situation right here. This board that I'm working off of, it's not calibrated properly when it comes to audio, right?
Oh, no.
So, all this time, I really don't know if my mix is really mixing or if it's off. So right now, I feel like I'm screaming. I don't know.
It's good.
You sound good.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll just let you know, man. Just let you know. Okay, our winner and champ of G-Bag of the Day, which we do every weekday on The Fan at 5:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up, especially this weekend, at Lucky Lucius P on social media, because I probably won't be leaving the couch. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all. You find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Probably leave the couch to wash the car and then maybe walk the dogs. That's about it. I ain't going anywhere else. But our winner and champ, so little man right here is getting his blood drawn, and he's scared of needles, so it's mind over matter in this situation. I believe it's day 3 for him.
You're gonna stay very still for me, okay?
Oh yeah, I'll
Okay.
put the headphones.
Okay. Ready?
Oh,
Grab his hand.
heck yeah! Heck yeah!
All right.
Do it.
Touch it. Here, let me hold it.
Just do it.
Just do it.
Do
Okay,
it.
here we go.
Yeah, boy, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, look at me.
Yeah.
Look at me.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, look at me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Straight tears coming out of his eyes as he's saying, yeah, boy, that's what I'm talking about.
I love that little man.
Yeah, man. All right, let's see what we got next for you boys. Friday situation. Charles Barkley, y'all seen Charles Barkley call out the Knicks?
I haven't seen the clip, but I have read some of the quotes. It seems like he went pretty scorched.
Yeah, he came after him. At least this is the one I have. Yeah, you see.
The Knicks got to be the stupidest damn people in the world.
In the world. Y'all hear that?
Yeah.
In the world. Stupidest damn people in the world.
The Knicks got to be the stupidest damn people in the world. Like, you don't fire no good coach like that and don't have a plan. I mean, Tibbs did a hell of a job. Obviously, something's going on there, but you don't have a plan. And now the three coaches turn you down. You got to have a plan, man. And they don't have a plan now. I mean, I don't know what the hell they're going to do.
The memes are just getting outrageously hilarious. I saw one that said the Knicks called ESPN to ask about Stephen A. Smith as a possible head coaching candidate. They turned him down, too. It's just one after another. I love that Charles Barkley, though. There's some Karl Anthony Towns in there.
What?
Little oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Little zest. You said Charles got a little zest on him?
That's what I heard. It might have just been the Coors Light.
Okay. What else we got? Oh, this has been sitting in my folder for a second. You know how we had that parrot that sang "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor" a long time ago?
Yeah.
We got another parrot right here singing Alicia Keys. This is not one. I just want to get this out of the way. That's a bird. Okay, that's enough. But yeah, that's a bird. I just want to let you know.
That is wild.
It's scary how they can mimic us.
What the
Scary how they can mimic us.
That bird is on fire.
That bird is on fire. All right,
That is terrific.
Let's see what else we got for you, boy. Hey, for Polo. That's for you, Polo. I got some more for you too, bro. Stick around. Okay, I got a text from Bobby Belt about 2:51 today. Nah, maybe a little later, but it was during the 250 segment. What was going on during the 250 segment, fellas?
Biggest L, biggest dub.
Yeah, that's right. Biggest dub. My man Eric in his bag, talking face to face with the Tolos in a sense. And Bobby Bell texted me and said he was trolling the hell out of Eric.
Oh, he did.
On that
Damn
fan
it.
text.
Damn it, Bobby.
Yeah, and he also sent me like a little compilation.
Oh, did he now?
Of all the times that he basically kind of trolled you.
Oh,
check this out.
Biggest dub in the 214. Happy birthday to my Tolo bride, Amanda Mount. Happy birthday, Amanda. Getting a victory there. I'm sure hubby's got a nice birthday weekend planned for you, Miss Amanda.
Amanda Mount?
Amanda, yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Mount. Celebrating together.
214 biggest dub Tolbert fixed my garage door today. That's Tolo Chastity Bell. We've gotten some incredible stories of folks.
214 big dub for the Alito High School boys winning state. Sherwood Lovetail was the MVP. Nice. How about that?
Congrats, Sherwood.
Yeah, Sherwood Lovetail.
Yeah, you hear Dawson talk about nice. Sherwood Lovetail was the MVP. Dawson, nice.
Oh, Sherwood
I don't think I was
Lovetail.
listening at all.
Those are
That
honest. Those are
is
honest
hilarious.
reads. Those are honest reads from me, by the way. Like that's a Ron Burgundy situation. I had no idea. The
Man.
Sherwood tail. I mean, goodness gracious.
Just wasn't even thinking to be on the lookout for that.
No. I got my eye on you, Bob.
Happy birthday on Sunday, by the way. Make sure you give Bobby all the birthday love on Sunday.
Yeah. He cares about his birthday a lot.
He loves his birthday.
One of those weird adults that's just like obsessed with their birthday. It's like, what are you, 12?
Or a woman?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Real
A lot
questionable
in
time
common.
management, if you ask me.
What'd you say?
Free job. Real questionable time management.
Oh.
They mainly criticism. You guys got 3 jobs. You're trying to book them for a podcast. He's like, can't do it. No time. I'm trolling G-Bag for the next 5 hours.
Yeah.
Sherwood Lovetail was the MVP.
Sherwood Lovetail. Sherwood.
Congrats, Sherwood. My God! Oh, my God! Woo! Okay.
Back.
All right. Where we at? I got one more. I probably got one more. No, do I? Yeah, let's leave it. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is it our 2-time champ looking for 3? Little boy getting a shot, and that's what I'm talking about.
Get his blood drawn. Oh, my God, the fan text.
He gave a yeah, boy.
He's scared of needles. He's scared of needles. It's about him being scared of needles.
Wow. Thanks for the blessing, man. It was totally lost on us. Charles Barkley on the Knicks. A parrot is back for the first time in 12 years in the G-Bag of the Day champion. You can vote for a parrot, even though Lucius says he's not nominated. It would only be fitting, or a 251 Bobby Belt trolled the Chief once again, and that's going to be my vote. Eric, how about you?
Yeah. I mean, this Father's Day weekend, I sure would love Tail as well.
Okay, Lucius?
Oh, shoot, man.
Shoot.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Bobby. Crap, I don't want to do it like that.
Oh, crap. Well, give me, I'll take the little kid.
Yeah, you better vote for Bobby or he'll make a song about you, but it's by 3-1. Congrats to Bobby Belt. Trolling us is once again your G-Bag of the Day champion. I think you could say 2025 has been the year of Belt.
It's been the year of Belt for sure.
And brought us.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, they're running it up on the G-Bag of the Year nominees.
Yeah.
Alrighty, it's time to stay in the Pimp Cup as we broadcast live here from the Globe, Comerica Backyard, center field, suite level. Come on in, say hi. Got some G-Bag Nation Pure Gold, as always, decals while they last, and it's time now for LA Live. Here's Lucius.
All right, it's a Feel Good Friday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares.
Fire up this phone. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody,
look out!
I don't know if you guys know this, but the Texas Rangers were the only MLB team that didn't have a Pride Night. Yeah. Which I think is ironic because a Ranger is based off a cowboy, and a cowboy is like the gayest outfit I've ever seen. You can disagree with me, Dallas. You guys, you're wearing heels and chaps. There's frills. You got a little bow. You ting, ting, ting. Everywhere you go, that's a flamboyant outfit. That's all I'm saying. You had one of the Village People. That's all I'm saying. There's been one romantic movie about a gay male couple, and it was Cowboys. So.
Well done, sir.
Yeah, this is LA Live for Friday, June 13th. That is Friday the 13th, 2025. It is a feel-good Friday, though, here in LA Live. Another wild-ass week of 2025 in the books. I mean wild, folks. It was a wild week. And this weekend might speed things up a little bit, so keep your head on a swivel. Now, let's enjoy this weekend safely. Avoid the law dogs, because if you get arrested tonight, you probably won't see the judge until Monday. That's a whole damn weekend, okay? Mind your speeds. Don't drink and drive. Speaking of drinking and driving, I got another little stand-up joke for you. Drinking and drive. Don't drink and drive, y'all.
I used to wait tables here in Texas. It's interesting waiting tables here because you can tell who is from Texas and who isn't. If I go up to a table and they are from Texas, I'll be like, hey, would you like another beer? And they will say yes. And if I go up to a table and they are not from Texas, I'll be like, hey, would you like another beer? And they will say, no, I have to drive. And that is the difference.
He said that was the difference.
It's unbelievable. Took me some getting used to.
The one distinction.
Yeah. Does it have to be like an arm's length or something like that away from you? A drink can't be sitting right next to you in the car. I don't know what it was. It was something about the drinking, having an open container in the car where I was like, man, that's probably not a good idea. But then cops jumped on the fan text, was like, well, actually, you can have one, buddy.
Yeah, go right ahead.
You can have one.
Just not within arm's length.
God, the cops.
Must clearly be your passengers.
Amazing. Keep your emotions in check this weekend, please. The emotions is what get you to crash out. That's what happens. Yourself start talking to yourself. Next thing you know, you're hyping yourself up and you done crashed out, okay? I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner this weekend. In other words, don't break these Texas laws, okay? Did you know it is illegal to sell human organs in Texas? Yeah.
Didn't know.
It's legal elsewhere?
I don't know. But I know if you get in the bind, some people might get in the bind, you might want to sell a kidney or something.
Yeah, there's been some black market organ sales.
There's black market out here, man. You might need a down payment on a house.
You could get extorted into that, though, couldn't you?
You can get extorted. The tax man can be on your ass, and you might have to sell a piece of it to him. But you cannot sell your eyes, heart, kidneys, liver, lungs, skin, or any other tissue, okay? So that's out. But you can sell your blood or your hair. Okay. You can sell your blood and your hair. If you're heading to the town of LaForce, Texas, Texas, it's illegal to take more than 3 sips or swallows of a beer while standing. So if you're going to get blasted, please sit down. I don't want to see you get locked up.
No shotgunning. Yeah. That a shotgunning breakout.
Is that what that is?
Probably. Yeah. They're fun police. They're probably cracking down on skateboarding the same year.
Okay.
All this skateboarding and shotgunning of beers. Kids are going crazy.
Okay. Just making sure, man. Trying to keep everybody on their toes. I don't want you breaking laws out here. If your neighbor is known for leaving a whole lot of meat on that bone, he just throws it away. Eating your neighbor's garbage is illegal, folks. It is illegal. You go to jail for trespassing and property theft. So, just letting you know, man. And last one, if you're going to Denison or Bristol, Texas this weekend, it is illegal to show your stockings, Miss Lady. It is illegal to show your stockings. The penalty is up to a year in jail.
Wow.
Why, Kate? You're not wearing a bustle.
There it is. Yeah, there it is. I mean, I think below the knee should be all right, in any city.
It's Texas, man. It's hot as hell.
Yeah. You're right? Yeah.
Put them up high as you want to.
I mean, she might just get out of a truck all of a sudden, one of those high-sitting trucks all of a sudden. Woohoo! Things can happen. I don't think she should be incarcerated for that. Kidding me?
No. I seen something.
American dream right there.
Bro, I seen something on the timeline which kind of hurt me a little bit because it is sundress season. I seen girls saying that they're being shamed for wearing sundresses now.
Oh,
what?
I mean, nothing's sacred.
Don't do that.
This is just unreal.
Speaking of that, I was going to mention that a few minutes ago. This is the first game of the year where it's getting hot and girls are dressing less.
And checking out the fellas and telling them who's best.
Yes, and I've seen a number. Today, and it's inspiring. I would never shame a gal for that.
Yeah. I mean, that's what summer's about, bro.
Damn right it is.
Yeah. Here's a weekend warning, folks.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish Dominant.
LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Speaking of laws, Mr. Dawson.
Yeah.
Your man Dan Patrick was on Fox Live still pushing his reefer madness agenda.
There we go.
Yeah, he was still on there. Now, you guys are at the ballpark right now. Isn't the ballpark sponsored by a CBD company? Is that still there?
There was a sponsor. Let me see.
Yes, there is one outside I know of.
Yeah, it's like the whole little area.
Yeah, the Kratom. Yeah, the CBD
Kratom. That's it.
Area you can hang out and listen to music and
it's
stuff.
Like by Texas, like right the Texas Live area.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Texas Live. Okay, you're right. Either way, they're making a whole lot of money. They're sponsoring our sports. They're part of our community. Dan Patrick's trying to push him out of here. Let's see, what does he got right there? This right here almost sounds like a sales pitch. He says this stuff that we smoking is not the stuff they smoked back in the day, the hippies.
Well, let me just put it this way, Josh. There are only 1,100 McDonald's in Texas, but in 3 years they opened 8,000 to 9,000 smoke and vape shops all around Texas. And where? Near schools, within 1,000 to 2,000 feet of schools. And what are they selling? Josh, this is not the pot that people smoked during Woodstock in the 60s, as some of our testimony was. In fact, there was a big article yesterday nationally how this new pot is stronger than ever, 4, 5, 6, 7 times more.
Sounds like a sales pitch to me.
and it creates schizophrenia, paranoia. These packages themselves, you showed one that said 16,000 milligrams. On the package, it says each gummy is 800 milligrams. Maybe you should only take a small bite.
Yeah.
So what they've done is they've come into Texas, the cannabis industry, around this law, created these new products, making it look like it's just candy, cotton candy right there, peach pie, blue raspberry ice, and they're selling it to kids, and they're hooking an entire generation, and people all over the country watching live now on Fox, Josh, should understand that this THC is poisoning their children and adults who are buying these products.
Poison. Man, that's a pretty rough indictment. Is that the guy that, now, is he going to vote on whether this thing goes through or not? No, that's Abbott, right?
That's Abbott, yeah, that's
okay.
Abbott.
Because if he was going to be voting, I can guarantee the way that thing's going to go.
Yeah, it's out of there.
It's tough. I was talking to our buddy Eric from CBD American Shaman, and he was not so sure, and he is tracking this thing closely.
Yeah.
And he feels like what you might have over the next period of time in between when that'll be on the governor's desk is maybe a period of negotiation. Like, because what this comes down to is pay to play politics, right?
Yeah.
And if they're willing to pay enough, essentially, maybe they could get a seat at the table and buy favor, as everybody else has.
And I think there's a bunch of veterans groups that have come to try and advocate for the use of it as well, which is obviously going to
for PTSD.
help
Yeah,
some
100%.
things.
Oh, that sweet, sweet, sweet Palmos, that drink that I love so much, that has the Delta 9 in it. Please don't get rid of it.
Those drinks are terrific, man. I salute to the manufacturers, because it'd be easy to just make a crappy soda and put the thing in there, but they've spent a lot of time on the recipe to make them their own thing, and that's why they've become so popular at your Specs and all the different stores. So, obviously there's demand for it. There's a lot of small businesses, that have cropped up around this because of the demand, and I just don't know how we can be okay with the booze if we can't be okay with this.
I'm glad that you said small businesses right there, because he did mention that, because doesn't it seem like an attack on small businesses? In a sense?
Yeah, absolutely. About 10,000.
No doubt.
Yeah. And a lot of employees.
A lot of employees, farmers.
Maybe 50,000 employees. This is going to be tough. I think there's a pretty good case to be made for the other side, that you don't want to be the person responsible for putting all these people out of business and out of jobs. With the economy like this right now, it's too uncertain.
Well, Dan Patrick said this is not an attack on small businesses. This is the big cannabis industry influencing these small businesses to do what they do.
A couple of misunderstandings. Number one, we're not impacting small business. This was not a case, Josh, of individual little business people, and there may have been some. I'm a small business owner myself. There may have been some, but the majority of these are controlled by behind the scenes of the cannabis industry.
Oh.
And so, number one, we're not putting small businesses out of business. We're putting an entire industry out, $8 billion, they said. So they came into Texas, they built all these stores at one time out, they leased all these shopping center spaces, they all look the same basically. Again, there's some independent people in there, but the majority of these are run by various cannabis organizations, and they've taken over Texas, and they've made these THC smoke and vape shops basically nothing but a drug deal.
A lot of drug deals happen at the grocery store, I guess, by that definition.
Man, this man is on his, he is campaigning. You hear me? He is campaigning. This is Reefer Madness in 2025. This is wild to me, but we'll keep up with that. Speaking of laws, people in Decatur, Georgia. Decatur was gravy. They're mourning right now. They just lost their underground food truck, which was a school bus renovated into a cooking truck. It's really huge, so I don't know how it can be underground. It's so damn big. It's a full-size school bus. This little underground thing is called the Oyster Corner. So they're making seafood.
Ooh, okay.
I'll pass.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
if it's fried,
underground seafood truck, bro.
Where are you storing that?
And it's fresh every day.
I can't imagine how a guy's shut down.
Oysters will kill you, dog.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Cops busted it for operating illegally. It only came out at night. Check this out. I like this little report though.
I would go every day. I had, they got some macaroni and cheese baked with some type of meat in it, some seafood meat.
Wait a minute, some type of seafood meat, man. I don't know what it is.
Mystery meat.
Imitation crab.
I would go every day. I had, they got some macaroni and cheese baked with some type of meat in it, some seafood meat or something. Man, that stuff is the bomb.
People in this part of Decatur have become accustomed to seeing the food truck operating out of an old school bus.
They only came out at night, so I figured something went right.
Now I'm not going to go over there anymore until they get legal.
I need you to slide right here up under these comments and type in oyster. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to sit you in the DM. I'm going to show you exactly where we at.
Surprisingly, the business is still promoting pop-up locations on Instagram, even after being cited. The county is aware and is investigating.
It don't make me feel good, because that one thing about seafood in this heat, it'll kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
That's a great report, man.
It'll kill you.
Hold on.
It don't make me feel good, because that one thing about seafood in this heat, it'll kill you.
Yeah. That's it'll kill you. That's a fact, Jack. You ain't lying, man. The Oyster Corner. Underground. He's still like sending DMs and stuff out like that if you follow him, so you can meet up where they're at. A full-size school bus underground. This is crazy. You guys,
do you go underground? Is it down there?
No, underground means off the radar.
Oh, okay.
Yes, off the radar.
Man, how'd they get it underground? That sounds cool. You pull a hatch and go down in there and be like, hey, I want oysters. That's the magic school bus.
Yeah, we might need to ban that Delta 9 dog. We might need to get rid of it, bro. Hey, shout out to one of my little favorite food trucks out here, Passion Cafe. Shout out to you, Passion Cafe. They make some of the best burgers I've ever had in my entire life. The whole menu was great. Can't wait to find you, bro. He be moving around. All right, my name is Lucius Alexander. I'll be Black Monday, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. That is my time, and they flashing the lights at me. I got to get out of here. Holla.
Is LA Live every night at 5:40 here at the G-Bag Nation. Happy Father's Day, sir. Have a great weekend. We have 30 minutes of sports to go, and then Rangers baseball coming up with the pregame at 6:30. We going around the bases next, Wolchuk?
Let's do it. Bartolo Colon might need a new nickname. Boston's newest star. And who could the Rangers be looking at in the upcoming MLB draft? That's next in the nation.
G&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 5 of the nation. Rangers baseball coming up at 6:30. Chiefs going to deliver a Friday news dump coming up in about 15, 20 minutes or so. Thanks to everybody who participated in what you're drinking and what you're thinking there. I hope you have a great Friday. It is a Father's Day weekend. And here at the Rangers, they have festivities as well. Father's Day is going to be an ice cream sundae, of course. Dollar ice cream for kids 13 and under. There's a 2023 World Series Final Out bobblehead coming up Tuesday as they host the Royals. That's going to be a must-have event. Tonight, Mexican Heritage Cap Night presented by Coca-Cola. And the first 20,000 fans getting these cool collector's item caps they've been handing out. So stay tuned for the very latest promotions. And stay tuned right now for a proper round tripper. Here's Wolchuk.
Alrighty, it looks like John Gray threw off a mound today for the first time yesterday since he broke his wrist. He had 20 fastballs. He's going to do the same thing on Sunday. Looking like a late July return. Evo going to throw a bullpen tomorrow. And Cody Bradford also has been looking at doing some rehab assignments here very, very soon. So Rangers arms are going to end up getting a boost here before we know it, which is great considering they're unfortunately going to go with 2 bullpen games in the span of the 3 games over the weekend here against the White Sox. It will be a determination tomorrow, but Sean Armstrong getting the ball, and we'll see how long he's able to go. But hopefully, Sean Armstrong can go as long as possible like Jacob Latz did, and the Rangers offense can continue to erupt, and boom, you get yourself a win over former Ranger Adrian Hauser tonight here at the ballpark. Vibes are immaculate at the Comerica backyard. I mean, it's alive and popping.
That's what runs will do for you.
Get the buzz back in the park.
This fan base is ready to go across first. I think they're going to get plenty of opportunities for the rest of the summer as they progress to the mean. And yes, I do think the timing is perfect. That right as your pitching depth was being tested and stressed, now you're starting to get some good signs healthy. But the more important thing is you can survive bullpen games with an offense like what I think we're about to see.
You can.
Yeah.
Now, I've slid into all of your DMs and Carter Freeman's earlier. We'll see if Carter is able to get this on the fan cam or not. But Bartolo Colon, what was his nickname?
Big Sexy.
Big Sexy. Well, we might need a new nickname for Bartolo, as our guy is looking like he has had a tremendous weight loss. Now, he pitched over 21 seasons. We know him as one of the better, I'd say, fat athletes in the history of sports. He was listed as 285 for much of his Major League Baseball career. I honestly think that we were looking at 3 bills for quite a long time. Now, don't worry about the bottom picture. It's the top picture of him in a sleeveless shirt. I mean, it looks like this dude has lost a ton of weight. He looks like he's in the best shape of his life, and it does beg the question, like, Bartolo, where was this when you were playing, my friend? I mean, did something happen? Was there a health issue that maybe forced him into weight loss? But he looks fantastic.
Yeah, he is looking pretty good here. And it's a great question because you see these offensive linemen in the NFL, they're having to stay that size. And then when they get done, they shrink up a little bit because they don't need to be that big anymore. I don't believe that Bartolo needed to be that big when he was playing. So what all of a sudden got him going here? Maybe a visit to the doctor, and he was like, hey, we got to go ahead and get this thing in check. Maybe he heard about the other side effects to the fat shots, and he was like, let me go ahead and jump in this mix here. But it seems like he's at least getting after it on the treadmill. Like he's breaking a sweat. You can see the sweat glisten. So he's earning a good chunk of this weight loss. Salute to him.
So, the last I checked, follows official time in 2023, Colon continued a transformation that actually started in 2020 when he signed, trying a comeback in the Mexico League. He signed with Monclova and had, gotten close to 300 and started like a weight loss journey then, and it just kind of continued after his retirement. I guess he kind of fell in love with the gym lifestyle.
Hey, once you start seeing the pounds, start to fall, people are like, "Hey, you're looking pretty good." Yeah, you keep it going. You keep it going.
You know what's cool is he's done this gradually. This has been a 5-year transformation from massively morbidly obese to just obese to, hey, now you're heavy but kind of built, and now 2 years after that, he's dropped another 50 pounds, and the transformation's pretty complete.
Seems like the gut is going to be the last place to go here. Everything else is working for him pretty nicely. Good for him, man.
Now, Roman Anthony is a young phenom with the Boston Red Sox, but it's not him that is drawing all the attention, as his family was shown after he picked up his first RBI a couple days ago as they were taking on the Rays. And it was his very Italian family. It was his mom, his dad, his brother, his sister, but it's the sister of Roman Anthony that has become an overnight sensation of America. She has picked up now over 15,000 followers on Instagram as Leah Anthony, I guess, has become one of these darlings. She went on the Greg Hill show earlier. She said, it's been surreal. I went from having 3,000, I'm at 14,000 followers. That number just continues to grow. We're all just shocked by it. So shout out to the Anthony family. I mean, Roman, a tremendous success, but now his sister, I don't know how Roman feels about this. If this were me, I'd be like, what the F? Can you guys not be creeping on my sister? But congratulations to this very Italian-American family.
Yeah, that's exciting stuff, man. That definitely sucks for Roman, I would say. Not what you want, but they are super Italian. I mean,
your sister blowing up on socials, not what you want?
I don't think you want sister blown up on social,
Not
just strictly
really.
because she's a smoke.
Oh,
Yeah.
she's leaning into that.
She's very attractive.
Yeah, and I don't even know that she's leaning into it, but all of a sudden you get a bunch of male baseball fans watching the game. They zoom in on the family. They're eating gabagool out of the Ziploc.
Yep.
And all of a sudden they see sister, and they're like, let me go ahead and hit that follow
who is
button.
that? Yeah.
So, but good for her, though, to come up. It's real.
It's very real.
You got to optimize this. You know, if you happen to get popular on social media, you have to use that as an opportunity to not only generate leads but to sort the leads. Okay, you're starting at 7. You're looking for 8 figures here, sugar. Right? That's what if I'm older brother.
Yeah.
I'm like, we're gonna do something here. Okay. Now, do not even think about falling in love for the next 6 months while daddy's working. Okay, I'm going to scour all of these accounts. We're going to find the rich ones, the single ones. Okay, and then we're going to target them. And out of about a dozen guys from this 14,000, well, I'm going to find the next husband.
We're going to parlay this into trophy wife status.
You can't fumble the bag like this if you're a beautiful young lady. Okay, let's be honest.
No, and she has been very humble. On 7
Somewhere in America, Kris Jenner is clapping her hands.
Thank you.
Like, you know what? He's talking.
Yeah. Don't even need to do a
By
video.
the way, that's Kardashian's mom. That's the Kardashian mother. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, if you don't fall in love with any of these guys, and you fall in love with some guy for true love and art and all that, I'll understand. But let's just give this a shot. Let's see if one of these guys is lovable.
Dude, we just had the mariachi band walk on by. This is freaking badass.
Yeah.
Gosh, I love a mariachi band. Okay, last thing, and this is actually very sad, very serious. Tyler Skaggs, who tragically passed away here when the Angels were in town playing the Rangers. But the Angels have just filed a motion. This was a couple of days ago. And they are saying that it was his teammate, Wade Miley, who's still playing, that is the one who actually supplied Tyler Skaggs with drugs. Quote, he came clean, said the testifying, I believe it was Percocets. He said he got them from Wade Miley, is what one of the court case documents said. Now, the Angels have come out and tried to get this thing dismissed in court. Wade Miley was asked about this by the media today. He said he came clean. I don't know anything about this. It sucks. My heart is with him and his family right now, but he's not going to sit here and talk about this, of what somebody might have said or what not. So he's saying this is not accurate, but we'll see what ends up happening in court with this.
I guess the authorities aren't going to go after Wade.
I don't think so. I think it's done.
If they felt like they had some deadbeat drug dealer that they could go ring up, they were going to get him. But once they were like, it's another baseball player, we're not going to pursue charges that tough. It's such a sad story because unfortunately this opiate addiction thing has visited so many people in America. It's the #1 killer by far. Now you add fentanyl into it. And it's just crazy. I feel my heart goes out to anybody who's battling that addiction or knows somebody that's battling that addiction, because you're only going to get so much from the doctor. And if the script runs out and your addiction is alive, you're going to pick up that phone.
Yes.
And now the next thing you know, somebody's, we're like, 8 years later still talking about the Tyler Skaggs.
It's really sad.
Yeah, it's just a terrible scourge on America. I remember growing up and people talking about the overdose threats of, cocaine and street drugs like that. Not even close to the threat that this thing is to your life if you manage to come down with an addiction like that. And unfortunately, Tyler Skaggs paid the ultimate price. Okay, we have Rangers baseball coming up in 21 minutes. Chief, what are we doing next?
Let's get you a little Friday news dump featuring our prepping of the bodies for game number 4 NBA Finals next in the nation.
Well, I would like to send you to a place that can really take care of any type of preparations that you need in terms of jewelry.
Uber Eats has Lola Bee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
PlatinumFord.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Mostly clear skies this evening. Overnight will be in the upper 70s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Jack in the Box.
Get so much more with the new T-Pain Munchie Meal at Jack in the Box, including your choice of burger or chicken tater melt, plus curly fries, a taco, drink, and new stuffed cookie. Auto-tune not included.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. We're wrapping up here at the Globe. We do have time for Chiefs Friday News Dump segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And here's the Chief there with that dump.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. All right, we do have a Jell-O shot update from Omaha. It looks like LSU continues to crush, just under 2,000 Jell-O shots now.
Dude, they just did 1,100 shots in the last hour?
Well, the update that I had previously was from a few hours previous of that. I guess they give like a couple
but that's still a hell of an afternoon.
Yeah, they're getting after it. You have Murray State with just under 1,300, and then Coastal Carolina with just under 1,200. But LSU is
so
running
it's
up
the smaller schools on the medal stand currently.
Yeah, big time passion right there. UCLA is the biggest loser at the moment with 174 Jell-O shots. Now, keep in mind, a good chunk of the proceeds end up going to local food banks and charitable efforts as well. So there's definitely some positivity
UCLA
other than just the general raging.
Might be third only to Cal and Stanford as far as being the snobs of those big schools of the West. You'd think LA, cool, got it going on. No. These people think they're way too sophisticated and take themselves way too seriously to get down with some Jell-O shots. Doesn't surprise me at all, Chief.
Yeah, they have no interest. They couldn't even imagine going to a place called Rocco's to go enjoy a couple of beverages and some pizza. So congrats to Broadus' LSU Tigers. They've got an early lead, and so long as they stay in the tournament, they will probably potentially even reset their record. They had like a ridiculous run in 2023 where they put up it
was viral that
close
year.
to 70,000 Jell-O shots.
So yesterday we were talking, there was a couple of other schools that I'm not hearing anything about. Is Arkansas not representing? They have a lot of fans.
Yeah, Arkansas hasn't even cracked 1,000 yet.
Wow.
Goodness. So it's
talk about not caring.
LSU, Murray State, and Coastal Carolina that's doing a lot of the heavy lifting right now.
So it's the newcomers. It's the, hey, this is a bucket list. We've never gone. We got to go. And they're going to make the most of it.
Yeah. And we'll see how long they can sustain in the World Series. But at least they're coming out of the gates on fire. Okay, so what do you guys think? Game 4, NBA Finals tonight. The first time where they've only had the 1 day off in between games. They've been doing the 2 days off in between. So we get a little Friday night action here. Oklahoma City still favored in the series. And I think they're favored by 6.5 tonight as well. Now, Oklahoma City against the spread in road playoff games this year, they're 0-8 against the spread.
That's my bet. I'm taking Pacers plus 6.5.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Mortgage payment?
Oh, my God.
Lay it down big.
Hey.
That sucks, man. Because I feel like the Pacers have taken control and they've demonstrated that while the Thunder might be better on paper, we got answers for them. We mitigate what they do well.
I'm hopeful that the Pacers can get it done tonight. I just think that OKC does even it up. I think we go back tied at 2. And
is that your brain or your gut talking?
It's kind of the gut. The brain.
Oh.
I mean, the brain. I picked up Indiana, so I want Indiana to just get up 3-1, and then I'm feeling great about it. Now it's house money. I mean, you got 3 opportunities to close this thing out.
Yeah.
I just kind of think OKC is going to get it done tonight. And Caitlin Clark's got a game. I think she's back playing, so she's not going to be in attendance.
See, that's a big thing that everybody's asking. She plays tomorrow versus New York. I don't know if that's a road game or not for Indiana.
If it's a home game, maybe she's got a shot.
Yeah,
I'd send the PJ for.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, because she needs to be there. We need to get this 9-0 then if you're a Pacers fan. But I feel bad because I'm sitting next to Ruben, and he loves OKC so much. I just wanted to give him some hope.
Yeah.
Yes, sirs. Let's go Indiana tonight.
Scott Foster, by the way, will be refereeing. He is the extender.
Oh, crap.
So keep that in mind. That's good news for Oklahoma City fans. And great news for all of us. We have the Southern Blackberry Cobbler Ice Cream Bluebell. This is now available in the half-gallon size only for a limited time. I've never tried this, but oh my gosh. That is on the weekend to-do list when it comes to the grocery items.
That's all you want for Father's Day?
The Blackberry Cobbler Ice Cream.
Sign me up.
Blended with a luscious blackberry flavor combined with flaky pie crust pieces in a blackberry sauce swirl.
See, it's going to come down to how good those pie pieces are because you know Bluebell's knocking out of the park with the ice cream component.
I want to have the chunks of that pie crust in there.
Yes.
That sounds...
And a good hearty crust.
Yes.
Not a throwaway. It's basically like a graham cracker with some jelly on it. We need some real blackberry cobbler, maybe even some real berries in there.
Yeah, I'd be here for that. But that's great news for all of us. Whataburger also bringing out the you can basically upgrade your medium drink to a collectible cup at Whataburger right now. These cups look really, really cool, by the way.
Okay, so it's worth it.
Swing through a Whataburger, upgrade the cup for an extra maybe $1 or $2, and get yourself a collectible Whataburger cup that looks fantastic.
Sounds like a plan for the ride home, Chief. Excellent week of broadcasting, sir. Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Thanks to Zach Wolchuk as well. It's been a really fun Friday here over the last 4.5 hours. Rangers baseball is coming up here with the pregame at 6:30 with Sands and the first pitch at 7:05. 3 games from 500 is where the Rangers are now. They got a little bit of a winning streak going on and a chance to make up some ground here in the West. Thanks to everybody who stopped by our broadcast position throughout the day as well. All righty, for Ruben Portilla Remote Engineering here at the Globe, thanks to him, thanks to Lucius Alexander back home in the Pimp Cup Master Control, just went 4.5 flawless like it was nothing, got it stuck on automatic. Of course, you can lock it up. And for Wolchuk and Chia Follow, I'm Gavin Dawson. Broaddus will be back on Monday. Till then at 2, you're going home with the nation. At ease.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock.
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad? that?
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, bring it down a little bit.
Remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Taser Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nothing.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Three Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has voted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Hazel Base. Nutmeg Lady? No.
Nutmeg Lady.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it sound like?
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Asia Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
Something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, pepper lady? Basil base. Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg.
I just said that. Was it spice yet?
Doesn't sound right.
What was that from?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. Storyteller.
Oh, is that your name? No, well, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Later Rose.
Saffron Scarf?
Nutmeg Mullions? No.
Nutmeg.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Scarf?
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, me, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak out a little bit.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.